it's over and nothing else matters. I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up, just let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone.
We break up and you slam the door. I messed up on the bedroom floor. What the hell do we do this for? I push you out but you come back. That attraction, we can't fight that. Oh, keep telling myself that I should let go, but I hold on. And oh, keep telling myself that I should move on, but I don't. 'Cause we got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. 'Cause we got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. We got that. 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 Kiss me and the world disappears. Tell me the things that I wanna hear. I just wanna stay right here. You push me out, but I come back. That attraction, I can't fight that. Oh, keep telling myself that I should let go, but I hold on. And oh, keep telling myself that I should move on, but I don't. 'Cause we got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. 'Cause we got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. We got that love, we got that, 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 we got that young love. We got that young love, that young love. We got that young love, that young love. We got that young love, that young love. I can't get rid of this feeling. I try to leave it all behind. I can't get rid of it. Now my emotions running wild. Although I try to let you go, 'cause I always known you are poison. But there's something about your way, makes me want just one more day with you, darling. Oh, you got my heart right on my chest. Baby, believe you know the best. So on the bridge I stand, about to end the fight, but then I stop and thought I'll fight it one more night. So in your fire I burn, I'm blinded by the light. I may never return, but I'll fight it one more night, fight it one more night. Oh, just fight it one more night. I can't get rid of her, darling. She always finds a way to sneak back in. I can't get rid of her. I'm just a prisoner like the wind. Oh, she got my heart right on my chest, making me believe
2 kills. So his name is X-Cloud, falls back, and the SMG peeks in. Mangs will get traded back by Woxy. He's now with a 1v3, and that's exactly what he does.
Obviously got to swing out wide on the contact. Can't try and do the same thing if we can isolate these jewels.
Shot against James. Oh, what a tap. And what a round, what a clutch from Calix when 5 players still completely unscathed for Eternal Fire. Flash forward, Zatara's going to see so many. He transfers back, makes it a quadra. What a spray transfer, the ace for Zataris. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to REPUBLEAGUE Season 3 into Day 3 of our Group B action, where now we move to our elimination games and all is on the line for our 4 teams in the lower bracket. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne for today's proceedings. Yesterday was a banger, mate, and today I hope it's going to be exactly the same thing.
Hey, you've got to hope so, right? Anytime you dive down into the lower bracket, especially in the first round, you know survival is on the line. A lot of those games are going to be fairly close because everyone is looking to make that lower bracket run.
Indeed. Well, the last 2 days have been incredible with a lot of overtimes, and yesterday we got to see the last 2 opening matches of the upper bracket round 1. They were both 2-0s, even though that second series did have a bit of an overtime there. The Sinners took that over the finest side, and ITB got knocked easily into the lowers thanks to Fnatic's efforts. So those will be 2 of the 4 teams that will be up to play for in elimination today.
And you'd think back to the games yesterday and think, was it really as competitive? Because I tell you, Jay, as of day 1, when we looked at that Imperial Enterprise game and the forZe Mouse NXT, those were so much more competitive.
Yeah, I mean, competitive is debatable, but certainly they were close. I'll tell you that right now. A lot of overtimes in those particular matches, and I wonder if it'll be a similar case scenario for today. Of course, the upper bracket will feature those victors in Sinners, Fnatic, Enterprise, and Mouse over the course of the next few days. But again, today it's all about our first couple of elimination games in Group B. And at least one of those teams, maybe 2 of those teams, you could look at and think, how are they here today?
Yes, I'm completely in agreement there. And I think it obviously comes down to the fact of what we spoke about yesterday, Jay, on so many of those opening games being upsets, and that forces us into a very awkward start. ITB and Finest in that first game today, forZe and Imperial, I don't think many people would have expected, especially those 2 in the lower bracket.
Now, we'll take a look at our matches for today, and forZe will be taking on Imperial a little bit later on in today's proceedings. But we start off with possibly our more predictable match in ITB versus Finest. Now, we've been talking in great depth about how these 2 squads are in very different leagues by comparison to each other here. We looked at Finest, especially yesterday, saying to ourselves, the Sinners should be an easy layup for them. They should be able to take full control. ITB, on the other hand, well, they were the underdogs in their particular match. And I think coming into today, they're also going to be the underdogs as well.
Yeah, for Finest, they've got a point to prove to make sure that yesterday was just a one-off, and they're up against an ITB side that's slightly different from the one yesterday, Jay. No Smooya, Wolfie standing in. This could change the complexion, especially in this isolated best-of-3.
Yeah, Smoothie tweeting out earlier today that he caught COVID, so he's not in a condition to play. So as a result, a 5th man to stand in for them, an AWP player as well. So it is a like-for-like when it comes to their role comparisons. But it does mean that ITB on paper are weakened as a result. Although you have to argue whether it really is being weakened, because yesterday we got to see Smooya, and he wasn't really all that fantastic for his side.
You are right. 28 kills, 30 deaths, a 0.90 rating in that best-of-3. A lot of players struggling up against the Fnatic side, and especially when we saw them on Nuke, we saw them on Mirage, maps that, typically speaking, are fairly decent for ITB. It didn't feel like that in that exact best-of-3.
No, I'm looking at how that whole series went down, and I'm wondering if we get those same 2 maps in this particular best-of-3, then Finest might have a lot of information to pull from on how to exploit, and even then, they're coming in as the stronger squad. They also had a bit of a blunder yesterday, right? You know, Anakez went missing at certain points. Plesson was a massive star, but he wasn't able to get his team past the finish line, and Sinners had a game plan that ultimately sent him to the lower bracket far earlier than we really expected.
You talk about Plesson, he dropped 38 frags on Ancient, but yet only 10 on Mirage. And I think that's kind of the contrast, is that he had a very quiet map 1, really explosive map 2, wasn't able to get it over the line. And even in that 2-0, you have to remember that Finest should have taken Ancient. They were up 15-8. They were going into the 3rd map of the series of Vertigo, which is a very good map for them. And I think that if it did get pushed to a 3rd, we could have had a completely different result. Instead, Finest choked up hard.
Absolutely, you bang on the money with that one. Like, Finest definitely should have had that map. They should have been able to take it over the finish line. We should have still been playing that series, and who knows what would have happened had we gone towards that Vertigo. But instead, that's not what's happened at all, and here they are to stand in this matchup. In spite of the blunders that they've had yesterday, I still think that ITB would be an easy victory for the likes of Finest, but we said the exact same thing against Sinners. So is there potential for another choke in this match today?
I think there's a potential for an upset. For ITB, we know that they can keep series fairly close. We saw it in the close qualifier run to even get into this position. But realistically speaking, I think Finest are the favorites. They're looking for a bit of hunger because I don't think they were at 100% yesterday. I don't think they got really even a chance to play their best Counter-Strike at all. And I'd like to see them use that disappointing feeling and have it as fuel, really get them energized into a matchup like this.
Yeah, if there's a way that you'd light a fire underneath a team, it would be a choke from 15-8 to an overtime loss. And let's see whether that Ancient will come forward in this veto here. Nuke and Dust 2, standard bans, it seems, for the opening 2.
Yeah, for Finest, they'll probably pick into Vertigo. It's one of their best maps in the pool. As for ITB, I think maybe Overpass or Inferno. Either one of those two maps. They've got a lot of maps that they can lean to.
They will go towards that Overpass, opting not to go with the Mirage or Inferno sort of standardized stuff for them, and indeed they will be banning out Ancient over on that Finest side. Don't want to repeat of what happened over the course of yesterday. Inferno will be that third map, and I do have to say that third one does seem a little bit juicy for the likes of ITB.
Yeah, I honestly thought we were going to go to Mirage. Remember, both teams picked Mirage in the best of 3 yesterday. Inferno's a good map though, and for ITB, knowing that it was Mirage or Inferno, I think you've got two very strong maps in the pool to work with. They maybe thought, okay, we didn't have the best of CT sides at all, didn't have a great T side of Mirage. Let's just kind of push that aside, go to something different, go to something a bit fresh.
Yeah, I mean, look, I take a look at Inferno. I do feel like it's the stronger map for ITB by comparison to Mirage. They've got a little bit more playing time on it, and a generally similar win rate by comparison to what Mirage has usually brought to the table. So for me, I sort of see the idea, like, let's not play Mirage like yesterday. Let's leave that in the memory books and try go a bit of a different direction in today's proceedings, and hopefully have a bit more of a better task ahead of them. Overpass being the pick in for the ITB side. Do we feel like there's a chance that they can make it back into this best of 3?
I think I'm looking at this overall, even with the Overpass pick, and I'm seeing a 2-0 for Finest. I think they've got what it takes, Jay, to really turn things around and put a good result up.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sold on it per se. I do feel like 2-1 is a bit more of an appropriate sort of a pick rate, because Overpass has not been as successful for Finest as they'd like to see it. They play it quite a lot for me, and I see them obviously doing some decent work against some squads, but then they come up against some others and they really have a very awkward set of maps. So I'm kind of looking at this one thinking that I feel like ITB can at least take Overpass. At that minimum amount, I don't see them winning this series, though I do feel like they're up for elimination in this best of 3.
Yeah, and just knowing as an overall standpoint too, that here for ITB, they are using a stand-in. I think eyes are going to be on Wolfie to see what he can do, because obviously he's a player that played in Europe, went over to North America, came back to Europe, started grinding the way back up, and I think he was a key figure to getting that Lingby Viking side, now Ecstatic, up to a competitive position, because he's been with them for quite a while, and now obviously he's benched on that lineup.
Yeah, and I mean, it does look like this is a bit of a weakened point as a result for the ITB side. Again, they're not playing with their full 5-man unit, so I wonder how dynamics are going to be affected as a result of that. That being said, though, I do have to look at what Smoothie did yesterday, and I wonder if a fresh new AWPer in the lineup is going to make us a bit of a more positive difference to ITB.
Definitely could do. And even this first map of the series, ITB have got an interesting dynamic, I would say, when it comes to Vertigo. Because if we look back a few months ago, they actually used to ban a lot of Vertigo. But these days, they actually tend to pick it, try and get it in for a little bit of a punish. And just knowing that even for their opposition of Finest, they're still decent on Vertigo. This is still a map in which could be quite close and competitive.
We'll see how far they can go in that sort of sense. A map that could decide the whole series itself. Map 1 of Vertigo going into the pistol round. ITB will be on the CT side, of course. Finest spreading utility out across their board, but for the most part getting the Kevlar and default pistols.
Gotta wonder here for ITB whether they're going to get a pistol round victory, Jay. If you remember back to the series yesterday against Fnatic, 0-4. They did not win a single pistol round.
And they change the narrative on that front. Dobbo will look to strike first at against Twist, seeing 2 players as Thomas strikes first instead. Adam in the corner, sees the bait players. Thomas does fall, he gets a quick trade against the man, and Anarcase is forced to fall back as his teammates attack in. Oh, the jumping shot actually did connect, force out Adam to get the TK, so a 3-on-3 for the retake. I say that as Wolfie gets the kill before the bomb goes down, and now Kriaz starts fragging. 3 kills to his name, and a pistol to gain.
Oh, there we go. That's what we get out of Kriaz. The slight mistake with the TK nade towards the mid control, the fake tap of the bomb, draw the fight out to the open, left and right out to the generators. The fight's continuing to get one out. What a sequence that was from Kriaz.
Yeah, beauty of a pistol round from him. To think he was just baiting the kills first of all against the first two. The adjustment against Cypher, wonderful. And just like that, Finest put pay to ITB in the early pistol basis. Of course, the forces will come back in, but ITB already pushed on the back foot, and they're suffering even more.
Yeah, losing 2 picks within the first 15 seconds of the round. And if I remember correctly, Jay, there was actually a lot of rounds in which they just glocked it or USP'd against Fnatic. They weren't force buying that often in the second round.
Yeah, you're right, especially on the CT side where they didn't really get any money bonus. They were like, oh, let's get the early rifles out in round 3 and just go from there. Complete contrary here in this particular map up. The Eagles and an SMG left in play in this 3-on-5. Damage done to Kriaz could end up dropping if they're not careful, but ultimately this should just be around the Finest take control of. And a case will deal with one man, Cypher. There should be no way back in for ITB now.
Yeah, Dobbo just trying to play up towards his headshot position. Frags just continuing to mount up here from Finest as they over-aggress. These SMGs getting so up close and personal, really minimalizing the distance in so many engagements. And Thomas trying his best to see if he can get any exit damage, but 1v5, it's not looking positive.
Yeah, even if he holds onto his weapon, it doesn't really mean much of a difference for ITB. Not a lot of cash to play with. And certainly no exit frag potential in this round. 2-0 at the start for Finest. ITB, well, it's par for the course.
Yeah, Finest can be very happy about that opening take towards the top of ramp. You could see how quickly that scout got disallowed for any sort of informational pick from Wolfie. And Finest starting to make it a couple in a row, start building up that early start, mustering it through. And just think about the veto process, right? When we had the game yesterday, they went in for a bit of a punish, and I think Beastic even spoke about it in the interview, sort of saying, well, anytime Finest play us, they always pick Mirage because they know that we're a weak Mirage team. This time around for Finest, rather than trying to go in for a punish or try and go out towards left field, I think they've gone sensible into a Vertigo pick.
Yeah, definitely. Into the benefit of Finest for the start of things, though. ITB not getting the pistols to their favour, so just the USBs brought out with a P250, the SMG saved in for Thomas being the main weapon. Nade stack set for Wolfie and Dobbo ready to put that out towards the help's position. It may even catch a lot of damage for it. The follow-up nades out towards the main entrance. Nothing coming through though, all of those nades miss.
Unfortunate. ITB going to try and see if they can swing up towards his top of ramp position, do some decent damage onto Pleasant, but it's anything after that fact that's going to be difficult.
And they do find a second kill on Wolfie's part. The SMG recovers the Cypher. Backed up now, facing against the T-side forces. Gets Kriaz to a 2-on-2. Almost wins that fight against Shocks as well. USP pulled out, and finally he's going to fall. So Adam's left alone. Decently expensive round, however, for Finest. I think ITB can be pretty happy with this so far. We'll see what Adam can do here towards the back lines, although I think he's being marked by Shocks.
Try and see if he can draw out a fight, see if he can fight the individuals if it's all possible, but not to be. Finest, I think you're probably right with the ITB being on a happy note about that one. 3 kills, there's not really much investment at all. It's whether they can now bounce back, get Wolfie on the AWP. Of course, knowing he has not played a map for ITB at all. This is the first time that he's standing in on a HLTV official. And there was one map in which he stood in on their ESEA Advanced Group Stage season, Jay, but only one.
Oh, 3 that are aboard of Finest for the moment. Guns come back in the first one for ITB. AWP out for Wolfie's part, and again, seeing how well he can play with this AWP and benefit that ITB side. If he can outperform Smoothie, that would be a positive sign for how this matchup's going to roll. Incendiary sent down initially, and he's going to wait behind the generators. Finest will not be that aggressive to him.
Try and get that boost up towards a banger position. Kriaz not trying to make any noise at all. And think about the lean forward, try and catch that AWP off guard, and even a walk connection. Needs a flash if he really wants the full commit.
And there's Shocks drawing out first blood in the round. Dobbo caught with a deagle. Still working with the UMP against the next player of Thomas, who didn't get a couple of tags off with spray. 68 HP against that T-side man, but nothing else. Finest happy to keep this slow.
Yeah, so it seems like they want to prod towards the A site, leave that late lurk on B to be the late backstab or wraparound player. Beautiful entry coming through from Twist, and now the A site's just falling apart. What a double entry!
Great shooting ITB picked apart one more time with the execution. wolfie's trying to get something out here towards the backside, and he does find Twist, but Plesson's so quick to swing and trade, as is Kriaz over towards that B site. Finest looking pretty fine to start off this map up.
And we could say that for wolfie, he's almost like an honorary Swede, isn't he, Jay? Anytime he's been in Europe, he's normally been playing on Swedish teams. He played on F&E Bolt, played on Little Mix, the Final Tribe. Even when he was on sort of Lingby and Ecstatic, there's a couple of Swedish pieces here or there. Try and see if he could do that up against what is a Swedish core European lineup here at Finest.
Might understand a few things about the Swedish playstyle that you can exploit. And I like the idea of calling him an honorary Swede. We call Crucial an honorary Brit in the UK scene, so I'm happy to accept that narrative.
Because we put Robin in that camp for a bit, didn't we?
Yeah, him too as well. Actually, I honestly thought he was a Brit until the game spoke to me. And it was like, no, he's a Swede. I'm like, okay, cool. Well, I didn't even know about that. So there you go. Yeah. Well, ITB importing more talents to our space. A small tech pause also ensues for the time being. Small lag problems over on that Finest side, so hopefully get those resolved pretty quickly. I know a thing or two about laggy issues in the last couple of days, so hoping it's not just going to be a case that we're waiting for 5 minutes for a router to reset.
But just press the button, Jay. Just fix it all yourself.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah.
It's all a magic button.
Yeah.
Player's got the Midas touch. I honestly thought they were about to press the button right there, but there you go. Round reset. Should lead to the unpause in a few moments' time. So it has been a bit of a momentum break for Finest, but I don't think that's going to affect them too much here. They still look just fantastic against ITB in this early game, and I'm already seeing some bad signs this for ITB because, as you said earlier, they were characterized by the fact that they got a couple of close starts against Fnatic yesterday, and then from there it all fell apart. They haven't even got the close start here.
Yeah, that's very true. On Nuke, they were tied 4-4, and on Mirage, they're actually 4-3 up. So there were early stages in that series yesterday in which the first 8-9 rounds or so were quite close and were down to the wire, especially with the scoreboard showing the number. As of right now, though, haven't won the pistol, haven't won the force buy, haven't been able to win the opening rifle round either. And now just up onto the eco. The best that they can hope for is a little bit of damage.
There's Anarchez fighting onto Cypher. Picking up the frag immediately to the headshot, splattering his brains all across that ramp position. Twist will get a nade to respond towards him, but it's just nothing by comparison to what they've dished out here on the T-side line. wolfie and Thomas playing around those smokes, so just fall back out of alley. As Finest continue to hold with a double up setup.
Now, ITB thinking about maybe a boost up. They're just in a position where you play close range. You're able to trade off one another fairly well. And know that obviously there's a heavy stack over towards the A side. Down to Finest now on whether they can gather that information. You saw in the last round, Kriaz was that late lurk out towards B. This time around, it's actually just a regroup towards round. There isn't many lurkers.
More footsteps heard. Molotov sent over the AWP. Anarchez does fight onto Thomas and loses quite a lot of health himself. And the trades are good enough for the T-side line where they can overwhelm all these pistols. This SMG shot in the back of the head by Shox. 5-0 for Finest. ITB now have another rebuy, but they need to turn some success in soon.
And it's such a shame that Smooya's not playing today, because it could have been that rivalry between Shox and Smooya. Remember, they played on Movistar Riders together for quite a while.
No such luck in this case, no such positivity.
I wonder how long they run these double orbs for as well, by the way, Jay. Because obviously they picked one of them up from wolfie, but I guess you keep using them until you no longer have it?
That would be my assumption, yeah. I mean, it's not common to see double orbs on T side. We know that for certain. It worked well for them in this particular round. If it works well in that opening duel up in that opening round, you've got so much cash, so you don't need to like upgrade or replace it with an AK-47. So just keep playing it till you lose it. You do that with the SMGs when they have so much of them, and they have so much bonus potential in those rounds. Just keep it going right here and now. Twist finding wolfie starts off the round with the opening kill.
Yeah, Cypher trying to play in and around the util, desperate to try and get a pick back. Plesson out on the other side, does at least find the first and can decide to back up and go more defensive towards A if he likes.
Even man standing, not for long. The Anarchez behind the smoke lands a shot on Adam, knows that Cypher's close, and Kriaz's nade actually finishes off the job. They all knew he was out there. He stuck around for far too long. Thomas and Dobbo now the last two individuals for the ITB side, making their way up quick as well towards ramp position. Smokes to get a little bit harder cover. Provide a bit of support into this AXE.
Hey, you say they stuck around. They actually just aggressed, didn't they? Rather than even holding the positions or falling back, they just kept pressing. Wanted to get as aggressive down towards that bottom of ramp position, even with the pick being returned back from Cypher. And now for Thomas and Dobbo, they can't even really look for exits. You just got to hold on to the weapons you got.
Yeah, no money in the bank, no real buy potential. Need these weapons for at least a little bit of something. They can afford a half buy around it and then go to the full guns off the back of that. They can even drop weapons themselves.
Oh no, DC.
Oh no. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, I was wondering why he had his knife out and just wasn't even moving.
I think some of the finest players DC'd as well, right? So.
Ooh, yeah, okay, you might be right too.
Well, Thomas does not opt to try and go for any sort of retake there. Obviously, a tech pause will come through. It wasn't make a difference in this round because ITB were already backing up for the save. So 6-0 on the start. Finest clearly have a significant advantage in that sort of sense. And a tech pause obviously will ensue to get the players back into the server. Not certain as to what the problems are, so we'll keep you as informed as we can here. But yeah, not ideal. ITB will have to tank that on the chin because, of course, as the rules state, we do have to focus mostly on the fact that damage was done after the issue had happened, and there's no real way you can replay the round that sort of sense. And again, it wouldn't have made much of a difference in the grand scale of things, like.
Yeah, it was going to be a safe call anyway for ITB. And just keep in mind, this is actually one of the strongest teams that ITB have played in the last 3 months. They played in Tropic, I think, in Season 40 of ECL, which was about a top 15 ranking or so at the time. And now you're playing a top 20 team. Typically speaking, we don't really get that sort of class of opposition that ITB get to face on a regular basis.
Yeah, no, like this is one of those tournaments where they have they have the opportunity to do some decent work. And obviously we're talking about their story coming into this tournament. They went through the open qualifiers. They had to earn their way into this position. So they are taking on the appropriate teams, I guess you could say, as a lower seeded squad. Unfortunately, at the moment, that higher caliber is definitely trumping what they're bringing to the server, both in yesterday's match right here against this finest side. I'm just wondering when that first round is going to come through here, because ITB, they have looked a little bit dire today.
Yeah, not really settled on the CT side. And again, you got to remember that Vertigo is a map that used to get banned a lot. It does actually get picked in a frequency in recent history. So this is a map that we expect ITB to know quite well. They're able to get a lot of wins on the board of it. So it's not a map in which they should get trounced on. In the early game, they've been punished for ramp aggression. It seems as if Anarchez is finding some really good form, especially with that AWP. So this could be a very tough battle for ITB to get settled in the first half.
But I've noticed that ramp is the only place where they really press the issue, right? Like yesterday we saw Vertigo, we saw a lot of presence out towards that B stairs position, and only really haven't seen much of that right now from ITB here in the CT side. I wonder if maybe there's other angles which they can aggress forward towards if they can potentially win a round or win a fight out like that. What do you think?
I think for ITB, they've just got to try and get a read on how they want to play the mid round. It's going to take them a few because obviously we've only seen 2 rifle rounds. Try and see if they can take ramp back a little bit later on. Try and see if they can get Wolfie into some more positions of tradability, because as of right now, opening man advantages aren't coming. And even in that round of the last in which Cypher brought it back to a 4v4, how quickly him and Adam were punished.
Yeah, I mean, it was so quick on those trades back for the T side. Like, Finest just did such a great job at dealing with them and getting the advantage back, turning it towards their favor, and just making the round happen in that sort of sense. Like, they beat him into submission in that 4-on-2 situation. So it's like more of that is what Finest are probably going to be bringing to the table. And for ITB, I'm not sure what the counterplay is. They have been struggling to find it at this moment in time. It's concerning for me knowing that how this first map could have gone down, knowing the fact that ITB were doing so well at keeping things competitive over the course of yesterday, knowing the fact that this is Finest pick and they're doing so wonderfully well on it on the T side half. ITB trying to go towards that punish pick of overpass, and even if they get that one out in a decent manner of fashion like they could do, I'm looking at this map and I'm thinking to myself that if Finest get away as confidently as they're looking right now, then overpass might not even be a punish pick.
And we even see that for Finest yesterday, they never got off to good starts. They were on the back foot of Mirage, they were on the back foot of Ancient. It wasn't until we got into the second half, and on their T side, they started getting some aggression. They started winning out a lot of fights, especially from Pleasant, getting entries. And from that point onwards, they kind of led by example. But realistically, for the majority of that best of 3 series, they were always down by rounds. So this is actually a new, fresh breath just coming through from the Finest side, knowing that they can get rounds up very early.
Absolutely. They just look fantastic. They look like a completely different beast by comparison to the Sinners side in yesterday's performances. And I'm thinking that this might end up being a bit more of a dominant affair than maybe we were initially expected here. The 6 rounds that have started off so far have just been looking amazing, and I don't know again what the real counterplay is for the ITB boys. I know you mentioned earlier that you haven't really seen a big star from ITB so far in the group stage. Have we ever seen any positive signs from individuals so far in these first 6 rounds?
Not particularly. I mean, if we did, it would probably be a 6-0 start from the ITB side that we could get into a little bit deeper, because as of so far, haven't seen many frags being connected. We've only seen 2 rounds in which Wolfie's had the AWP, and anytime he's got aggressive towards that ramp position, just been punished. So haven't really got to see too much from ITB success rate.
Yeah, and again, that is a bit concerning for my own sort of line of things. Finest, I don't know if there's a particular star on their own side themselves. I mean, it looks to me like right now, everyone's having impact. Obviously, Kriya started off with a pistol basis, and then we've got multiple moments from Pleasant and Anarkez, which is encouraging as well for Anarkez, especially because he did have a bit of a weird performance in yesterday's proceedings. So for him to step up in this sort of early fashion, it's all coming up Finest right now.
Yeah, and for Finest, there actually are a side that don't necessarily always need a key individual to be that star. Anarkez is probably the most consistent higher fragger on this team, but as an overall marker, Jay, I think we get some very good signs from the Swedes in particular, and even for Twist, he's in a brand new role. He's actually calling for one of the first times in his career. Yeah, we've seen him have tier 1 experience playing on the likes of Fnatic and on NIP, but now sort of dipping in some of the lower division teams, trying to build them back up. It's great to see that he's now positioned himself into a captaincy role.
Absolutely. I mean, there's lots of opportunities, of course, to make moves up in the tier 2 space. And I mean, in terms of talking about individuals that couldn't make moves, obviously you mentioned Wolfie was benched over on that Ecstatic side, and he was a key element for Ecstatic when he was brought into the table. If a good match here, does that do positive things for him?
I think so. He's obviously a very sought-out prospect. The fact that he holds a European passport and a North American passport puts himself in a position in which he probably can go across the globe a little bit, go back towards North America if he fancies, try and stay in Europe for a little bit more, try and see if he can fit in with this ITB side at all, and just show what he can offer in certain different lineups as well.
Yeah, and for ITB themselves, like I imagine there might be changes on the horizon if they don't quite end up going deep in this tournament in the way that they sort of hope for. I mean, we could get into that whole other conversation as well, I guess, at this stage. Because for me, I feel like going out last place, it isn't the kind of international success that ITB want. Obviously, they've had subs in, subs out, left, right, and center in other tournaments as well. So there is concerns about this roster stability. So maybe, I mean, in terms of Wolfie fitting into this roster as a permanent seed, do we think that's an opportunity for him?
Well, we already know that the announcement is publicly that Thomas and Smooya are going to be leaving this ITB side. It's all out there. Everybody knows that to be the case. So I think come the player break and maybe come towards the end of these sort of tournaments, I think roster changes will definitely be on the horizon. It might come down to maybe some of the other core players of Adam, Dobbo, and Cypher to offer what they can show to make sure that they keep their spot in this team.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like there are movements that can be made here for the ITB roster. I know that for a fact that they're playing out all their tournaments that they're playing in right now, just as a 5-man unit, just to finish off the season to see where they go from that. I think REPUBLEAGUE might be the last event where they're playing with the old roster. I'm not certain on that.
Well,
Don't quote me on that.
They've got advanced playoffs, and they've got the eSport Tour event that's on tomorrow, and they're listed as the 5. So, I mean, obviously for Smooya, he's being subbed out for the moment, but it does seem as if they are keeping the roster till the player break.
All right, well, regardless of that, it looks like our tech pauses are over, and we're ready to jump back into the matchup here. Of course, for those of you just joining us, it was 6-0 for Finest. I think that we'll get the match break to restore back into the 6th round and just give that over towards their side. ITB still struggling to get their start in this matchup, Dwayne. I mean, what do we need to see from them to break it?
I think for ITB, it comes down to getting a little bit more of a groove, allowing themselves to not be as aggressive towards that ramp portion, and possibly make it more info plays towards mid, out towards the B site as well. They've got to start stacking bomb sites, and I'd like to just see them be on the back foot a little bit more, even in a retake setup, because to be honest, Jay, I don't even think we've seen a close retake. The only one that we got was the pistol. Other than that, Finest have pretty much been winning the rounds by taking the bomb site directly before the bomb even goes down.
Yeah, and a lot of early and mid-round fights going their way. As you mentioned, ITB need to figure out their mid-round calls. Certainly, maybe their mid-round fights individually, how they're going to position themselves around potential trades. Everything in that sort of sense needs to come up good for them. A lot to improve upon for the ITB side, on their CT side of Vertigo as well.
And just knowing that for Finest, they're the second highest HLTV ranked team in this entire group stage, they'd love to be able to get into a position, or I'd even say second highest team in the entire group, whether it's Group A or Group B, or teams that have made it into the playoffs. They could be a definite dark horse to make that lower bracket run, just knowing that they did get upsetted yesterday. And for both of these teams, got to see what they had on offer yesterday.
We saw a lot more out of Finest than we did over on the ITV side, and that's sort of like one of the things to account for, is the fact that Finest definitely had the harder series against the weaker opponent, whereas ITV had the bigger struggles against the tougher opponent. How do we weigh up that sort of momentum? How do we weigh up that sort of previous history coming into this matchup?
Very difficult. That chain logic to kind of look at what we saw yesterday, I think is very tough, because even for ITB, you don't have the exact same lineup that played yesterday that's playing today. So I actually don't think you can draw too much, Jay. I think what you can draw from in a more sort of extended stance is previous results in other tournaments. And for Finest, as of what we've seen recently, it's been a lot more wins, a lot more deeper runs than the likes of ITB.
A lot more deeper runs and much more higher tier caliber events as well. They have been competing in very similar sort of tournaments in the past. Obviously, both teams well featured in the Pinnacle tournaments. In you know, you mentioned ESEA Advanced. They're playing a little bit further on in ESL Challenger, for instance. The Esport Tour event, both teams playing in that. The one thing is, again, Finest, they're usually a division up, or they go into the LAN events like they won that Pinnacle Cup 4, went to Pinnacle Cup Championship, came top 4 in that tournament. Having the better performances, the better runs in these proceedings, in these matches, in these competitions. So for ITB, you must imagine that they came into this one knowing that they had a real tough task on their hands.
And just knowing as well, the Illicit Invitational event is another one in which ITB made it to the main Swiss stage. They won through that first stage of the tournament, didn't even win a map, went 0-3 in those best of threes. And then for Finest, they're already awaiting the playoffs. So you start getting a bit of an idea of, okay, they're playing in similar events. The results are very different. I think that gives a very good outlook into what we can expect in this sort of head-to-head and what we can have right in front of us today.
What we have right in front of us at the moment is Finest doing so well. To keep you updated on what's going on at the moment, we're having some problems restoring it to 6-0 at the moment. Again, Finest did take that 6th round, so I imagine that it should be pushed up there. Waiting on an official, ruling as to what's going on here. Might be a case that we play it from the 5-0. But we'll keep you updated as time goes on, because we're not quite ready to jump back into the matchup, even though it did seem like we were. And I wanted to ask you about how this sort of environment affects a team like Finest, because obviously they've had such a great time over the course of this map startup. And then for them to get set back, potentially a momentum basis and mental reset, but the fact that they're waiting so long to get back into the next round, like how do you think that will impact Finest's playstyle, if at all?
Not much. You got to remember, both of these teams are, I don't want to say veterans in Tier 2, but they've been playing in and around this scene for so long that we know that there are tech issues that come. We know that there are delays from time to time. So both of these teams are going to be very much aware of these circumstances. Take a bit of a chill, relax, wait for the admins to make their decision, and then you carry on from here. I think so far, Finest haven't really been tested, so the idea that, oh, now it slows down, things are going to get a bit more difficult from them, I think is a stretch way too far.
And if there was a looking for ITB, if there was a lifeline thrown their direction, it would be here in this set of circumstances. Let's see whether they can make the most of that when the match does indeed go live. So, yeah, outset for Finest looking fantastic. And for them, it's great that it looks fantastic, because it probably is a little bit of an early knockdown into this lower bracket. I think we all expected them to be at least in round 2, maybe to fall to that Fnatic side perhaps, and then work from there. But not up for last place in this tournament. I would not have seen that coming from a mile away.
Oh, I don't know about that. It's kind of pushing it in my eyes. You got to remember, right? especially with these sort of brackets, is that if you lose your opening game, you're always going to be in a very tough position. And just seeing the draw immediately that you have Fnatic as your opening matchup, you know that, I mean, you say for the players, you know that it's already a loss. They probably don't think that, but you have to look at the outset and say, geez, if we win this game, that's a miracle. That's a huge upset. So you have to think about grinding that lower bracket. And again, to relay back to the conversation we had earlier, Jay, 3 out of 4 best of 3s in the opening round, all being upsets. It makes the lower bracket, in theory, more stacked than the upper bracket.
Well, for Finest, they definitely got the better of the draws. Let's put it that way. Whoever may await them in the next round is going to have another tough task ahead of them. I think it's either Enterprise or Mal's NXT that will drop towards their branch on the Finest side, if I'm reading the bracket correctly. So it won't get any easier for the victor of this particular series. Finest definitely looking like they are on to make it as the victor in this series so far. Again, only the opening map and still on their map pick, so there are some silver linings here for the ITB side. But they've got to start mounting a comeback here and now. They really need to post up some decency from this next round, or maybe the next rifle round. I imagine they probably, with the eco save, might get a half buy around the AWP. The point is that they need to get something soon.
And do you know what? I imagine, if we want to maybe talk about some of the other teams in the event as well, Jay, I'm glad that Enterprise have sorted out their roster, because I think they're a team that we looked at the end of last year as being a team that could actually hang with some of the higher end competition in Tier 2. They were obviously known as one of the grinders, and I think so far this year they've been playing pretty much every event under the sun, but we knew that roster changes were underway. They brought in Han over from that Fiend side. Took a little while, to be honest, that he got picked up. Even Red Star still hasn't found a team. I know that he's playing with the ex-Mad Lions at the moment, but they brought Han over, and they got Stinks as well, who's a player that I'm not too familiar from the Czech scene, Jay. And you have to think about who they beat in their opening round. They beat Imperial.
And a shocker, I guess. I mean, they did have that grind back to overtime. Obviously, you could argue another choke there from the Imperial side.
You can do.
Similar story to what Finest did.
Did you see the clutch, by the way, for the E-Live when it was, I think, 13-15 down on Overpass?
I saw... I did see. Here's the thing. I wasn't watching that match because at the time I was on the way back to our hotel because me and Dweg were in Sweden last week. When I was on the way back to the hotel, I had HLTV pulled up and I was looking at the kill feed on the app.
Gotcha.
I was watching it and I saw the clutch happen. I was like, no way, he just pulled that off.
Yeah.
I don't know how he did it because I didn't see the game, but damn, that's impressive. Enterprise are really hanging in this matchup. Yeah, and that ultimately led to the overtime that we saw, and the victory that went their way. So it's a match, it's a VOD that I need to pull up at some point when I have a moment just to watch and see how it happened.
Well, they were down 10-15, but the clutch didn't actually come through until that 13 into the 14 round. And it's a 1v3 where he's just playing in the bathrooms with the M4 and just no one's looking at him. And it's a clutch that just brings the fire into OT. So a very good recovery to come through from that Enterprise side to force it into that third map. Again, that was on the day where the forZe Mal's NXT game had quite a few rounds, to say the least. And we've got forZe up a little bit later on to see what they can do. Up against that Imperial side as well.
Can I just say, I feel bad for the production team on that particular day because you had to deal with 4 maps that went to overtime and a total of, I think, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 overtimes over the course of the entire day. So
it was a long one.
Yeah, I definitely don't envy you guys, let's put it that way. Although some very close and down-to-the-wire matches. Matches that have forced out our second match of the day. Of course, Imperial will be taking on forZe in our second elimination game, so make sure you're sticking around for that later on tonight. Still trying to figure out how to get back into this first map here for ITB versus Finest, so... Again, all our attention on this clash of the European Titans. Seeing whether Sweden can trump, or the most of Sweden at least, can trump the UK roster. And And again, for them, it's all been looking fantastic. And to know as well that they're getting off on this kind of early start on the finest side, considering how difficult it was for them to really play from the front foot in the early few rounds of their last match. Again, it's just a complete role reversal from what we saw yesterday.
They just get into a position, too, of grinding out that lower bracket, trying to get one of those final spots into the playoffs. You have a look back over at Group A, Static and Bad News Eagles going through from the upper bracket, and then X-Mad Lions, the team that we were just talking about with Red Star, coming through, beating Eternal Fire. And remember, Jay, that is a matchup in which Eternal Fire, think about last season, went all the way to the finals, took on Fnatic. It was not as close as a series as maybe they would have liked, but to know that you were a grand finalist and now even losing in the lower bracket, that's probably a poor result for the Turks.
I mean, you sort of take a look at it as part of an extended conversation we were talking about yesterday, right? Like we mentioned, you know, Fnatic and how they had won that tournament with a completely different roster to what they have at the moment, and playing against their ex-teammate who helped win that tournament in Smooya against ITB yesterday. And Eternal Fire, the second-place team eliminated in the group stage. And I can imagine that Fnatic would be worried that they might end up being in a similar scenario in a little bit of a capacity. Obviously, they are still group favorites, but there is that lingering idea of like, well, last season's opponent is now gone. I mean, are we going to be in that similar boat? I mean, there's some decent competition that could challenge them, especially if Enterprise and forZe and also Mouse rather can continue to replicate and find those victories as close as they manage to take them. Like, it's not impossible. And then you have to consider what can happen in the playoffs as well.
True. Even thinking back to that Group A, another shocking result in from Sprout. I think they've been a very odd position, right? Because coming into majority of tournaments recently, they were probably one of the favorites in conference. Here in Group A Republic, they went out in last place, didn't even win a map. One win. They've got Lollipop 21K finally into the lineup. They came out in last place too. And K23, I think it's now official that they signed Klax and some more entities as well to be able to bring that forward and try and see if they can fill the spots of Norbert and Fame. Rajan was that other bloke too. Yeah?
Klax and Rajan, wasn't it?
That's correct. Klax and Rajan, yeah. They're now officially signed to K23.
And big shoes to fill on that side. And big matches to continue to play out here between ITB and Finest. Looks like we're going to replay that rifle round. So it's not 6-0 anymore. Finest will be back on the double ops. Will be back in with the rifle round that ITB have a second chance, a second crack at taking. AWP lurking in towards mid initially as Shox takes the play out towards that B site.
Yeah, Shock's waiting for any kind of overextension. Adam trying to see if he can spam through from that top of ramp position. And for Finest, they'll be hungry to try and get that 6-0 start in comparison to what we saw from them previously.
You can see how ITB have adjusted towards this round. They were very aggressive out here towards this ramp position last time. The shots ringing out from Anarchez will try and counterplay them all the same. Try and look for that shot on Cypher. He's nowhere near the alley position. There's no alley presence at all here for ITB.
They've actually posted that AWP from Wolfie towards a mid-control and quite a back-forward stance to deal with a lurk play. And Twist starting to see if he can regain any of that mid-control. Think about a wide face or at least a jiggle. Try and force the AWP off angle.
And a shot ringing out. Just baited in by the jiggle. Smoke suppression, Finest not quite as early on a start in this round as they'd like to be. 55 seconds. Still making their way up towards ramp, looking for that opening frag. Cypher has seen Kriaz and tags him down to half.
A decent damage coming through from Cypher, backing off again. Plesson's waiting for that overextension, and Wolfie's repositioned with the orb towards A.
Lashing against him will keep him blind. Thomas, however, is the man to strike first. Twist to 4, repositioning back in the mid position, but the focus is all about this ramp take. Plesson so far forward. Wolfie's orb is set as Cypher will catch Shox next, and Plesson will drop all the same. So 2 on 5, and just like that, ITB are going to take their first round, it seems.
Deal with that mid player. Twist thinking that he can exploit quite an open mid hold and try and get the wraparound in towards the A side. Gets caught off by Thomas, and then even Cypher and Wolfie defending A directly really hold up a good defensive. Attica is just making sure that if there's any wrap play, keeps his eyes on it. They don't want to die after time here.
Counter-terrorists win.
The CTs won't go hunting, though. Money is still not quite 100% in for them. But ITB will gain their first round at long last. Taking a while to get there. But here they stand with one to the board, and Finest, they have a decent amount of cash built up, so they will be able to buy back as soon as they get their fifth man to reconnect. One player did drop before that round had ended. So
the classic.
We'll continue to be, we'll continue to try and figure out these problems and get back into the match as soon as possible.
And for Finest, being on the back foot in that sort of round, obviously for Wolf, he was even out of position ever so slightly towards the alley entrance, had a pretty decent flick. An opportunity to see what he could do, and knowing he's going to be standing in here for ITB in this first game, might have to be standing in for a little while longer, especially as Smooth's got the COVID. Might have a matchup in which he plays his old team of Ecstatic in the playoffs. I mean, it's maybe a stretch quite in the future, but it is something that could be possible.
Yeah, you got to consider those possibilities as time rolls on. I mean, speculating possibilities about the names that could be pushed into these rosters and what can happen with their respective lineups, particularly for ITB here. And to update on what's going on, a PC restart needs to come through. I believe from Shox is the man that dropped.
Okay.
So, again, we'll just get that resolved as soon as possible. Sort that out. And jump back into the rest of the game. Hopefully it won't take too long. Yeah, staggered start to the day, and it might temper expectations for what's coming up later on this evening.
Yeah, perhaps. And thinking about filling in the gaps, one person we haven't really spoken about too much is Bogdan, the new coach of the Finest side. And you can pretty much agree that since he's been added, results have been a lot better. He got added just around that time of when they had the Pinnacle Cup 4 run, that online tournament that obviously got them the land spot. And from that point onwards, getting into playoffs of events, trying to see if they can make the playoffs here of REPUBLEAGUE, may have been the missing entity, or maybe not so much the missing piece, but the extra piece that could drive this team further.
Well, that's what they're going to have to prove as time rolls on. Again, a lot of speculation about whether those two tournaments, whether that Pinnacle Cup victory and then that Pinnacle Cup Championship run was all just a flash in the pan, whether or not they're going to be able to replicate that. A deep run in REPUBLEAGUE could demonstrate that to be all valid in that sort of sense. If they fall out here in this lower bracket, though, then that might, again, start to reignite that conversation. It's like, well, was it really a flash in the pan performance? Considering as well who we could be seeing against them in the next round of the lower bracket, and the fact that every match of finals is going to be an elimination game. A lot of pressure on these guys, probably a lot than many people might expect.
And lower bracket runs from the first round is always going to be tough, and just knowing you've got to win 3 best-of-3s on the trot, it's definitely not an easy one, but you have to get started, and you have to take it 1 best-of-3 at a time. In the words of B-Stick, have to look at one game. I think Roy had a very similar outlook, didn't he, Jay, when we spoke to him yesterday? Just sort of being like, rather than looking at the playoffs, rather than looking at the glory of taking home this entire event, taking home that 75 grand, it's just, okay, keep it cool. Let's take it 1 game at a time, and then we can get those expectations up.
And for that, it can sort of make sense why they'd have that mentality. They had a similar story and similar statement going into the Pinnacle Cup LAN. Everything they had to focus on over in that particular tournament, they were just like, right, well, listen, let's just do what we can do and then work off the back of that. And it's basically how he was describing things against the victory against ITB yesterday. Up against the Sinners, it will just be a case of 1 step at a time, 1 map at a time, 1 game, 1 series, and go from there. So, for Finest, it's all about focusing on this game and seeing who they're going up against in 2 days' time. Hopefully, see them jump back in and continue to hold their own here on the T side of Vertigo. Again, the outlook still looks fantastic for them. ITB have broken into the match.
I think in other news as well, Jay, thinking about the UK scene, we've always known for the last maybe 6 months or so that you've kind of got Fambit and ITB being those 2 top teams in the UK scene that kind of get the UK invites to a lot of these events, try and get more on HLTV. Just saw actually yesterday that Fambit finally got signed by an organization. So come closer to the player break and maybe come out of the player break, Jay. I think we're actually going to have a little bit more contention than what we've had in the last few months on who could be the #1 UK team.
Yeah, high possibility there. I mean, and the thing about it is that with ITB, knowing that they're going to be making roster changes going into the next season, and the identity of the squad always being a UK roster through and through, you think about how they possibly were looking at those guys on the fanbase side, thinking, well, no buyouts, no issues with contracts.
Yeah.
Grabbing one of those guys and potentially bring them up to our roster. That's not going to be so easy anymore. So a new rival solidified when it comes to those UK tournaments, and I believe Fambit are also playing in advance. I don't think they make the advanced playoffs this time around.
No.
No. That's a shame. No more stream team watch parties for those guys anymore, Tweg, so. Might do some for ITB, though. Depends on how deep they go in the bracket.
Yeah, well, they're already 2-0 in their games. They beat Offset in the first round and then beat Anonymo. That Anonymo team's actually pretty decent, so that was a pretty good victory. I think they're about top 40 on HLTV. Yeah. Is that the next game?
That's the next game. Yep.
Okay.
I was looking at it yesterday. I was looking at the bracket, and they hadn't had their team, their opponent decided. So.
Ah, gotcha.
That's going down on Sunday, I believe.
Okay.
I might stream that actually. I'm not doing anything on Sunday, so.
I think that's always the case with these sort of teams, is just playing as many events as possible, and it gives us a little bit more of an insight onto how they are against different nationalities, how they are against different regions. And for Finest, I would say that they've probably played less events than ITB have in recent history.
That would be accurate, yeah. If you're including every event on Liquipedia, then absolutely, right?
Yeah,
because ITV
I think
have
so.
got, like, I think about 8 or so on record, plus 2 that they're playing right now. And then there's only like 7 for Finest, plus 1 that they're playing right now. And actually, if you want to get really technical, the Elisa tournament that both teams are playing in, well, ITB got eliminated much earlier than Finest did. I think Finest are in the playoffs for that tournament.
That's correct, yeah.
So it kind of balances out, and it kind of doesn't at the same time. So it's pretty even, all things considered, for my money. ITB just have a little bit of an extra edge.
And we always have that conversation whether the grind is worth it. And I think we've probably seen that with a team like Skade that didn't even make REPUBLEAGUE this season. They got out in the closed qualifier. And that, to me, was a bit of a shocker, because I think maybe a month ago we would have said there were probably a favorite in the closed qual and maybe a favorite in the main event to at least make the playoffs. And there was quite a lot of strong teams in that closed qualifier that just didn't even make the main event. It was kind of cool to see the Guardian new team, actually, we'll say. Because they've turned that into a new project. You haven't seen them?
No, I haven't. Need to get a chance to watch a match from one of those guys at some point. I'm sure that opportunity will come near in the future. But that's by the by at this point. You guys, in that sort of like similar vein, you got to think about, you have to sort of like assess when the grind and the burnout sort of like counteract each other, when that grind sort of starts turning into a net negative rather than a net positive. Because for us, it's great to say, oh, they've got, you know, hundreds and hundreds of maps on record in the last 3 months, and now we can use that to pull information from and figure out who's going to be the advantage in this veto and whether there's any great results on record, because if they're grinding as much, they probably played themselves in this match in history. So there are, again, pros and cons towards that mentality and that mindset. I guess for both teams, they've sort of found that nice little striking balance, because unlike a squad like Sinners, for instance, they haven't got that many major tournament positions and tournament participation records.
It can be difficult for a lot of those teams, and sometimes you just need a good run. I think Finest have probably found that in recent history, is that often get a good run, get your HLTV ranking up there, get some more victories on the board, and it can lead to so much more. Of course, quite a lot of those teams, 8 teams coming through the closed qualifier to try and see if they can make their way through to the group stage. Already closed down Group A, so it's on to Group B and the playoffs for the next week or so.
Yeah, for those of you who missed Group A, our 3 teams that have made it through are Ecstatic and Bad News Eagles in the top bracket, and X-Mad Lions, who beat out that Eternal Fire side to make it out of the group stage.
Do you know what's insane? I will add about X-Mad Lions, Jay, is that they have done so much better since being X than what they actually were being signed.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, what's that about?
It might come down to the idea. I don't know what their situation is, because I know as soon as they got dropped, I saw it all on Twitter that all the players said, we're playing out our events, we're looking for different opportunities. But now that they're actually doing really well and they're getting a lot more deeper results, I wonder to myself, are they actually going to stay together? I'm not sure.
I mean, look, if they're doing all right, there's no reason to really break it apart at the moment. Like, if they have a deep run, like if they make it to semi-finals, then that would be impressive. To face off against Ecstatic in that next round of the, if they can, beat that team in the face off against Ecstatic in the semi-finals themselves. I don't know if they'll go so far as to beat them, although that being said, Ecstatic haven't been the top tier 2 team that they established themselves to be. So there's always that to think about for X-Mad Lions. But look, they're posting results, so
yeah,
we'll see. They will be up against the loser of the upper bracket final match for Group B, which means that they could be taking on either Sinners, Fnatic, Enterprise, and Mouse NXT, that is. So, I mean, I could see a world in which if one of those teams managed to make it that far, I mean, it's not impossible for them. Like, they've got a lot of opportunities towards their way.
I think entertaining the idea that they're going to make semi-finals, considering we don't even know who's in the quarters, is just a stretch too far, Jay. Come on, we'll finish off Group B, and then we'll start talking about X-Mad Lions.
I'm throwing broad speculation into the wind, and I'm allowing the audience to do with that as they will.
Okay,
like,
gotcha.
You do the exact same thing every day.
No,
let's be honest.
Absolutely not.
Yes,
no chance.
yes, absolutely so. Wow. What else is absolute? The fact that this pause... never mind. I was going to say the fact that this pause is over, but it is not, unfortunately. I thought it was. For a moment there, I thought we are ready to go, but we are not. So we can keep talking as much toss as we want to. Going back into that Group A discussion, though, it's great to see that Bad News Eagles are also in this tournament as well, and continuing to, not replicate the success from the major, but to carry that momentum forward into an online tournament the same.
Well, I think they would have been disappointed in the Pinnacle Cup 4 event, because I know they got invited from that just after the major, and then they got pumped by Ecstatic. Well, I don't say they got pumped. They lost to Ecstatic in the first round of the quarterfinals, so we didn't actually see a deep run from them at all. Obviously, they've been able to put themselves in a decent stance here in REPUBLEAGUE, but I am surprised that they still haven't found an org. They're roughly in the top 20 in the world, and they're obviously had a very good showing at the major. So I'm surprised they're still unorged.
Well, I guess they're probably looking for stability over on that side of things. So.
And always right, when you are unorged, prize money is a huge deal. So it almost gives more motivation in these sort of events to make sure you make playoffs, make sure you go deep, because even winning one of these events or coming second in some of these, that could be a couple of months being survived a little bit further on, because we always know if you're unorged and you're not getting much prize money, that's when the team typically splits apart.
And that's what makes the Pinnacle Cup 4 result hurt a little bit more for me, because the fact that they went so far as to get invited to the quarterfinals and then lose in that quarterfinal match and finish outside of the money zone as a result, because Pinnacle Cup is brutal. Like, it's top 2 gets the prize money and that's it. So everybody else just doesn't get anything at all. And for Bad News Eagles getting invited to that position, I see a world in which they could have potentially done some work and actually beat Eternal Fire and scraped together a result against Finest. And maybe they could have also won that event and gone to the LAN. And how different could the Pinnacle Cup Championship have been had that been the team that made their way in?
Well, I think we have to say that, especially in this event, in the playoffs, as of right now, they're my favorite. When I look at Ecstatic, when I look at Bad News Eagles and X-Mad Lions, even though we've already had that head-to-head between B&E and Ecstatic, I do feel as if that's a pretty good position, and that going quite deep in this event, we have to categorize them as a fairly high favorite.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, they're in this playoff stage. I guess now to sort of shift the conversation over to Ecstatic in general, like they were one of Tier 2's top-end squads towards the tail end of last year, and this year has been a little bit hit and miss for them so far. So seeing them lead the charge over on Group A is encouraging for their own status here in 2022.
Well, I will say, Jay, to be consistent the high of Tier 2, it never happens. So that kind of already answers the point, is that do you know how difficult it is to be a consistent high-end top Tier 2 team? I cannot name one off the top of my head in the last couple of years, because normally you might hold it for a few months, you might hold it for 6, but then the drop-off is always there.
We just think about what they did in the end of 2021, and I mean, look, they got like a number of first placings. They went no lower than the top 8 of the majority of the tournaments they were playing in. They got multiple second places and back-to-back first place and second place victories.
Yeah, had quite a few.
Won a Pinnacle event, won a Malta Vibes, top 4 to Lisa. They didn't play in Republic, I don't think. No, sorry, they did play in Republic, and they got top 8 in that as well. And that was the 16-team playoff bracket with the single elim.
That is kind of disappointing
format.
then, because they'll be looking to do a lot better than that time around.
And then they bounced back and won Pinnacle after that, and then second place in FunSpark as well. So like, I'm saying that it's a lot more consistent than the majority of the squads in the Tier 2 space, I'll give you that. So for them to hold that little period of time and then to drop off, now to look at where they're standing at the moment, and they haven't won a trophy this year so far. Be in a good position to get more out of Zello, because we always had the conversation for such a long time that we knew that he was good enough to go to a European team, but he just never made that decision. He stayed for so long in the Romanian scene on Nexus, and now that he's gone, I think but maybe we haven't quite seen all of it just yet. Maybe the playoffs could be it for him. Yeah, well, we'll find out whether those playoffs will go well as the playoffs do progress later on in the weeks to come here for Republic Season 3. For now, right now, just to update you on what's going on, we are sorting out some issues on one of the players over from the Finest side. So for those of you who've been sitting by wondering where the match is, that is the ultimate issue that we're trying to deal with at the moment. I think there's an economy problem with the match.
The round restore, yeah.
So, the round restore, there you go. That's the word I'm looking for. That feature that we all rely on so much to do our jobs here in Counter-Strike. But as a result, what we're going to do is we're going to head towards a break. And when we return, we'll get back into this matchup. Currently 5-1 up for Finest. Can ITP carry on momentum and win their second round of the match? We'll find out after this.
Liquid.
What? No, you idiot. It's Hellraisers.
What the
B is the final answer.
Final answer B?
Yeah.
If this is wrong, you're getting clawed.
That's right. It's Hellraisers.
Yeah, they offer
Bro, Liquid was like 2016, you donut.
I'm
You don't
saying
know
B.
No, it's C, bro. 2004.
How do you... It's like, you're a geek. I rate this.
Final answer C, sir.
Final answer C?
Yeah, that sounds like it's wrong, but
Are you sure?
Oh.
maybe it's B, bro.
B or A, I'm
Wait,
saying.
Half-Life television website. Half-Life came out
That's so
after it was 2000, bro. It was after 2000, so it's 2002. It's obviously not 2010.
It's A.
Bro, I
It's A.
swear it's C, bro. We can go A.
I'm saying A.
Okay, we say A.
So final answer A?
Oh, why
it's
you
gonna be B,
saying
bro. It's gonna be B.
Yeah, it's A. It's A.
Oh, Kai,
Yes!
much love, brother.
Yeah, that's the brain.
Which team won DreamHack Open
Envious.
Push? Okay.
Number C. Kenny, yes, that's my brother. Kenny, yes. Woo! Who
Yeah.
MVP in the tournament?
This is when
That's
you're
my boy
wrong.
Kenny. It's envious, bro. Kenny won it,
I thought
100%.
Nick went on some mad win streak.
Nah. It's the same major when Carrigan missed the USP shot and Kenny won the 1v2 from B-side Cobble and he killed Carrigan and he killed Zipex.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
that
that's
was
that one.
unreal.
We've got some history on here.
That's my boy.
I swear Mirage was definitely not in it. On my waffle.
Mirage was for sure in it.
The first two.
Wait, what? The first two majors?
The first two majors had
No, I know the
only
DreamHack ones.
the first two
Overpass
majors.
was in it for sure. Overpass was for sure in it.
Was it though?
Yeah, because I remember seeing a clip of the old Overpass when you could entry the site from it was just open.
Yeah, but that was like after.
Maybe train though.
Maybe it was Mirage. I don't
Yeah,
remember
it
seeing an
was.
old Mirage clip, bro.
Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure it's Mirage.
Mirage,
how old is
Inferno
old?
for sure was. I mean, bro, this is 2013. I remember how the old Mirage looked, and I've never seen. Mirage is one of them for sure because
Yeah.
I've never seen an old clip on it. Okay, I'm willing to risk it and go train. Mirage and train. Infernal obviously was. Let's go Mirage and train. Mirage and train. Because I don't remember any old school train clips.
Just one thing. There only one of these questions is right.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so you have to get both of them right. You mean, right?
No. Only one of these maps wasn't played in first 2 majors.
Oh, it's only one answer.
Yeah. Only one answer is right.
Mirage.
Well, then it's Mirage. Then it's Mirage.
Yeah.
Answer B.
It's C.
What? I'm waffling. No. What? I swear
I thought it was like that because but they changed the overpass after, then they brought it in for 2014. That's what I was thinking. But I don't remember a Mirage clip, bro, from way back when. This year.
For sure made it.
You think so?
Pretty.
It was his worst placing. It was 13th.
Yeah,
it was 13th.
yeah.
Number A, Mr. Admin.
He was 11th.
Oh.
I mean, it's honestly at this point, it's how it is, you know.
Yeah. Wait, before that, wasn't he like top 4? Like how many years in a
Yeah,
row?
like 6 years in a row, so.
Me.
Legend. Goat, man.
Go. Here's the go. Oh wait.
No, it's the Night Wish.
I wish. Yeah.
Pretty easy for you.
Yeah.
You're right.
This
Night
go
Wish.
with AK skin.
That's for my boy Only Pixel, man. Skin
Yeah.
guy. I love you, Oni. This is wrong though in euros. Factory new. Oh, then it's C. It's C. 1 to 1.8k euro.
Final
I
answer.
guess.
I like.
Yeah.
I read the answer.
It's not A. A factory new. Yeah. There's no way it's more than 2k. But I saw the field tested one for $550. Yeah, I would say C. But the way you're saying it makes me feel like it's B. But I think it's C.
There's no way it's more than 2k. No way.
It's such a rare skin though.
Low key, I'm saying A. You know.
Bro, there's no shot, bro. Bro. You say A.
Yeah.
Kai,
remember
field
it's
tested is $500, bro. It's not factory new.
Okay,
It's
it has
not
to be
A.
B, man. It's not B. It's not. There's no way it's more than 2k. Impossible.
Yeah, but
Impossible.
if it's Steam market, then it's worth way more. That's what I'm saying.
I think you just. I think you look in C. I think you look in C.
It's C. It's C. It cannot be more than 2k because skin prices have gone up recently. It's C, Mr. Admin. I think.
So final answer. C.
Yeah.
He's making me doubt.
You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Fuck
what I
me.
said from the start as well.
hesitation,
It's
man.
what I said from the
You
start,
can't be
man.
doing us with that. You can't be doing us with a hesitation.
Yeah, I mean, I know it already. It was a copyright issue with the artwork. D.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Oh my god.
You see, like, the dragon on it?
So it looks like we're ready to get back into the swing of things between Finest and ITB. Our tech issues are resolved and we're back into the thick of the action. A 5-1 scoreline for those of you who have missed the early part of the matchup. Finest have been looking good. ITB just got there first. Let's see whether they can follow it up.
Adam's been waiting about 56 minutes for a kill, Jay. Still hasn't come. When's it coming? Dobbo too.
Wow. Wow. What a way to BM the man. Poor Adam. Poor Adam. Well, he's on the rifle for this round. The M4's in for him and for Dobbo. The AK set for Thomas and the AWP for Wolfie. He's already been tagged up early into this ramp take for Pleasant, spraying through towards the general pre-fire angles, getting close, but not landing the kill shots.
It seems if Finest want to have a little bit more proactability out towards that B site, a little bit more presence being shown, boost up out to the mid portion to at least keep an eye down for Thomas's perspective. Overall, though, a couple of HGs going down towards B, and Adam just jump spotting at the ramp sandbags.
Smoke set in with the swing out for the CT forces, just blocking off vision out on that ramp control. Flashbang sent down for Pleasant here. So they can peer ahead of the smoke. Cypher's going to get caught by that flash, but still holding himself in the corner. Sprayed down blind by Pleasant, does some damage, but still, again, they're not getting away with these kills.
Cypher holding very aggressively, was one out pretty good in the last round. They don't know about Twist towards this right-hand side. Wolfie's gone.
Swinging a hit, potentially line up 2 players. No, the spray completely whiffs, and Dobbo comes up with a frag. Now center of the site he holds, as Cypher will finally burn to his demise. And continue that ramp phase, and it looks to be the A play here as Adam falls. There's no defensive left on this side of the map.
Adam's the only A player, and he's holding aggressively. So now the bomb site's just going to get taken easily. Man advantage up for Finest, get the cross smokes down. ITB are going to be forced to retake.
And shots ringing out from behind those smokes. The nades set and ready for Dobbo and Thomas. They're still waiting here. Finest are going to run this timer extremely low. Nade stack can catch off shots under HP against the man, so he will get the bomb down successfully. Krez with a blind spray in against Dobbo. Now looking to remove Wolfie next. The AWP leaning forward and eventually falling back as they hold onto those rifles. Giving up the 6th round for Finest to bounce right back.
I think that's a massive over mistake there from Adam playing towards a ramp sandbags. They had 3 on B. They had the idea of the over rotate because of obviously the presence that got established. A slight mistiming from Twist as Dobbo gets into a pretty good position. But when Adam's the only A player, you've got to be passive. You got to search for information and stay alive, because as soon as he got overwhelmed, that was the side being gained. And Thomas just looking in for an exit frag, do some further damage onto Shocks. Finest up to 6.
Terrorists win.
A simple affair for them. It feels like ITB, just when they thought they were going to get started. Finest are back in control. It's a great start on the B defensive as well. It's A, where things fell apart once again for them. ITB, where do they go from here?
For ITB, getting more Vertigo officials under their belt could help. It's been 7 weeks, Jay, since the last time they played it. How insane is that?
Probably not as insane as the scoreline as it stands right now. Finest looking fantastic here. Rifles leaning in as Anarchez does get tagged up initially. Plessen is pushed up towards the tops. Adam making noise. Will start to fall back. Smoke sent down. He does not go for the blind fire.
Now, Adam still takes damage though, and Twist is starting to realize that there's not much here on the mid control. Wolfie with the AWP has not been seen. Chris is going to fall, and Wolfie follows up with a pick 2.
And the flick somehow connects to Twist's leg, but he is alive for the trade back, and the nade coming in towards Dobbo. Tagging into 92 HP. ITB have the 4-on-3, but Plessen walking out towards sandbags will remain undetected right here. Adam's back's turned. Cypher thinks he might already be safe. And how far does Plessen extend before capitalizing upon this kill? Just see the one man find the frag. See where that flashbang got thrown against Cypher as well. Swing out for the pick back, sees him in the shoulder, but Cypher gets the kill.
CT's coming quickly. Put that smoke down. Don't burn any further. Finest going to have a difficult time of trying to get this bomb down. They really need to force another fight forward.
40 seconds. Anarchez is watching with the AWP in the back. We'll try and reposition towards Ali. That bomb in the back of Twist is going to try commit, but at just 17 points of health, he cannot afford to take any utility. There isn't any for the CT side, so the bomb will go down safely just about. Their charge forward, though, get the kill against him. The AWP of Anarchez now to step up to the plate. Missing his first shot, now driven back over at the sandbags. Scope will be heard. And Finest, ITB are not on the bomb. They're waiting for the flank instead. Tap it once, get Dobbo in position, get the shot back, connect the AWP, and connect the second for ITB.
Hey, even though that crossfire isn't the greatest for ITB, it works out in the end. Adam gets caught out in the open, trying to look down towards Ali from yellow. And even for Cypher, it's that refrag. The kill that goes down into Plessen really makes a big difference in that round. And then, of course, the relocation of the CTs coming in quickly. And Finest found themselves in a 2v3. They put pressure onto the planter itself, and even Anarchez does not read the backstab play. So back and forth rounds now between the two.
And double orbs now in for Dobbo and Wolfie. Finest. AK set with the AWPs. Adam sprayed down to 48 HP already. A start out for the Finest side. I think I can just see above that smoke indeed. The head is given away, and Anarchez strikes first.
Adam's having a rough time right now, and so you could say for Cypher, up towards 51 around that alley position. He gets dropped, and now for ITB, just when they found the success in the last round, Jay, it's off to a bad start here in the 9th.
Yeah, down to 3 men. Wolfie's AWP will try to get the trade back at the side alley entrance. The Molotov, however, tags him up. He'll be heard for it. The spray's coming in real close to his position on the wallbanks. The nades on, landing a little bit ahead of him. Molotov's also sent back as he rotates to the back lines and does still get tagged up against Plessen. Didn't get a pop shot to return.
And they still got a lurk out towards the B side too from Kriaz that could be even later to have that wraparound play. Finest still have plenty of time on the clock, so get that util down, continue to bait out the further utility, and even for Dobbo, you can't really find much in and around it. And B side's open, they're going to relocate the bomb over, I reckon.
They get this down here. AWP swings, spray through from Plesson driving back. They tap that bomb once to bait in utility. And it baits in the spray as well for Thomas, who actually connects the kill to Plesson. Smoke starts to clear, and meanwhile there has been a walkout towards the B site. Kriaz extending all that further, gaining all his map control, knowing there's no CT back here, so just suppression at the forward position. Bomb should get planted. Maybe there could be a flank from Anarchist to catch the players in the back, but for the most part, it's a 4-on-3 retake.
Oh, I don't know if it is, mate. I think they've got to save. This would be such a risky play for ITB to work it. It just doesn't make sense. You're out of position, you're running double orbs, Wolfie's down low. What is the possibility of making that round happen? It's so limited, you're better off saving.
Well, they decide a smarter call in the end. Anakez's roll now switches to exit frags, which he can't land on the first player. Saw at least two. The Finest have a decent amount of cash, but nothing that really should enable a decent hunt from them themselves. So that shot ringing out. Anakez falling back to position, holding with his teammates. And for Finest, 4 players stay alive in a very confident 7th round now. ITB, they're catching breaks here and there, but they're not doing anything to turn those breaks into decent efforts and a decent map.
Well, again, it's back and forth rounds, and we always know for the City side you're going to get hit the hardest because of it, of the economy reset. And there's that shot again coming through from Anarchist. Just as the smoke starts to clear, even the spam didn't even see Cypher. And for Adam, he needs more assistance or needs to change up the protocol because he's holding that ramp sandbags almost every round. And as of right now, Jay, he's getting punished holding that position every time.
Double orb stay in play for ITB. Wolfie trying to press up towards Ali in that starts position. It's Anakez's orb that plays in towards that B site. It's coming in towards the lower boost position in case there's anybody out there. Cypher's blind sprays come close to Plesson, but get nothing for it. He starts walking up those tops angles. The Finest will not catch anything over here towards the B side. They rotate towards the ramp default.
Yeah, so it seems they're actually going to leave Cypher and Wolfie to be the 2 main A players as of right now. Plesson waiting for another reaction and a slight overextension to come through from Cypher, and it might just come through actually. Holding very wide up onto this alley position. It's only going to be a matter of time or a molly that forces out the position.
Smoke sent, Plesson finding Cypher. Kicks things off once again, leaving Wolfie alone. No rotates to support him either. Despite all the util that he's throwing, he does connect that shot onto Twist and get back to harder cover.
Needs more help. Dobbo's on the way, but realistically, this is going to be a passive round. 50 seconds left. No lurk at all out towards B. Everyone here on the ramp contact for Finest.
Both orbs on the crossfire as well. The smokes go down. Shots ring out through the smokes themselves. Plesson be ahead of the game and be watching out for them to take face. Oh, Wolfie lands a quick flick towards Kriaz. A small flick, but it's effective.
Straight through the smoke, and now they're starting to clear. Dobbo thinking about how he can act back into the site, and for Finest, this is going to be a difficult post plant to hold.
Yeah, down by a player and backed up very passively, not even having the alley entrance. Gonna back off away from that and all contest over towards ramp. That bomb is in the open. Dobbo's orb watching for a chance. Anarkez swing out pretty far and wide. The smokes will start to clear. Dobbo will get a line in. Thomas swings out, gets his kill. Now Shocks tries to strike, but only gets one headshot for it. Plesson responds towards Thomas the same. A 1-on-3 on the defuse. Adams forced off it again. Sprays back. Wolfie with the orb, but Plesson's caught the right man. Has Wolfie got time for this? 5 seconds with the kit. I think he's just gonna hold it. It'll be close, but it will be around for ITB.
Excellent effort there coming through from Plesson. Ends up being the last one left. Try to play in and around that alley position. But what a round by Wolfie. Think about the impact he finds with that AWP. And that kill come through onto Twist. The relocation, even denying that bomb from going down of Kriaz. And then, of course, the quick trade as Adam falls. Plesson trying his best, but Wolfie finds a triple.
Big round from him. And obviously the stand-in for his own part, trying to prove something to the world, showing that he is still a good player. And he can hang at this level. Tactical timeout called in for ITB, though. They get in this first round. There's one good round, I should say. But the problem is they've just had individual rounds. They need a follow-up now.
And we saw for ITB, they're actually on a 4-map losing streak of Vertigo until they played a local team in the UK scene that ended that. But even that result doesn't mean a massive amount. Over for the side of Finest. 4 in a row, Eternal Fire, Blue Jays, Imperial, and Heroic. Some very good teams, all with single digits on the enemy scoreline, Jay. So the last few times they played Vertigo, it hasn't been all that competitive. It's been a swift victory.
Was looking at the foundation of a swift victory right here and now for Finest, but now they're making little mistakes, silly mistakes at that. Shocks take to 70. All players, of course, rebuying thanks to that bomb plant bonus. The boost up for Pleston to look over towards Adam's position. The M4 swinging, but not quite seeing the individual.
Decent nades. The incendiary and the HE down towards that mid control is going to do even more damage onto Shocks. They know that Wolfie's been holding this mid angle quite frequently, so they've got to try and flash him off, peek around the corner. There's actually a second mid player they don't know about.
Decent shot up against Shocks here. Didn't quite land the kill shot itself, but he's been tagged as Plesson. Twist, trying to work in against one man, doesn't do much for it. It's Plesson to full Anakez with a quick trade back. The AWP of Wolfie now up to task as the solo defender of A. Backup can quickly get back here though.
Yeah, Kriaz is just hoping for Dobbo's overextension. That slight aggressive info play out towards the B stairs. Finally, Adam finding his first kill of the map, being traded out instantly by the AWP. And now the continuous ramp approach is coming through for Finest.
Shot sees one, Cypher connects that kill, and Wolfie follows suit to Anakez. And now Finest are having the fight brought back to them. ITB overwhelming the 8 defensive. And Kriaz left alone towards the B lurk without the bomb, without backup, and without a chance.
Just knowing that he had to be in a position of that wraparound play, it puts down the reliance on your T-side players to open up the bomb site, to get that bomb plant, to keep the trades even. Because you can't really rely on your lurk in a situation like this. Kriaz just has to hold on to the AK, bring it into the next round. And for ITB, they do find their fourth. This is actually the first time that they've strung 2 rounds together.
2 rounds in a row at least.
Counter-terrorists win.
A lot more need to be found off the back of that. Finest. The guns will not be available as frivolously as they have been before. They're decent to get the trades together, but as soon as this defensive line held in the back of A, everything turned to mush. So pistols out for round 12. The hero AK saved in by Kriaz. No AK save for ITB.
And now for Finest, this is a very difficult round to get much out of for Kriaz. You've got to imagine being that second guy in, being involved in a lot of trade frags is going to be vital if they want to get anything. Even Shocks being a little bit more aggressive towards the mid-control, and I guess they can take a bit more of a risk in a round like this when they know that they don't have much to work with.
Deagle's prodding initially for the Finest side of that firepower and the hand cannons. P250 is popping out in mid-control, twist out towards that B side, not seeing Dobbo yet. Dobbo's expecting a boost or some sort of stairs play. It'd be very difficult to see Twist from here. So neither side will get away with the info or the kill.
And with those mid-rotates going to come through fairly quickly, even if Dobbo just gets a 1-for-1, he just needs to gather that information to allow those rotates. And even Thomas is coming through before contact has been established.
Boost up for the AK here, turning away from Dobbo's part. The engagement does happen. And the T's back off for it. The smoke down and the suppression involved for the CTs. The Finest want to go back here again.
And this is actually a very good mid-round call right now for ITB. They gathered information. For a moment, they were playing 3 on B, and they've even put Cypher in a very aggressive position towards ramp, so they can hold more defensive lines towards B site until contact comes through, and now it has.
As Kriaz did a trade back on Dobbo, Twist to fall on the lurk out towards Ram. Now they've got to take the B site. Thomas, first responder here. Backups on the way here in the form of Adam, taking some damage. Anakez taking more back of his own right. Dead to the hands of Thomas, but Plesson picking up an M4. So this with 3-on-3. Cypher with a backstab though, deals with 1 and 2, and Adam will deal with the last.
Anakez going really aggressive in that matter, trying to win out a fight towards the generator's position, but unfortunately puts the bomb down and drops it in an awkward angle. It means that for Finest, they don't have that comfortability of that wrap play and at least slowing the clock. And Cypher realized pretty quickly that it wasn't any further force towards that ramp control. And yeah, there it is again, that bomb being dropped out to the generators, and Cypher on the backstab makes it an important round victory.
The gap starts to really close now from 7 to 2 to now 7 to 5. Was originally a 5-0 start as well for the Finest lads. ITB found a lot more in the latter part of the CT side than the start of the matchup itself. The first 2 frags have gone the way of Finest though. Cypher and Wolfie 2 to 4.
Super early into the round, and even Kreyaz is starting to walk forward towards B. Pleasant's a lurk on A. Thomas is going to get dealt with. I can't see any way in which these CTs stay alive, Jay.
I mean, they could save. They haven't got a lot of presence over here towards the A site for the likes of Finest, and they will find Pleasant in the end. Meanwhile, the walk out to the B site has come forward, and there's no resistance there, no retake for ITB. And off the back of a round like that, like you kind of surprised that ITB got anything so far in the last few rounds. Like Finest dealt with them so easily here.
At the same time, though, these last couple of rounds, we've had ecos, we haven't had the full extent of the buy-up, so it's understandable in that exchange, but the opening advantages to be gained that quickly is definitely a surprise in the rifle rounds that have been seen so far. Dobbo getting down towards that bottom of ramp position, Twist on the other side. Depends on how gutsy they are. They're definitely putting more emphasis on the hunt, for sure.
There's Twist with a swing on Dobbo. Adam, last man standing, gets one. Incendiary trying to throw down to protect himself, but only so one position. Allows Shocks to peek in from the site. Get 8 on the board for Finest to win the half on T side.
And now for the economy game for ITB, it means that it's vital that they win round 14 just to give themselves something to work with for the last of the half. They don't have a lot of loss bonus. They don't have enough money in the reserve to post something up strong. At least they'll give themselves at least an adequate buy come the next. But yeah, not being able to hold on to the weapons does make the flawless nature of Finest so much more doable to make it a 10-5 half.
Nades with a smoke combination. The Molotov sent down by the CT side. Suppression involved towards Ali. The swing out from Adam and Dobbo gets Kreyaz to start things off for ITB. Clearing out most of the B site control and must be aware that A is going to be the play.
They have to in the initial stance. That's a very good play to dive forward with a couple of players, but there's a war coming through from Anarchez. They don't know about this.
He's dealt with on Twist's part. Thomas can get him a 5-on-3 now. Walk forward from Pleasant is going to protect that bomb. Backups on the way in. Anarchez is up. Providing the backline support. Can't quite see Thomas just yet, hiding in that smoke and backing away towards the CT lineup.
A very difficult position for Finest. The spam is pretty good onto Cypher's position. At least they know he's out towards yellow.
Driving him away from the common positions. The fire back over at ramp. Continuing to provide suppression and force ITB away. The smokes will start to clear. The AWP's got to take a directive fight, and Anarchez will strike against the man. See Cypher and get that headshot. But Wolfie trades and Thomas responds. Pleasant now left alone in the 1-on-3. Getting number 1, but not number 2.
A very good effort to try and come through from Anarchez to make that round plausible, but you just felt as if there were so many CTs to hold on direct A face that the swings are going to come out eventually. I think we've got some very good glimpses from both Anarchez and from Wolfie in this first half of Vertigo.
Beautiful shooting. Definitely been a back and forth up for your rivalry. It's completely contrast to Anarchez and forZe from yesterday. Both sides are up as keeping pace going into the last round of the half. Finest have a very broken buy and it won't feature an AWP this time.
It just shows how important it really was for Finest to completely capitalize in on that last one. A Cypher with the MP9 playing quite a close range towards the bottom of ramp position. A slight boost up to come through from Banger. Dobbo's on the other side though.
Match is over, Dobbo waiting. The SMG of Cypher is 4 on first. Killed off by Pleasant, who doubles up towards his ramp control. Put down by Thomas in the end as Kreyaz now works in with his own rifle. Against Dobbo to a 4-on-2 situation. The B site now under siege. Adam rotating to position, will try find an angle to work with, but if he falls, there's going to be no chance left for right to be in this round. Twist has walked right past him, but eventually gets the kill.
And now for Thomas, he's just left alone. A site hasn't been taken, it's over towards B. Needs to rotate out. This is going to be a night for Finest.
Yeah, he's got to try commit to something, though. He's got to get some sort of potential play. Swing out, Shock sees him, and he gets that quick swing, but Twist being so close deals with him all the same. A 9-6 half of Finest off the back of a stellar start of their T side, and that was their better half after the break.
Where am I trying to guide you? To site?
What's the site, and then I need to kill him.
Okay, keep going. Yeah, you're on a site. Adam's behind headshot.
Aim to the right. Shoot, shoot! I mean, left.
Okay, you're up.
Oh my god.
He's shooting you. You're planting the bomb.
Oh, shoot it! Left.
60 right now. Oh my god. Okay, you're still behind the hay bale.
I'm trying to go to the I'm trying to go far left corner and pit. Where am I?
You're currently in front of headshot.
Yeah, you're shooting him. Two. Yeah!
I got.
No, no. Two. Oh,
Oh my god, what the f?
Jesus Christ. Move to the right.
Am I?
You're short right now.
Yo,
Shoot!
yep, right.
Shoot!
You short?
What the
Yeah, perfect. You're through short. He's in graveyard. You're staying on graveyard right now. He's still there. Oh, well, left side. He's on top now. That was gonna be hard.
Aim up! To the right! Wait! He's running upstairs. I'll tell you when to shoot. I'll tell you when to shoot. Aim up! Aim up!
Oh, no, right, just a tiny bit right. Michael, right. Oh my god.
Where now? Where now?
He's still up and left.
To the left! Shoot now! Up! No, no, no! Left, left! Up!
Oh, slightly right, slightly right. More right. Yes, shoot. Hit him 3 times. He's run away, Right, he's running towards long, and you're currently in pit right now. You're currently in front of default. He's on site. He's pillar.
Aim left.
He's
No,
right,
shoot,
right,
shoot,
right,
shoot.
literally right in front of you, but you need to aim more down.
Aim left! Aim left!
Aim way more down. Way more
Am I down?
Yeah.
Like this?
Will it, no, way more down again. Yeah.
Where is he?
He's right in front of you. Ready? Do you got to pre-find a corner? Shoot. To your left!
Where, man?
To your left right now. Yeah, this guy.
He's gonna have to plant. Shoot now! Wait, no! Plant! He's faked it! To the left! Yes! Yeah!
Let's go! Forget what this is. You're gonna have to tell me.
Okay. Just aim there, yeah? Aim up! Aim up! Ready? Shoot! No! Stop! Ready? Go up!
Now, that he's still to your right. Okay, more left now. He's running away to your left.
He's planting, okay? Yeah, default. You legged him! Pistol! Shoot! To the right! Yeah!
Well, a scoreline that comes down to the 3-round differential could have been more for the likes of finals, but ITB mounting up their hope as we head towards the second half. Their pistol round could be important, Blake.
Yeah, it really could be, again, to emphasize the whole idea of the weakness of ITB in pistol rounds. 0-4-5, Jay. They need to find a way back in. And just knowing that Finest are now on their CT side, they win the pistol, I think they can steamroll themselves to victory and have a very one-sided first map.
Yeah, in spite of how much more one-sided it could have ended up being for the Finest camp, they still were able to keep things under wraps and keep the advantage at the turn of the half. Now is their big chance to turn it all towards their favor. ITB need to change their statistics, change the numbers, turn things towards their favor. Early prods in towards the B site, but the play towards ramp stacks 4 players up.
And even for Plesson's point of view, just jiggling down onto the angle, waiting for a contact. They've got a heavy stack play onto B, and now that he's been goosed, he has to play back passive, has to be as deep as possible.
And 9 points of health for the man in the sniper's nest alongside Kriaz here. Molotovs sent down by the T side to drive away from sandbags. Kriaz will take point on this defensive smoke sent down to the elevator entrance. He walks out for ITB, will get onto the site, taps forward towards Kriaz, doing damage, not quite getting the kill. The bomb will go down instead.
They've still got so much util. There's a couple of HEs. Unfortunately, the frags are starting to rain through. Adam's so aggressive on the post plant.
And Plesson and Twitch trying to see if they can bait them forward. Finest, the HP damage done so early has forced them into passiveness, and as the quick peeks in have left them all completely for dead. Dobbo and Adam to close out the last couple of plays, in particular for Adam and Dobbo with the doubles. And a pistol gained by ITB, so finally their first pistol of the tournament.
Yeah, it's still there from Finest. Obviously, they had a bit more emphasis over towards that B side. You had the first engagement coming through from Plesson towards the top of ramp, getting goosed down in the process. And while they had 3 players with nades, they weren't really able to get the stack involved. The bomb plant went down too quickly. No way of the disallowance. And now with the force buy coming through from the second round, we can have a look at ITB's buy and say, geez, there aren't many SMGs.
They're going whole hog with the rifles. AKs and Galils instead, sparing no expense, giving no room back in for Finest. They know how good they can be. The Eagles in play for this round could still find the steal, and that could be even worse than ITB losing the pistol.
Oh, it really could be. And for Finest, getting a double boost up. This you don't see all too often, Jay, because maybe you have one boost, but you don't have the other. And if ITB go in for a ramp take, they need to clear both of these pre-aims.
Finest got the right read on this one. I don't know if they've done their homework as to how much ITB play in mid. But no one's going to go there. And if ITB were to walk there now, then they just have full reign of whatever site they wanted to go to. Particularly B, only one player holding for it. They'll spray through, do damage to Shocks, force that boost off. But are they aware of Plesson? Thomas certainly isn't. Smoke sent down and no head is turned this way. Perfect, the headshots can get gain, and now they've read it. Now they've dismantled the boost setup for Finest.
They know what's going on, but rather than relocating, rather than going back down towards B, they want to keep going and pressing their way forward onto this, Jay.
And kill down on Shocks for it for Cypher. Wolfie and Cypher taking the damage. Now Thomas charges forward to the Mac 10. Still got Twist held back to B just in case there's something else going on here, but have to turn that push forward into a backstab. Now Plesson is next to drop, a 5-on-3. Kriaz not seen just yet. Thomas charges in against the man and does lose his life for it. Blind fire, Mac 10 picked up the spray, comes back to a 3-on-3 situation, so actually this could still work out.
This is so winnable now for Finest. Set themselves up with a retake util. They've still got a smoke to work with on Twist. They've got to try and get that backstab into a good position.
And not moving for it though. Half the time is ticked by, and even Anarchist hasn't got his heart set in this retake. So far separated from Kriaz, watching the B side. They're trying to ensure they don't lose their lives. But ultimately will lose the round itself. Mac 10 forcing forward, trying to get another good exit onto Cypher. At least make this relatively expensive. Now Twist will lean forward, catch Cypher for damage. Kriaz does turn on Dobbo here, and Cypher might even go up with the bomb itself. Mac 10 to swing, just about get the frag with the bonus money. So yes, an expensive round there for ITB.
I'd love to see Finest force buy again, Jay. Knowing that they've still kept a player in and 4 players to drop on the other side, you could go about that risk investment, start to see if you could really break it. I think a missed opportunity for Finest in the 3v3 to not really give themselves enough of a go on the retake. I think this is just poor post plants coming through for ITB, just sending themselves so aggressively from both Thomas and from Adam. They're lucky they didn't get punished for it. Oh, here we go.
Think about, yeah, there's the force buy, but you think about what Finest did on that exit frag attempts, what they could have done if they went for the retake itself. Instead for the force buy, they've lost Plesson first and foremost. Kriaz's M4 set with the SMG crossfire. Backs turn towards Ali, they think it's safe. Anarchist gets that kill, and now Kriaz has to strike against one. Just barely gets damage onto the second man, but Shock comes up with a 5-7. Trying to turn it into a 3K, but no. Dobbo responds, now up against 2 more.
Lovely stuff. So much chaos going down towards a ramp portion, and Dobbo's been seen.
Burst fire from Kriaz. Suppress him back here, make sure he can't make his move up the top, but will fall back himself. Twist with the quick prod, tanks the damage, but dishes out more with that 5-7 and will get the wall bag in the end for the frag, for the round, for the steal for Finest.
And this is where you've got to put yourself in the risk versus reward. Is it unorthodox to buy again there? Absolutely. There aren't many teams that would go for that risk, but you've got to weigh it up, Jay. The fact that Anarchist stays alive, the fact that 4 players drop in that last round, it's a risk play. They go in for the force instead, and look what they do with it. They're aggressive, they press, they put so much chaos towards that top of ramp position. The ITB fumble, and now their double ego status. This could be Finest really steamrolling ahead now.
And you brought up the poor post plants from ITB. I want to say poor just domain over towards ramp in general, because you saw how many backs were turned towards that SMG's play, and that's what started off the rickroll. Anarchist does find Wolfie out towards that smoke position. He's the first man to fall, just blind sprays at pre-fires. Adam, hope to God that someone extends and can get a trade frag, but now he's in a corner and pinned.
And they're very passive towards the top of ramp. Finest don't want to make rookie mistakes, aggressing down ramp like that. Very ballsy play. Play up towards the top of the sandbags, have a vertical crossfire. Plesson and Kriaz are in a very good position to shut this down completely.
Kriaz will get up the ghost on that one though. Plesson will be forced to fall back as a result. Incendiaries to stop the progress from ITV.
Yeah, that's actually a very good refrag coming through from Adam. A lot of patience holding that corner for a good 30-odd seconds. And now starting to lead the charge up towards the alley position into A.
That second AK in the hands of Thomas now. I think that Incendiary was supposed to go down towards alley. Instead landed on the site itself. Flashes go over. And 2 players start peeking. Plesson is blind. A backstab is also coming in for Anarchist. Shock swings and lines up 2 alongside Plesson's support. They can take them both down and dish out the damage to Dobbo, the last man standing. Overwhelmed by the AK as Finest continue to mount it up.
A slight chain there for ITB. Obviously, they get the return frag from Adam holding the discipline angle onto Kriaz, overextending down towards the tarps. And they're not really able to muster up much from that point onwards. You could just see how quickly the CTs are to get into position. And as soon as Plessen, even before he really struck to a kill, Jay, that he just jiggles and sees the bomb and mass contact out towards yellow, it's just an information play.
ITB reduced to just Glocks now. Thinking about going for the run boost initially, they actually set it up towards the mid boost instead. Stack up the pyramid of T's. Watching and waiting with the 3-man crossfire, hoping that someone goes for some sort of play out here. And it's 4 players overall with 1 man on the offsite. So I hope the finest extend and make that mistake, but they're not going to do so. They go downstairs towards the B side, so it's kind of like the complete opposite of what they were expecting.
Well, I'd say, Jay, they are extending. They're just not extending mid. And for Anarkes, he could still drop here. There's so many players crossfiring, and yeah, there's the kill. That's exactly what they're waiting for.
I'm surprised that Adam got that without any support and any real damage to his name. M4 to work with for ITB, but they've wasted a whole minute to get that play.
There's not really much that's going to get gained from this position onwards. The damage has been on for 1. If they can find another kill and put the M4 into players that have at least got some backing behind them in the trades, then just try and see if they can get some damage. They do need to get a little bit of a move on, and as of right now for Finest, they are playing quite passively and deep in the bomb sites directly.
Less than 30 seconds for ITB to make their move. All sorts of footsteps to be heard here in mid. Plessen trying to tap and burst spray on towards them. Not quite getting much out of it, though. The massive T-side forces got to get dealt with by the SMG and the AK. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like a player will fall. They will actually get those 2 kills in the end, so a 2-on-2 situation. Bomb can also go down to this bonus money, but Kriaz swings to deny that much and gets both those kills, but they lose 4 players for it, and memes involved in all.
Phenomenal eco. That is unreal. They had 4 Glocks and a P250, and they get 4 kills. That should never happen. It started off with that first pick, even the quick wraparound in towards the B site. You're up against 2 defenders. Kriaz making sure that it doesn't get too wild, it doesn't get out of hand. And for Finest, they really need to put their foot down on this rifle round, otherwise they could be on double eco status themselves.
Orbs brought in initially to try and face out towards Rab. Plessen, edge of the smoke, will try and lean in. Flash catches him completely blinded, but the teams that have walked forward have absolutely no idea. Plessen's going to get that 1 frag and can't find any more than this. He started things off well.
I love the way that he just backs off there. So different to how ITB were holding the ramp control. Play the man advantage, don't need to continue fighting. Him and Kriaz have definitely learned their lesson from rounds previously. And for ITB, now you've got to try and regain this ramp control. The issue is the lack of util on the T side.
Bursting on continuously for those rifles, trying to suppress ITB with the bullets. Try and blind fire themselves. 3 or 4 shots ringing out from Wolfie, hoping for the wallbang connection, and not going to find it though.
Working in and around the util. This could be Kriaz on for quite a bit. The bomb could actually get dropped too.
As double with a swing back, Kriaz is caught 4-on-4. Plessen waiting and hearing all those players around him, but just can't quite seem to find the time of day, can't quite seem to find the pick back.
Yeah, ITB trying to see if they can catch a timing of Plessen relocating. Even that backstab's going to become fairly quick. ITB need to get a move on again.
Smokes down. I think Anakin just spotted Wolfie out there. Wins out the Orb for your battle. Shocks now in the backstab. Removes Dobbo, leaving Thomas and Adam the last 2 players remaining. Tap on the bomb once. 16 seconds to get the plant itself, and Thomas might not be allowed that. Yeah, Twist will get the trade back. Adam left alone. 10 seconds. Surely not enough time to win this round here.
No, gotta save. Hold on to the weapon and bring it into the next round. And Jay, I wonder if you agree with me. This is like a snail's pace on T side. This is proper slow for ITB. They are really running the clock. And they're not catching enough of over-rotations. They're not catching people off guard because of it. And for Finest, it just means play the crossfire, play defensive on the site, and the round is theirs.
Well, I've seen some slow T-sides in the past from ITB, and right now it's too slow to really get anything above the Finest side. They always strike first, and there's no push forward to regain the advantage or the trade or anything like that. Issues compounding. ITB on the back foot to start this half, now left on the back foot as the second tactical comes in for the Brits.
And that was such an important round for both teams, because obviously there was double eco status in from Finest, and there was ITB not having enough money to get a proper buy forward. So you're in a state where both teams' economies were down in the dumps, and Finest come out on top. And knowing that Adam had to save that AK forward, knowing that you've half buyed around it, we can at least say that their ecos in the past have been fairly successful. We saw that only previously. But they need steals, Jay. They need rounds. They've got to get closer to minimalizing the distance of the scoreline.
Upgrade pistols around the saved AK, a half buy for ITB. Be allowing Finest to get pretty close to the end here. Nades up, SMG of Krez. Look at how far forward he wants to get. Two to line up, only gets one. Cypher, very fast to respond.
Even Pleasant just trying to see if it could slow it down, put that incendiary spam out towards the right. And Finest know the more competitive they make this round, the easier it's going to be from them, just because of the lack of weaponry being brought forward.
Rotates back towards that B site. Adam will lead the charge. Twist. Holding on with the M4. Adam swings out. Twist captures the frag for it. Nades on to do some damage. Quite a lot of it actually towards Wolfie. No Kevlar, so no support to his own part. ITB. Still got time to change their minds. They want to go towards the A side, but the smokes are coming down. They're suppressed.
Yeah, they have to commit here. They don't have enough map control. They don't know if the ramp peak has come through for an aggressive maneuver. Even Twist just relocating, getting out towards his quad position. This is so tough for ITB to crack. They need Cypher to get an entry. They've got to get that AK into some good hands.
Flash forward, spray through, catches Wolfie. Cypher, low HP, spray back, dealt with on Twist's double. Triple overall in the round. On for the quadra perhaps. Yep, wins out against Thomas. Should grab that AK as well. 14-8, Finest only 2 away from the victory. And despite ITB getting the pistol, they really haven't had a look in this half.
No, not at all. It's been a fairly one-sided affair to come through from Finest, and that's the expected outcome. Again, this is one of their strongest maps in the pool. They haven't gone through with a punish pick at all. They've actually just got into a strength. We know that they've had some very good results on it on recent history, and especially on that city side. Without being tested, without that economy break, ITB have had the struggles, and Shock's just peeking into mid-try. Adam to fall early.
I'm starting to feel like this is the beginning of the end now, Dweg. ITB have had serious issues getting these opening frags. The burst in from the first frag, leaving Adam for dead, and ITB wondering what they can do without his leadership, and the answer to that question might be not much.
Oh, even that. 1-for-1 trade, you're gathering information. Pleasant stuck behind the ramp sandbags. They do have a couple of mollies, Jay. The question is, do they use them? Well, maybe not, because Twist has already got the backstab. Bomb's been dropped. Thomas is the last one.
1v4. Just not going to happen for him. Gets the one frag. That's as far as it goes. 15-8 map point for Finest on their own map pick. ITB held a respectable fight when they started to return rounds in the first half, but much like they did against Fnatic, it's only a period of grace, a period of decency, and a back and forth affair for only a moment. In the end, it all devolves to the favor of their opponents. 7 map points for Finest now.
Yeah, they've got so many rounds to play with, and just knowing that Wolfie doesn't even have a chance to get that AWP out, fast play out of the gate, and it's Adam to drop again. How many times have we seen, both in the first half and in the second, that he's just given up his life so quickly in the rounds?
Getting desperate for an entry. Oh, and Anarchist does get caught off initially by the boost up, a little bit just out of his purview. Very awkward nade from his own part. Forcing him back out towards CT spawn to watch mid from passive positions. Plesser, meanwhile, is traded, so way back in for ITB for round 24.
Yeah, Wolfie's got a fair amount of mid pressure to be taken quite aggressively in and around that construction position. Cypher doesn't know about the sandbags player. This could be a round-winning play by Kriyaz.
Spray through in, gets the kill against Cypher. Brings back the advantage for Finest. Don't know if it's round winning just yet. ITB have rotated into the B site, evading ramp entirely. And trying to find something towards that B player. Got a flank in towards mid that could also come through from Scaff. Bursts and sprays towards the man. Wolfie's Galil face up. The AWP catches him, and now it's going to be down to 2 players for ITB. And Twist follows suit with Thomas, leaving all the Dobbo. Last man standing, gets that one trade. Tagged to less than half, forced in by Shocks out towards the back of ramp, and it's 16-8. A decimating affair there from Finest towards the end. And it felt like it was going to be relatively competitive for ITB off the back of that tech pause, but ever since that point, ever since the turn of the half, in spite of the pistol, it was looking like Finest all the way. And that's a relatively good affair to start things off in this series.
And they got the job done, and they didn't get tested. And we have to look back at ITB's performances so far, Jay, and say they got 6 rounds against Fnatic when it came to Nuke. They got 7 rounds against Fnatic when it came to Mirage. They've now got 8 rounds against Finest here on Vertigo. None of these maps are close. None of these maps are even competitive, and that does not bode well going into your map pick at all.
Absolutely not, but it is a map pick that they have kind of punished against the Finest side, so we'll see how far Overpass can go for ITB as we head towards a short break and come back with map 2.
Liquid.
What? No, you idiot. It's Hellraisers.
What the
B is the final answer.
Final answer B.
Yeah.
If this is wrong, you're getting Clyde.
That's right. It's Hellraisers.
Bro, Liquid was like 2016, you donut.
I'm
You
saying
know it?
B.
No, it's C, bro. 2004.
How do you... It's like, you're a geek. I rate this.
Final answer C, sir.
Final answer C.
Yeah, that sounds like it's wrong, but
Are you sure?
Oh.
maybe it's C, bro.
B or A, I'm
Wait,
saying.
Half-Life television website. Half-Life came out
That's
after it was 2000, bro. It was after 2000, so it's 2002. It's obviously not 2010.
It's A.
Bro, I
It's A.
swear it's C, bro. We can go A.
I'm saying A.
Okay, we say A.
So final answer A.
Oh, why
it's
you
gonna be B,
saying
bro. It's gonna be B.
Yeah, it's A. It's A.
Oh, Kai,
Yes!
much love, brother.
Yeah, that's the brain.
Which team won DreamHack Open Push?
Envious.
Okay.
Number C. Kenny S. That's my brother. Kenny S. Woo! Who
Yeah.
MVP in the tournament?
This
That's
when
my
you're
boy
wrong.
Kenny. It's envious, bro. Kenny won it,
I thought
100%.
Nick went on some mad win streak.
Nah. It's the same major when Carrigan missed the USP shot and Kenny won the 1v2 from B-side Cobble and he killed Carrigan and he killed Zipex.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. That's that one.
We've got some history on here.
That's my boy.
I swear Mirage was definitely not in it. On my waffle.
Mirage was for sure in it.
The first 2.
Wait, what? The first 2 majors?
The first 2 majors had
No, I know
only...
the DreamHack ones.
The first 2 majors...
Overpass was for sure in it.
Was it though?
Yeah, because I remember seeing a clip of the old Overpass when you could entry the site from... It was just open.
Yeah, but that was like after.
Maybe trained.
Maybe it was Mirage. I don't
Yeah,
remember
it
seeing an
was.
old Mirage clip, bro.
Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure it's Mirage.
Mirage,
how old is
Inferno
old?
for sure was. I mean, bro, this is 2013. I remember how the old Mirage looked, and I've never seen. Mirage is one of them for sure because
Yeah.
I've never seen an old clip on it. Okay, I'm willing to risk it and go train. Mirage and train. Inferno obviously was. Let's go Mirage and train. Because I don't remember any old school train clips.
Just one thing. There only one of these questions is right.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so you have to get both of them right. You mean, right?
No. Only one of these maps wasn't played in first 2 majors.
Oh, it's only one answer.
Yeah. Only one answer is right.
Mirage.
Well, then it's Mirage.
Yeah.
Answer B.
It's C.
What? I'm waffling. No. What? I swear I seen
thought it
clips
was like
of
that
bro.
because but they changed the overpass after, then they brought it in for 2014. That's what I was thinking. But I don't remember a Mirage clip, bro, from way back when. This year.
For sure made it.
You think so?
Pretty.
It was his worst placing. It was 13th.
Yeah,
It was 13th.
yeah.
Number A, Mr. Admin.
He was 11.
Oh.
I mean, it's honestly at this point, it's how it is, you know.
Yeah. Wait, before that, wasn't he like top 4? Like, how many years in a
Yeah,
row?
like 6 years in a row or something.
Me.
Legend. Goat, man.
Go. Here's the go. Oh wait.
No, it's the Night Wish.
I wish. Yeah.
Pretty easy for you.
Yeah.
You're right.
This
Night
go
Wish.
with AK skin.
That's for my boy Oni Pixel, man. Skin
Yeah.
guy. I love you, Oni. But this is wrong though in euros. Ah, factory new. Oh, then it's C. It's C. 1 to 1.8k euro.
Final
I
answer.
guess.
I like.
Yeah.
I read the answer.
It's not A. Factory new. Yeah. There's no way it's more than 2k. But I saw the field tested one for $550. Yeah, I would say C. But the way you're saying it makes me feel like it's B. But I think it's C.
There's no way it's more than 2k. No way.
It's such a rare skin though.
Low key, I'm saying A. You know.
Bro, there's no shot, bro. Bro, you say A.
Yeah.
Kai,
remember
field
it's been-
tested is $500, bro. It's not factory new,
Okay, it
it's
has
not
to be
A.
D, then. It's not D. It's not. There's no way it's more than 2k. Impossible.
Yeah, but
Impossible.
if it's Steam market, then it's worth way more. That's what I'm saying.
I think you just hit. I think you look in C. I think you look in C.
It's C. It's C. It cannot be more than 2k because skin prices have gone up recently. It's C, Mr. Admin. I think.
So final answer. C.
Yeah.
He's making me doubt.
You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Fuck
what I
me.
said from the
The
start as well.
hesitation,
It's
man.
what I said from the
You
start,
can't be
man.
doing us with that. You can't be doing us with a hesitation. Holy sh.
Yeah, I mean, I know it already. It was a copyright issue with the artwork. D.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Oh my god.
You see, like, the dragon on it?
Yeah.
In the middle of that, he used that image of Google and never asked for the rights to the image, and then once the company realized it was in the game, they like filed a lawsuit and off had to remove it. That's why it became more expensive.
Isn't that wolf?
Oh, yeah, wolf then, yeah, whatever that is.
Yeah, dragon wolf can be.
The C, the Hellride, and the stairs. There's no stairs on the ramp. That looks like a disability ramp
Yeah, you're right.
for like a wheelchair or something. Yeah, that's true. You don't see that guy.
I was looking at the stats on the left. Okay, I saw that. Wait, what's the third? Oh, the C. I didn't see the C. Yeah.
I would remove Dust 2, and I would remove Vertigo, and I would bring in an updated version of Cobble and the old version of Cash. Like this.
Cash was on row actually. I
Because
like
Cash got removed and it was still one of the most played maps, so
Yeah.
people would play it
Actually,
again.
I
Or
would-
if not Cash, like a season or something.
Yeah, I would replace Cash with Ancient. Then we're good.
Cash with Ancient?
Yeah. Ancient.
So you just want to bring back... You mean replace Ancient with Cash?
Yeah.
Yeah. So guys, this has been Smooyer and Cypher here, taking on this amazing little Republic quiz. We didn't do as planned, but it was pretty good. Cypher, you guys know who Cypher is.
God bless.
The onliner.
Okay.
Then you got Smooth Dog, the biggest onliner. Yeah, boys, it was fun. Thank you very much for inviting us, guys. Hopefully I can win this league as well, like I did last time with Fnatic. Yeah. Maybe 2-time champ, back to back. Baby.
Bye bye.
Well, so fast, not so good for the ITB side and for Smoothie to win this title here in Republic Season 3. Down and out of map 1 in a 16-8 fashion. He might not be playing in server, but his squad certainly is, and they have not had the start they wanted in this series. The opposing map picked to their credit, so at least Finest have gained that much over on Vertigo. As we move towards Overpass, the outlook does look a little bit better, but not by a massive amount for me, Dwayne.
Yeah, I'm in the same agreement there. For ITB, this is a tough affair. If they show more competitive nature, if they put on a better stance there on Vertigo, I'd probably have a little bit more of a backing that it can go to a third map. But just seeing the way that Finest weren't really tested, and in those important rounds, in those economical resets, we just didn't really see it come through at all. And for ITB, I think they're going to struggle on their map pick, even though it's a strong one in the pool from them.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Like, I think if they're going to get this victory, it's going to be like a very close 16-13, 16-14 style of victory over on their map page, just because of how good this Finest side looked like. They had everyone firing on all cylinders, and we had criticisms to the likes of Anarchiz, for example, during that last match in yesterday's proceedings. He was on fire with the AWP, comparable with Wolfie up until about halftime, where he really was able to take over with his own AWPing prowess. So for me, I'm looking at that and I'm thinking that that's going to be a major difference maker coming into this second map. Things just look fantastic for them on Vertigo. And ITB, I mean, they had that one period where things looked pretty decent, and then it all fell apart from there, much like it did against Fnatic the same.
And even when I reflect back to that first map of the series, I can't even think to my mind, okay, who was the standout entity? Because there wasn't really, yeah, we had some good performances from Anarchiz, but overall it was just team play being on key. And I think about the amount of opening man advantages they got in both the first half and the second. Adam was just giving way too many of them away when he's playing the ramp sandbags, on T side especially. And I start wondering for ITB, unless they change some of their defaults and protocols about giving up opening fights, it's going to be so tough to gain rounds here on Overpass.
Yeah, to me, I look at that and I do feel like towards the end, Adam was getting desperate for opening picks, and I feel like ITP were right to assume that desperation because they really were running out of ideas. They really were running out of things in the playbook. They got the pistol conversion and then they just lost it all from there on. Like 2 force buys came back from Finest. A second one was able to be enough to completely break the ITB side. And we talked about the idea of them being weak and coming into this match without their main AWPer, and the idea that obviously they were in this series as underdogs in the first place. And right now, all it looks like is those things are just compounding to what should end up being their demise right here on Overpass. Again, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and try and get something on the board here. I did say at the start of the series that Overpass would be the one map for them to win. And if they are going to win it, it's going to be right here and now. So let's see whether they are going to do anything right now. With the pistol round coming up live, you mentioned that they haven't been that great in pistols over the course of the tournament so far here for ITB. They did get their first hit on that last half.
Yeah, they did end the streak at least. It's whether they can actually mold anything further going into Overpass. And just knowing that what this map holds, typically it's always Smooth that we look at as being a key figure. I think Thomas is now going to have to be pushed into a lot of those roles of allowing a lot of high impact kills to come through. Adam actually seems to be a very good performer on this map too. It's one of his best in the pool entirely, but you are going up against a very strong Finest side, and that is what you do need to keep in mind.
And they look good on this Finest camp. Again, set and ready to try and take this 2-0 and take away any control for Into the Breach. Any chance for Into the Breach. Any way into this third map for the British boys. Finest on the CT side to kick things off here on Overpass. And if there is a half where you'd expect them to really take control for, it would be this one.
And just knowing for Finest too that Mirage is their third most picked map in the pool, it shows that this is a map that they still enjoy playing in best of threes. Interesting start into the pistol. They've got 1 on B and a 4-man setup towards Fountain.
Set and ready to hold their own. USP tapping on for Anarchiz, connects to Adam, and Anarchiz and Krias can just double up the crossfire. 2 kills apiece. Decimation in mid. Good start for Finest.
Okay, that's an eye-opener. Typically speaking, Jay, with that sort of pistol, you might see 4 on B and a 1-spotter up towards that party position, get the contact towards decon, fullback. Instead, it's an unorthodox play. 2 in con, 2 at long, and, well, with the flash from Shox, it was a mow down. No one could see a thing. The crossfires are being locked. ITB just gets sandwiched.
Decimated in an instant. Finest looking to carry that decimation forward on from that last map into the pistol and now into the rest of this one. Fantastic start, forcing out the force buy for ITB. So contrary to their buy status here in this second series for them in the tournament. Trying to work with it as best they can. Wolfie is going to get tagged up early at 78 points of HP. 1 of 2 Mac 10s in play.
Anarchiz just waiting for that smoke to clear. Even Krias looking back over towards a boost spot again. Not seeing anything towards short water. And for Dobbo, he is desperate to exploit Anarchiz because that could be the start of the round.
There's the kill found. Dobbo down. And no trade potential for ITB. They've got such a tiny amount of map control here.
Even Anarchiz is aggressing forward up towards T-Cob with a teammate just behind him of Plessen. Now, it does for a moment open up Connector completely, but Twist might be there to at least spot 1.
Rotations up. Burst fire from Plessen will tank some damage and dish out some more to Cypher, but that Deagle will ultimately find the frag. Anarchez next up will get Adam in return. Twist bursting forward. Wolfie will turn his Mach 10 into a decent pick, but only for so long. The trades are so good for Finest. Meanwhile, ITB have found their way onto the A side, so they get the bomb plant at least. With the force buy involved in this round, the money bonus won't mean much here.
Now, ITB have to try and really aggress further forward, cut off these rotates. They know that Shox is coming up from the stairs position, and Thomas is trying to get further forward.
Force the issue out on Shox, doing the damage towards him, getting tanked down of his own right. Tech9 can still win that one good fight, though. The Eagle of Cypher gets overwhelmed, and now Thomas between a rock and a hard place here. C2's facing him all up and down the shot. The defuse will be held for 10 seconds. Know exactly where he is. Yeah, there's the kill. There's the round.
I think ITB have got to buy again here, Jay. 2 kills and a bomb plant. You've got to get that break. You've got to get off to a good start, and that's what we were talking about in the series yesterday against Fnatic, is the early contention. We didn't see any of that in the last map. We didn't see any of that on Vertigo. It was, what, until the 6th round that they actually gained their first.
Do hope that that streak does not quite go that far here for ITB if they allow all things to fall apart like that. Where everything goes to hell. And they will opt for a hero rifle buy. It's a bit of a compromise, not quite forcing the issue, but not quite going harsh eco in this.
Try and get as much out of this round as possible. Know that if you do some damage and get the bomb plant, then you'll get Thomas up into a decent weapon next round and might even get one chucked over from a teammate anyway. Aggressive play again. Finest are giving absolutely no respect right now on the City side.
Yeah, just pushing straight into Adam. Making light work of him up towards that park angle. Finest continue pressing in from connected towards underpass. Dobbo caught off by the quick spray from Twist.
Yeah, ITB, this is what they're going to struggle against. Not the Finest side that really typically we see on Overpass, but the aggressive Finest side that we see in these sort of matches. And just knowing that it's a 5-on-3, it seems like they don't really care, Jay, even with man advantage situations. Anarchez eventually going to fall. It just feels as if Finest want to be on the front foot at all times.
This last rifle just to get picked up. Finest will go for the hunt as well, because they know that, yeah, they could lose quite a fair amount if they're given the individual fights, but if they manage to take that AK out of their hands, then they can have it for their own right. ITB will also be limited on the buy state, on Thomas's part at the very least. Force the issue should come through, but the Galil will be the main sticking point out for the next ITB buy. So for him to save would mean a lot to ITB here.
I don't think it's going to happen. Play up towards that left-hand side. The adjustment's not quite there. A 3-0 start coming through from Finest. And what we did talk about a little bit earlier, Jay, was obviously the ESEA Advanced playoff run that we've got for ITB. Beating the likes of Offset, beating the likes of Anonymo. Now, they picked Overpass in both of those best-of-3s. And what we saw on both maps were strong T-sides. 9 rounds on the T-side versus Offset. 9 rounds on the T-side versus Anonymo. And I'm looking at this one and thinking, if they don't get a strong T-side, Jay, this could just be the end.
It could well be. They are strong T-sides against lesser tier opposition, though. Again, Finest, when you take a look at the ESL structure, they are 1 tier above the advanced division. So how much value those T-sides might hold is yet to be seen. For now, it's the 1-for-1 trade with the guns coming out for ITB. Wolfie strikes first, but Adam responded to by Twist, who's very low HP here, could also be falling shortly. Kriaz has got to back him up.
Yeah, boost over for Twist to looking towards that top of connector position. And Thomas will have to get a little bit further forward if he wants to spot this entirely. Now, there is a slow walk contact into a long take, and if they start clearing out the A side completely, they might just rotate that bomb over from Wolfie too.
And the spray through from Anarchez does get dealt with in the end, so a 4-on-3. No one towards the A side either for the CT side. They stack B here. That one play down the connector will lead to Nout and lead towards what surely should be a safe call. Now, they do get Thomas in the end, so 3-on-3. SMG can also upgrade to the rifle if he wants to extend, and indeed he will be able to do so. And they're rotating towards A, so they might try their hand at this.
And they might do, and with Cypher getting so aggressive, this could be the punishment. If they drop this, the round is on.
Twists down instead. Molotov in towards Kriaz. He can try swinging for the quick trade back, and he will be able to do so. But there's Dobbo with a quick response. So Shox left alone. Out towards Connector, trying to rotate in towards mid. Quarter of the timer ticked down already, and he has got a kit, so he's got time. Where's that bomb planted for? I think on the backside of Dice, open for Bank. So Shox could go all the way around against the ITB camp, and it might be better to save the AK. There's quite an amount of cash for Finest, so they will go in for the buy. He can also drop a weapon here. So with no advancement taken by the teams, with no rifle, no fight being given up towards Shox, Won't opt to go for this retake. He will see the AWP and will take him down, so that'll do damage to the ITB economy state. They will be finest losing their first round of this map.
That's actually a very good position for Shox to be in because no AWP can be invested. So the fact that that gets dropped puts Wolfie on, what do you do? Go into a rifle instead, you go into one of those AK purchases. It just felt as if they're finest. They had a little bit too much coverage over towards the B side, so the retake was never really on. I do like the pressure that got applied for ITB, taking that deep map control. Obviously, they knew that A was very much open and plant for bank, but they actually started taking deeper control, and that's where they cut finest off the most.
Oh, look, for a retake that wasn't even on in the first place, they got quite an unfair amount of damage out in that round, so they can be happy. Especially considering it was still a bonus. They had 2 SMGs. Now they've got all the rifles out, which Shox will take to great effect, finding Adam to kick things off.
Yeah, Pleasant seeing nothing in T-Con, and Thomas is going to fall. This is where things get very much a breeze here for finest, because Cypher's making so much noise.
Running straight into Pleasant, who turns on for the double and almost gets it. The Dobber responds. 22 HP for him, though, so similar story to what we saw from Pleasant in the last round, where he was low HP. Easy trade to find. Kriaz will swing up against the high HP man of Wolfie. Struggle against him and will get forced back. Flashes in with a smoke down as well to press them. Gap in that smoke to the left side. The AK will swing and the AK will see nothing either. Kriaz will fall back. Is sandwiched though. Player in at the bathrooms. Dobbo flashes his way forward, swing forward, adjustment, doesn't know where to look, doesn't know where to go, and will get taken back.
He's wasting time though, added so much information to work with. Even Attica is posted with that AWP, aggressing further forward. This could be an easy pick on Dobbo, knowing that his teammates are rotating up in con.
Perfect angle to take a shot though. Ooh, the shoulder bait actually gets the kill, a 2-on-2, but the back's turn a connector as Shox drops the bomb. It's all on Wolfie now. In the bathrooms, back to lean out from Divider. 2 could line up right there, and if the spray had gone well, that would have been good. But not to be in the end. Shox closes, and finest will find 4.
And this is looking exactly like Vertigo, isn't it? And we could even have the discussion that realistically, finest are the stronger team out of them and Fnatic. Because you think of a higher HLTV ranking, a deeper placement in the most recent LAN that they both played in, and the fact that Heap is debuting his first match and his first event for the team. So knowing that ITB had to play Fnatic in the last game, now they're playing here against finest, it's a tough draw.
Spray is blind. They've already done the damage to Cypher, and Anarchist barely spots Dobbo at that gap in the smoke. Frag found and connected with the SMG again. An SMG frag to farm the money. He's leaning in for even more here. He might extend aggressive. Smoke will start to clear out a monster, and Thomas will be seen. Cypher might also get caught off. Adam might even give up the ghost. So much potential in the way this goes, but they swing together and into their demise. Shox only gets 1 kill for it. There were 3-on-3 situations. Cypher way far out. No support behind him there.
Even Pleasant getting aggressive towards T-Con. And while they are taking a lot of damage with a couple of these trades, it still seems like it's going to come out on top. Thomas trying to see if he can deny any of the aggression towards Monster. And now it's back to a 1v1, but he's got bomb control.
He's got the AK in the hands of Thomas, though. Quick swing out against Pleasant, sees the headshot and sprays through for the 3K. Thomas doing everything on his lonesome there for ITB.
And this is where finest have got to look at themselves and go, guys, was that necessary? I know that they're an aggressive team. They like to be on the front foot, especially on city side of Overpass. But what is going on here? Why are they pushing Monster like this? There is no need whatsoever.
Yeah, unnecessary stuff, and I guess they're getting a bit overconfident on the finest side.
100%.
We are starting to see the groundwork of that good T side that you mentioned from ITB, though. They might have had the slow start, but finest, I think I'm a bit of a room back into this next round, this T side so far. With the next round being as an awkward a buy as it is for the finest side. The M4 is very valuable to Shox's part. Does start off against Thomas, but loses a ton of HP to get it.
And remember back to Vertigo though, Jay. Anytime finest are in a force buy situation, whether it was great or not, and the economical reset was there, it felt as if ITB could not make the difference. And even for Twist, more information. Jump spotting towards short water, not seeing anything.
Backing away from position, Adam gets tagged. Kriaz, the AK picked up off the dead body of Thomas. Finds the frag. Finds the tag as well. The AWP, 2 to line up, only gets the 1, but he saw Cypher the same and has dropped that bomb for the info play.
Yeah, Pleasant down in Con, up against the bombs, spots it at least, does lose the fight. And for ITB, they are quite spread right now. And knowing that Anarchez is AWPing in towards bathrooms, I think they'll start shifting up towards B.
Yeah, Wolfie will keep his eyes on that just in case. The flash in to allow short control. Not all the short control, though, just prodding out of the connector door. Kriaz's AK set towards toxic barrels with a gap thereof. A smoke down from his teammate would allow the map control for ITB, but they're still prodding towards mid here. Adam is just a lurk.
Yeah, Cypher's been seen. They know. They've spotted the bomb.
Wolfie lesser known though. Adam swings in. Anarchez lands that frag, but doesn't get the second. Wolfie with a quick trade. Adam responds the same, 2-on-2, and gains that B site. Wolfie with a very, very late rotation. Is he going to get to the site in time? I don't know here. The CT side are going to fall back. 5 seconds. Nope, it's too late. It's far too late. He's just not going to do it. And you know it's over. They might even look for the exit frags after time. No nades they can put down to that position. It doesn't matter though. Finest win the round.
Come on, what is that? Mate. Even Wolfie should know better than that, right? He's probably just listening to the in-game leader for the mid-round call. Wolfie's been playing at the top of tier 2 for the last year and a half, Jay. He can't be making calls like that, or at least the decision to over-rotate when there's just no time. So slow. We criticized ITB on the T side of Vertigo for a snail's pace, and we saw it there again. Finest. This is gonna be easy, mate.
Deagle's on 2. ITB ripped apart in that last one. Blake's written off this series already. Thomas is revealed. Spray back onto 2. 3 players almost caught with a double up against Shocks. Has already found the start that the CT side need. The SMG of Anarchez. It's such an easy task against at least 1 player. The other 2 might come a little bit more difficult. That's what Twist is there for. Finding Cypher, finding Dobbo, and leaving Wolfie alone.
Just desperate to make anything happen. Decent shot coming through for Anarchez. Twist getting even closer, and Plesson's going to be the next guy to be the falling element to Wolfie. 6 on the board for ITB. And you got to wonder here, for the British side, what is the response? We haven't really seen many quick B plays. I'd like to maybe see that on an eco round. And this time around, they try it on the force, and there's not enough tradability, not enough util for my liking either. No molly going down to that barrels position.
And it's concerning to me that we're asking that question when Finest have got to 6 again, because we said the exact same thing for ITB. We asked the same question for ITB in the last map of Vertigo. And here they are on overpass, starting to formulate a decent sort of stand here in this map. Their T-side advantage that you mentioned so earlier, and silly mistakes like late rotations and an execution which looks so dire. Decimated by the rifles, decimated by the sprays and the lineups and the group ups from the T-side. Again, more mistakes being made on that front. As Twist picks up that opening start on the CTs here. We'll stay away out of connector. We'll watch him towards it, and the AWP in particular will take point.
Yeah, Anarchez very deadly, up close and personal. Even Shox is waiting for that lurk to come through from the monster position. Twist has spotted quite a lot towards connector, and Adam's just hoping to catch a timing.
Eagle waiting, Shox incendiary back. Adam tries to capitalize on it, but just can't do so. And the shot from Anarchez even goes through his own teammate to catch Cypher. Technically a collateral. We won't give it the benefit of that though. Shox cleans up the last, and it's just easy pickings for Finest. All 5 players alive.
And what a turnaround this entire series has been for someone like Anarchez. We think back to the game yesterday, 40 kills, 42 deaths, averaging a 0.96 rating. Wasn't really the best of performances. He comes out to the first map of the series of Vertigo, 16-9. And now you come in here on Overpass, and it's another good showing. 12 kills, 6 deaths. It's so much more positive, and that's what we wanted to see from him.
AK's brought back for the quick play in. Anarchez already caught a collateral tag, a kill onto Thomas. Adam with a quick response here, but he's low. Plesson's found Cypher meanwhile, and Kriaz and Shox will hold on to the site itself. Nades being sent back to the T-side line, catching Dobbo and Wolfie. Dobbo swings and brings it into a 3-on-3. Now it's a short attack from 2 CT players.
Now Kriaz is just trying to pull more distraction. The bomb's still not yet planted. Dobbo on top of default, and now it's just about time wasting.
And Bomb's going to push ahead over towards this bridge area. Scopes being heard by Adam watching the backstab, but no one's going to make their way in from that. It's all going to be about this short take. Dobbo and Wolfie suppressed towards this water position. Have got to stand and fight.
You got to wonder how they're even going to get coverage to get the bomb down. Remember, there's no smoke for them.
And Heaven's playing Overwatch for Plessin. The boost up for Dobbo might be the counterplay to that, but even Plessin's rotated away, thinking there might be a rotate perhaps. The reposition back towards the corridor. No, he thinks they might be playing towards the A side still. Twist will start to backstab though, and Adam thinks it's completely safe, so this M4 might close it.
Yeah, surely. No one's watching it. This could be a couple of kills. There's the first. Wolfie's been seen, and even that backstab, that lurk attempt up towards the top of Heaven's been disallowed. Finest just make that look so simple in the 3v3. And for ITB, it comes down to not really making enough happen on the site. The bomb is taking forever to get planted. Yeah, at least they try and be a little bit creative, get Dobbo into a Heaven position. The factor is, because they slow it down so much, look at what Twist is able to do. He's able to get into the backstab undetected completely.
Well, felt like around that had quite a bit of promise for ITB. Again, they just leave a big gap in the back line. Now everything to fall apart from there. 8-2, Finest have the half. I wonder again, that same question, when do ITB break this? Actually, no, scratch that. Do they even break this?
Not when Finest are playing like this, I don't think, Jay. Boost up, looking towards a short pipe, try and see if they could force that first engagement onto Adam. ITB, just anything would be a positive.
I don't even know if Twist saw him there. Cypher's got shocks, at least one decent trade out of connector. Twist knows that he's close and just about loses the fight. Going in the way of ITB in this one, but Cypher walking with his knife out into Plessin, removes it back to a 3-on-3, just overconfidently peeking into the bathroom. So both sides showing signs of that.
Cypher trying his absolute best in that sort of scenario. Getting a multi-frag, make it winnable. Walk out for Thomas, does spot off one, but Atticus can be here for the trade.
Sees the hand peeking out, sees the shadow, and the adjustment flick connects. 2-on-2, Dobbo. Bomb on his back, not yet seen it. Anakez might prod towards it as Dobbo backs away. Wolfie will try joining, but Anakez is extending, ready for the perfect shot, and the shoulder jiggle gives up his life. It's all Wolfie now. Orp battle is won, so he's brought it to a 1-on-1.
Plessing quickly on that rotate, not going out towards a Heaven position. Wolfie's got the opportunity of trying to drive the fight, put that bomb down, fake it out into the open, and get Plessin to be in an open position.
And smoke across the graffiti would watch for. 30 seconds. Wolfie's got to commit towards this B site. A slow wrap in towards A will not be possible. The fast wrap into A will give the information away. And both sides just sit and wait.
Oh, this slows down. And just remember, Plessin's got a molly. As soon as that bomb gets tapped, he can draw the molly out.
He knows he's got to commit towards that B site because he saw the bomb from his teammate. 10 seconds. He's rotating. He thinks that Wolfie might have gone towards mid. I don't know why he's believed that. But now he'll know. He'll hear that bomb plant coming down the AWP to watch out. Not sure where to go. Caught up on the wall. Scoped in towards that short position. And Plessin is watching the default box, starting to make his way forward. Wolfie swings out, and that spray's better for the AK. The shot doesn't connect for the T-side man, and Finest will find 9.
Excellent patience coming through from Plessin. And just to know he slows that right down. Yeah, he might get a little bit of a misread. Relocate away. As soon as he hears that bomb, get up towards Heaven and just slow it. Force the mistake. Don't drop down towards water. Don't make any noise. And just when Cypher gets a multi-frag, just when they start trading out towards this monster position, you feel as if there's a moment of glory. Anakez holding on, dropping that bomb. The 1v2 near there for Wolfie, but not to be. Finest, the streak's continuing.
7 rounds the difference. ITB are not making any room back. It wasn't like Vertigo where we saw a little bit of a glimpse of, okay, well, they can now start to close the gap on the difference itself. That was like, what, 6-5 before Finest were able to take it at 9-6 half. 9-6 half is a guarantee at this stage. There's now just bonuses here for the CT side. Orp of Anakez is baited out to miss a shot initially, so that's a positive start for ITB, and Adam springboards that into an opening frag.
Kreyas is still in connector. They don't know about that at all, and Anakez is hearing so many of these footsteps.
Riaz hears them all as well. They're all lined up. The spray comes up good for a 2K. And now Twist on site. Stands ready to receive and still gets picked up by Adam. A 3-on-3, and that AWPer out towards long is found by Adam the same. 3 kills to his name. The retake's on for Finest. At least that's what you think, but 2v3, it might not even be possible.
I think you save it. Don't have a lot of HP to work with on Kreyas. What a round by Adam. Ends up really opening it up, getting it to its full potential with a triple frag. All entries, a lot of pace. A lot of acceleration that just beat Finest there.
Exit attempt for Shocks might catch Thomas here in the bathrooms. Swing out, not seen. Thomas repositions to the site itself. Now they'll start moving in. I think Dobbo saw him. Thomas catches the frag, and Kriaz is just left to save it here. A lot of cash for him, for the rest of Finest to buy back. He's supported by drops, so Kriaz has got to stay alive here. He might get hunted. Oh, that's not good. Yep, he's a dead man. I still think they'll force the buy, though.
Yeah, I think so. Kriaz will probably drop an AWP over to his teammate, so get Anarchez on that. Could have actually been a bit of a leg up to hold on to that infray with S. I'm not really too much of a fan of that slight over-aggressive play there for Kriaz. Could have just backed off in the long control. But my goodness, what a round by Adam. And fair play to him, because they need playmakers. And I think we've seen that on the T side, Jay, that unless someone is opening and allowing big opportunities, rounds just aren't coming.
We saw a little bit of that from him in the last map, though, and then, of course, we saw how that ended, with him constantly becoming the first pick of the round to find his easy man advantage. I'm not sure whether it will continue that way as this round goes on, and Plesson already gets Dobbo and Cypher. He's the man for the entry frags.
2 players in con, no one playing anti-flash. The pop comes in, and both of them are just so blind. Can't see a thing. That's an easy couple of kills to come through from Plesson, and even the AWP of Anarchez is being forced out. Player down, and Wolfie not knowing.
Didn't even adjust to the AWP, heard the scope and hoped he wouldn't flick him. Now up in the birthday party position, Adam's seen him. Smoke to the left. Anarchez takes that chance to fall back.
And even for Adam, could have probably put a bit more pressure on the AWP, made it uncomfortable of the retreat. Instead, plays it passive, and it just means that Anarchez stays alive. And now there's even an aggressive play in towards Connector. So if there's any rotation for ITB to go back towards B via the T-Sport entrance, it's going to get heard.
Smokes down out towards the bathrooms angle. Teams will walk their way up into this long control. They'll fall back into the park position and wait. Hold their line, hold their nerve, and just hold their guns into the next.
Running out of rounds, double digits and finest in the first half. Very uncomfortable. And just knowing that this is a map that got them into this event, Jay. Overpass was the second map of the series. Skade's map pick in the closed qualifier, 16-14. And then Mirage was the final ticket to get it over the line. 3-map winning streak. Seems like it's going to get ended, and even the hunt after time. I reckon they're going to drop.
Blind by Adam. Kill found for Kriaz. And after time, Thomas will drop the same. $550 for him to spend in this next round. It's just... ITB are going to... I just don't see any way forward from here. 10-3 down, Finest in full control. You find the occasional moment where a player like Adam steps up for the entries. But outside of those individual proceedings, outside of those individual moments, there's nothing for ITB in this map.
No, not at all. And now you can probably see, Jay, why I wrote it off at, what was it, 5-1, 5-2 in such an early start, because you can just see by the way that ITB are playing of how many struggles are going to continue out here on Overpass.
It was 6-2, but Plesson put all that in the past. Cypher turns that hero AK into a couple of decent frags, but Anarchez is still fragging here in mid divider, finding a decent pick back. Cypher's low HP as well. Wolfie's got to be the man that does the heavy lifting. Anarchez is watching for him, sees the shoulder, connects the shot. Cypher alone. Cypher dead. Anarchez with a 3K, 11-3 Finest. They're just looking fantastic.
It's poor trading. Poor spacing too, more specifically there for ITB. You can see on the run out towards Connector, they're just way too far spread apart. And then even in that last exchange to try and put pressure down onto Anarchez, Wolfie swings towards the top of bathrooms. Where's Cypher? Where's that swing to be able to establish the sandwich down onto the AWP, even if it was a rifler in that sort of position? And the trading game for ITB has been dreadful on the T side, and that's where they've been exploited the most.
A shot for Wolfie missing already. The AWP comparison is no longer a comparison, by the way. Anarchez has taken over this game for Finest, and Wolfie's done nothing in this round. Him and Adam to drop. Thomas at least gets one trade. But it's still to the favor of Finest now.
And now even Kriaz receiving another flash to look out towards Monster. He sees nothing. This is so much map control. And with the smoke starting to clear, he might aggress into short pipe.
Cypher's caught looking the wrong way, sprayed down. Thomas picks up that AWP and turns into 2K. Dobbo also responds to Kriaz. Even man standing, but Anakez is still pushed up in mid, and Dobbo might offer himself up to the man. He's not watching Connector. He's turned away from it. Dobbo has a chance. The flick still connects to a leg shot, though. Somehow Anakez times that so well. P250 out against 2 low HP players and wins the fight against both. As if it couldn't get worse for ITB. It's a 12-3 half. Finest so ready for the second half.
May the best man win.
Yeah, good luck.
Come on, boys. My Nike's on. Oi!
I'm entry fragging. I'm entry fragging.
Yeah, that's what you meant.
No way.
What? What? Hey, but... Nah, no, but you can't be
first
doing
stage, bro.
that.
I just fell off on the first one.
Expected.
Sorry, I'm leaning with this one. Adam.
Okay, this
Adam,
one's
you gotta
easy.
take
It's
one
easy
for
to dodge. It's easy to dodge.
Come on, you go, man.
Okay. You wanna play? No? It's okay.
What the?
Let's play.
Oh,
Okay. That, you
Dodge,
can't.
dodge. Oh, you're unreal.
Oh, Adam.
Yeah, Adam.
Oi!
Oh my god, he crossed himself.
Oh my god.
Come here.
Ooh, you're unreal.
No, I ain't dying.
This thing jumped. No. What?
Oh my god, what?
Oh, you see
None of
this?
the,
Yeah,
none
don't
of the
worry.
spikes. Oh,
Yeah, it's
No.
oh my god, Kyle, you
How are you
spiked.
alive, bro?
I'm
He did,
incredible,
bro.
don't worry.
Wait with me.
You got Owen? Oh,
Wait.
hey.
Oh. There you go.
There's no way you start it all the way right there, man.
I
Yeah.
am not doing that. Hey, W, I'm sick. I can't surf in it, so this is all you boys. Nah, you can't be doing that one again, you prick.
GP's mega fast when he runs as well, bro. That's a G.
Yeah, that's the whole point of it.
Right, I've got no idea what's happening now.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's gonna blow you up. He's gonna blow you up.
Adam, jump on HP, go, bro.
Wait, run boost.
Oh my god, one of these.
Oh god damn.
Oh,
Imagine you could.
Please, I'll take one. Oh shit. Hey, go on, go. Go.
Is it full lava? No.
Come here.
Okay,
Wait, let's just
Got
3,
it.
2, 1 it. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, man, I was
Legend
just
did
Oh,
that,
no.
yeah, I'm doing 0 inches, I didn't know.
Whoa!
Wait, what is
It's danger zone. Wait till they stop shooting and we can beat them, I think.
Sure.
Look at us, Adam, man. Look
Wait,
at us.
What's this
Shoot
one?
from the set.
No chance.
Oh,
No way, bro.
No chances, it feels like, for ITB to have any sort of run here on Overpass, decimated at the 12-3 half. And what do they have to do, Dwayne? What on earth can they pull out? What resources do they have to try and turn this whole thing around?
Well, the resources you would think is the coach and the tactical pauses, Jay, but they seem to be non-existent. We saw it in the series yesterday against Fnatic. They weren't coming at all. We've seen it here. And to think that they've been bodied in every map that's been played so far in this event, Jay, where are the tacks? It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it is something that I was questioning myself. I don't think they took any on Overpass. I know they had 2 over on Vertigo, and even those were pretty fruitless. Maybe they just don't have any value in the tactical pause. Maybe they're just trying to mentally steal their way through this. It might not be long of a fight, though. Pistol round, the finest going all in on the B site. Wolfie's Julies can strike first. Cypher and Thomas will follow up with 1 trade on Kriaz in the mix, and making it a 4-on-1 as Cypher strikes on Shock. So another pistol won by ITB. And Finest will not be allowed to close out just yet.
A decent B-stack involved there for ITB. Finest trying to go for the monster pop and just running into the real strong crossfire. Julie's getting involved into the action. ITB being in good spots. And it's always going to be difficult to break that apart when you don't have the information of 4 on B. ITB, a survival round for sure.
Yeah, torn apart piece by piece. Finest at least have the money bonus they can rely on in the eco round. Of course, they didn't get any bomb plant in the previous one, but a bomb plant here would lead to the incredible amounts of guns for round 18. And they've taken it a full eco basis, so no force buy for them.
And for ITB, no farm up either, so you're in a position where you just want to make sure that everyone stays alive. Now remember, Jay, we had a cheeky round like this in which ITB were on the T side of Vertigo. They had 1 P250, 4 Glocks, and they managed 4 kills. Do we expect something along those lines? Because it's a very similar position of everyone being grouped together.
Well, I think about the second half of the Finest over in the first map, and I feel like that their 2 conversions were down to force buys and the extra firepower that you get given because of that. And this particular setup as well is so ready for players to push forward and for ITB to get aggressive. Finest are hoping for that to be able to gain control. But no one will press the issue for Into the Breach. They're just backed up. Have left mid pretty open. Adam's the only player watching from Birthday, and I think he knows that there might be a connector play here. We'll see them now as he swings, sees 3 players to spray down the bunch up, only gets 1 kill for it before he gets stinked away. Second kill is found in the end of the play. Wolfie does get found, and those are those 2 frags you're looking for here.
2 M4s to be picked up on high HP players. This is actually very threatening. And over towards the A site, you've only got 1 player. Cypher's still on rotation, and they're actually going to leave Dobbo as the single B player, and Cypher going to leave too.
Oh, Thomas left alone. Plessin with a swing out towards long as Kriaz sacrifices himself. Now leaves it all on the M4s. Anakez will fall though, so it's all Plessin, the other main star. Tap that bomb once. Cypher's already swung out towards truck, 9 seconds. And he goes in for the kill, which he will be able to win. So no bomb plant and no stolen round for Finest. But for 5 Glocks, 3 kills is still fantastic.
It's insane to think how much the anti-ecos have got away with in this game so far. It's not quite a steal, but it's a very good one. And it leaves the economy situation for ITB down in the drain. And knowing that you're down 5 to 12, it puts even more pressure that they have to find further conversions. They have to follow up here in the opening rifle. And for Finest, they probably know to themselves, Jay, we win this round, we win the series, and it's done.
Yeah, economical reset for ITB. No loss bonus to fall back on. Just like the pistols of old, except if it was guns. Main rifles, the AKs, and the M4s across all 5 players. No bonus weapons for ITB. No expense spared for Finest. They're going to go whole hog in round 18 and look for everything.
Interesting setup. You've got quite an aggressive maneuver down from the bottom of party, in and around the top of con into the playground. And for Plessin, might not expect this first player. That's a great opening man advantage from Adam.
All right, far better. The AK back for Anakez, not quite as confident in himself either. Down to 38 HP, but Shocks is struck. He connector getting 2 picks on Dobbo and Thomas. 4 on 3 as Cypher struggles to deal with Twist, gets him in the end, but now a quick swing from Shocks. Now got to deal with a very low HP individual to the CT side, and indeed, he'll get the B site for it.
And now for ITB, they've got to back themselves, have the confidence to get in for this 2v3. Adam's coming through on the backstab. Anakez in from short pipe.
It was a great start for Adam here in this round, now part of the closing 2. Wolfie being flanked by Anakez, however, leaning in towards short. Kriaz could get caught, the trade is so quick, and Adam also on the backstab. Unknown, undetected to Finest as of right now. Utility thrown down on that bomb just to make sure that the cross is locked. Still the back is turned for Anakez here. Adam will look for this 1 frag. And look for the second man as well. Quick shot. No idea where Shocks will be at. A smoke on the bomb itself. Might go for the 5-second stick. Taps it once. Shocks leans in. The M4 to swing. But Adam looks away at the worst moment possible. And that's Finest finding the round they need. Look at the economy for Into the Breach.
What a round by Shocks. That is unreal. I'm just trying to far from that, Jam. Trying to get a little bit cool because that was so much damage. A double entry. Look how wild that is for the second frag. He's slow peaks into Cypher, and he's the one to finish off the round. Notice, as soon as that bomb gets tapped, Jay, he doesn't panic. He doesn't overextend. He wastes the time, and just when Adam looks away, that's when he strikes. That is an unbelievable round from Sharks.
One worthy of him. ITB going full eco as well in this round. They got double eco status on at least 1 player. $1,900 to scrape together a buyback for round 20. It will still be a weak buy for it. But I guess they don't really have a choice here. It might be better to go for the guns earlier-ish. Even if it is a broken buy to try to stop this map point from flowing through for Finest here. It's Kriaz. First frag on Cypher. Twist leaning in. Continue to burst through for Anakez. It makes it a double, a triple sequence. And ITB now stand with their last chance to make something happen in this match.
And we've got to expect so much more for ITB. Even with a stand-in situation like bringing someone like wolfie over, it doesn't change the complexion of the entire team. They have been absolutely slammed in this best of 3, and there's even been minimal moments of positivity. Such small segments. This is not what I expected today. I thought it would be a 2-0, but I didn't think we would get this from ITB.
Quick plays in from Shox, rips apart 2, wastes 0 time trying to bring this one to an end. Adam and wolfie down already, and you just wonder, like, how do they even begin to put together the pieces?
That was such a beautiful sequence again coming through from Shox. And even the monster aggression, it's been seen. Twist is keeping an eyes out towards that bottom of the short pipe. Dobbo's been seen on 4 HP. Thomas is the only defender down onto A, and Dobbo's been dropped.
Swinging ahead of the smoke as well, didn't have to go down, but saw those bullets flying and got killed off anyway. Thomas only good for 1 trade, not good for any rounds here for ITB. 15-5, 10 match points for Finest to eliminate the Brits from the tournament and progress forward in the REPUBLEAGUE lower bracket of Group B. And even if they don't get it in this round, which honestly they probably will do, it feels to me like it's an inevitability rather than a possibility for them.
And just to think that they beat a top 30 team in the world of skate to get into this event, Jay, how was that even possible when this is what we've seen in the 2 games that have been played in the group stage itself? wolfie thinking about an aggressive pick up towards that party position. Adams to drop, aggression continues. They do at least trade back successfully.
The Cypher with a responsive twist to fall. Dobbo gets tagged up. The team's fallen away. Finest will at least give ITB a little bit of respect here. Not going to force forward whole hog and go for whatever they want. But they know they're in full control.
Just slow walk further forward. So much map control being gained. Krea's trying to catch a timing of those B players making noise. Dobbo and Cypher backing off. And just knowing for ITB, there's no util to work with at all. Even think about a slight boost up for Dobbo to look into B.
He will look into B indeed. Flash, however, allows Anarchist to cross out a monster. Second player also being seen. Molotov sent back as Pleasant and Anarchist chime in against the 2 individuals. The bomb will get planted and it's Thomas and Wolfie. SMG and Scout. Remove the SMG. The Scout, all that remains, desperate to find anything but suppressed by smokes. The T's bearing down upon him. Anarchist sneaking so far forward will lose his life. And that flick adjustment is good of the transfer. If it turns into a clutch, it will be the most magical clutch in the world. He finds Pleston. Now 1 more player to get out towards short. Shox shuts it down, and it's 16-5. A fine map, a fine series from Finest as they progress in REPUBLEAGUE, and ITB are out.
Another day for Finest. There you go. Easing up the pieces into the next best of 3. What else can you say about that? Embarrassing performance in from ITB. Really didn't show anything in this series. And for Finest, that's probably the easiest best of 3 that they've played of in quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, look, I had the inkling that maybe there might have been a bit more of a longer-term problem for Finest off the back of what happened yesterday, but clearly that was just a blip on the radar and what we saw by comparison to what ITB brought to the table. And yes, they walked in as favourites in this series, but just, man alive, they really look like another level by comparison to ITB. And it's not like ITB are a completely terrible team, like they are from a not so known and not so reputable sort of scene, but they are a squad that have done decent work on the international stage. Again, they were relatively neck and neck with a couple of exceptions in tournament placings against this Finest side, but in this head-to-head, it just didn't seem like that at all.
Again, we spoke about it over the course of the series, the tournaments that they've been playing in together, some of the placements, some of the results, the fact that you got to grind the close qualifier to even get here, your 2 wins on the trot in the advanced playoffs. That's why this is an embarrassment for ITB to not even make it close, to not even keep it competitive at all. Because even if they got to double digits on first map and the second they didn't win a series, I could say, okay, for ITB, they had a stand-in. That's a decent performance. This wasn't a decent performance by any stretch of the imagination.
No, absolutely not. And it's a shame because obviously as a Brit, I like to see what the UK scene can do, but clearly in this case, the answer to that question is not much at all as ITB come crashing out of the tournament. For Finest though, Fantastic series and a hell of a way to bounce back against Sinners. We thought that that series was going to be good enough and a one-sided affair for them, but this one was a whole other level, and it will be a confidence booster going forward into the rest of the group stage.
Yeah, I think they've got what it takes to ride the lower bracket right to the end, Jay. This is a solid team. This is one of the highest ranked teams in this entire event. One of the favorites out of Group B. Yeah, there was an upset in the first round. Yeah, they fell to Sinners in a game that they probably shouldn't have, but now this is the chance to start grinding it back, to put better performances up, and prove yourself to be a threat here in REPUBLEAGUE.
Absolutely. So it's just a case of them progressing forward at this point. And look, I want to say a good shout out to Anakez, right? Because he was a bit hit and miss over the course of yesterday, especially when it came to the head-to-head performances with the AWP players. And for him to have top fragged in this matchup, 28 kills over on that last map. I think he got second top of the board or third top of the board for the finest side in the last map as well, continuing to post up consistency with that AWP and just looking generally fantastic for his own right. Like, he definitely looked like the main difference maker, even if he wasn't the star top fragger of this squad.
It just shows how much a difference in a best of three can make, and I think for Finest, they'll know they played a much more up to par than what they did yesterday, Jay.
Well, listen, we're going to get ready to close out this series now as we look towards our interview. Kriaz is going to be joining us here for the post-match discussion, I guess, at this point, just to discuss how things went for you guys. Not really much for the match itself, though. You guys looked fantastic, and after how things went yesterday, you must be really happy with how this series played out.
Yeah, it went as expected. I think we played pretty bad yesterday, so yeah.
All right, Rasmus, I've got to ask you, mate, what changed? Because obviously, you got to say it, right? Ancient, it was a choke. 15-8 up, a very difficult position. Sinners came right back into it. What's the mentality like after that game? Was it a sit-down and a discussion? What happened with you guys?
I think generally we just had a really off day. The mood was off, everything was off, you know, so we just kind of like ignored that game. Like, okay, let's not think about it, like new match tomorrow, and we just refocus for today.
You definitely look focused and on fire for this matchup, walking in as heavy favourites and dismantling of the ITB side. Were you like particularly prepared for this squad, or was this just like a bit more of a formality for you guys?
No, we didn't prepare at all. We just knew we were gonna win, so we went in, you know, confidence, aim. That's how we roll.
Yeah, pretty standard. I'm not sure if you'll play like that on City side of Overpass, maybe against some of the other teams, but it seemed to be quite loose, seemed to be quite aggressive, and overall, a very good performance. Any other teams that you look at as being a threat in this group, or are you going all the way? You going all the way for the lower bracket run?
We're going all the way, man, of course. You gotta have some faith in Finest.
Oh, a lot of faith definitely restored in Finest at this particular stage. And as you move on to the next round of lower bracket, I believe your opponents for the next round are probably going to end up being the loser of Enterprise or Mouse NXT in the upper bracket portion. So I wanted to get some quick thoughts about your next match, whether you have any particular reservations about those squads or whether you're just going to take it like you did for today.
No, I think they're maybe a bit higher level, so to say. So I think we're gonna look a bit on them and see how we can prepare for them. But yeah, I think like Mouse NXT is pretty good in my opinion. So it would be a pretty good matchup.
We'll see whether they can cut the mustard in that sort of sense, whether Enterprise will be the squad that will end up dropping down to that Mouse NXT squad in the tomorrow's proceedings in the upper bracket. But for you guys in the lower bracket, you continue to run. A formality match for you definitely felt like that the way from your own attitude, Mr. Kriaz. Of course, thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on the victory and good luck going forward.
Thank you. See ya, guys.
Well, Dwayne, I have to say, it definitely felt like they were ready for this one to be as one-sided as it was over on the side of Finest. Yeah, not preparing for a team and doing all that to them definitely feels like a bit of a shocker in that sort of sense. But when considering how things played out in that series, I guess it kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah, we know that Finest are a class team. And again, they are going to be a favorite in this group. They are very strong. You can't underestimate them at all. And even in that series, they weren't tested. There was the only rounds I almost looked at on Overpass in which they lost. It came down to just super confident plays, like pushing Monster, pushing long, just doing ridiculous stuff because they're so confident. If they wouldn't have done those sort of plays, this could have been an even more one-sided best of 3, Jay.
Yeah, and that obviously is the thing that's like, oh, well, Jesus, that really would suck for ITV. But it sucks anyway. They are down and out of the tournament. The first team eliminated from Group B. And as we head towards our break, we look to find out who's going to be the second team eliminated from Group B, as forZe and Imperial are up for elimination next up on stream. So do not go anywhere after this short break. It's our second match.
Let's say it was Hellraisers.
Razor's final answer.
Yeah, because like we didn't play in 2014, so we didn't know. But I know exactly it's not NATO, Swincer, and Liquid. It could be Astana Dragons and Hellraisers. Only two options. But I'm not sure Astana Dragons were playing in DreamHack. Not sure. So I could.
Hellraisers, it was roster with Kucher, Dosia,
Angel maybe.
Arkelov, Angel.
Yes, so final answer B is right.
B.
Good job.
Yeah.
It's really hard question.
B or C?
Yeah, that's right. B or C is good.
Yeah.
Давай, Ding Doom, Сань.
Okay, let's go. I wonder if this gonna be C.
So final answer C is
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I think Pasha Biceps and Snacks. Pasha might not be that far at rankings. Get Right was top 1 for 2 times. I think it was 13 and oh, it's really hard. It might be. It was Era of Fnatic and Swedish players. It might be Kenyas and Shocks because I think Get Right was a little further. He was like at
it's
top
not
1 maybe.
Biceps and Snacks, no?
Yeah.
Biceps is I didn't notice that he top 3 or top 4 place.
But he
At that time.
might have been, but still, I think it should be French. Okay, let's say it's Kenyas and Shocks.
It might be.
How do you think?
Yeah. Might be that was like Get Right actually was top 1, Forest top 2.
Yeah.
Rising of French scene. It might be Kenyas and Shocks. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the logic.
So we lock in Kenya's and Shocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's wrong. It was Pasha.
Really?
Nice. Yes.
I didn't know they were
Russia
so.
was top 3.
Good threads.
Oh
Yes.
my god. Okay, let's say Inferno is the map name, right?
Yeah.
And Molotov is the name of the item inside the
Item,
game
yeah.
for this side. Yeah.
Mhm.
So we got fire and 1G. 1G. What could that mean? I don't know. Like
It's probably like Molotov is item and fire its effect, which item doing is inside of the game. Maybe. I don't know.
so
It's,
1G, just for fun.
1G or fire. I don't know.
Fire.
It's not
Fire.
Inferno.
It's like fire. Yeah, it's like fire.
Yeah,
It looks like fire.
It's- Yeah.
Simple.
So let's go for fire because
Let's
I don't
go
know.
for fire. It's Inferno. Nobody
Oh
knows
my.
why. Nobody knows why, but it's Inferno.
Why actually?
Yeah, they just decided like that. So they're developers. That's how it works. They decide. We just follow.
True.
They're really they're the two different type of skins. Really? Do you know Zorta? Because I didn't have that deagle.
Actually not. I think that the only one skin with Sunset Storm is Chinese sign. I didn't notice that both skins are the same color, the same. I don't know, like.
Okay, let's say the difference is that on one of them there is some, I don't know, cloud with cloud with something.
Cloud with something is wrong. There is
Ooh.
hidden like a face
What?
in there.
Really?
What's above? There's something above, yeah? As well, no?
No.
Oh no, there's only face, yeah?
Yes. Only that face on the handle.
Oh my god.
It's hard to see actually. You need to have the skin in the game and inspect during the game. See that?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. That's really hard questions, guys.
Yeah.
If the next one going to be harder, we don't know. I feel like my IQ is decreasing, you know. Автопокупку. Сразу бот.
Да, его бот
Да.
покупает вдруг.
We were discussing that it's not cheap and it's the old one sticker, but especially it's foil. So there's two options. If it's it might be A because it's really expensive, and or it might be B. But the logic is that if it's B, that someone someone bought it with the wrong price, because I think the truly one is 462, but someone might have bought it with 130-37.
Yeah.
That's true.
At the same time, someone could sold it for a cheap price.
Yes.
See it.
But
Yes,
we are guessing the highest price, so
Yes, the highest price of it can be just one time
Yeah.
or.
Oh, okay. Давай.
okay, we take B.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, lock in B. It's A.
So Godsend, they switched the roster and they, I don't know, maybe they played this. I saw that Eternal Fire were harding fight in the season 2, and I think Entropic third place.
Проиграли, не?
Да, они там раньше, по-моему, вылетели. По-моему, это Eternal Fire. Okay, we pick up Eternal Fire.
So you pick Eternal Fire.
Yeah.
They were second. Entropic was third place. And Godsend was on the fourth place.
We were close.
Yeah.
Tactical shield.
Yes, tactical shield is first.
You can buy ammo.
Yes, primary and secondary ammo. That's second thing.
Oh, I know. The night vision.
Yes, night vision. Good
yeah.
job. Good job.
Yeah, we're just looking at the floor and we know that this floor is on dust too, but you know, this is the side textures that's hiding behind some walls where you're not able to see, so
Yes, definitely. You can see. If you get boosted, you can see there.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
So
Just give me one location on dust too.
actually T-spawn or long.
Yeah, that's for
T-spawn or
sure.
long is good. I give you hint, but you will have it like for sure. It's behind this door.
Okay. Oh, so it's long.
It's long.
Nice try.
Okay, you get half a point for Dust.
Yeah. I actually hate Ancient. I would like to change it on Cobble, I guess. I like Cobble.
We need, you know, the oldest Cobble.
Yeah.
The old Cobble, because the new one is terrible. So I think the same. I think Ancient, it's the map that Valve will try to rebuild for maybe years, because there is no such balance as on Task 2, for example, or Mirage. So the both sides can take the rounds. Yeah. So minus Ancient plus Cobble or plus Season, whatever. Just minus Ancient, because they need more time to work on it. So they can just put it away with some, you know, new fresh ideas. Yeah, so I'll say thanks everyone who watched this. I hope you don't think we're low IQ guys. We're actually smart. We know a lot. So thanks each fan who watched this, and thanks to forZe for support us. See you in final.
Yeah. Nothing to say actually. Thank our organization to supporting us and cheering for forZe. That's all.
They want to see them in the finals for the likes of forZe. That's the expectation they just set themselves on the quiz. As we welcome you back to Republic Season 3, we have to set the outset that actually that's going to be quite a difficult task for them. Of course, a couple days ago, they had their first match played out against Mouse NXT, and it didn't quite go so well for them. A 2-1 overtime bonanza that went the way of the Mouse side, leaving forZe up for elimination for today and for the rest of the tournament. Blake, they are up against the Imperial side of the Brazilian veterans that will look to try and put them in their final grade for the Republic tournament, but I don't know about this one. It feels like it could be a much closer affair than what paper might suggest.
Yeah, and for forZe, they probably know about close series. You spoke about the overtime bonanza. Nearly 120 rounds got played in that best of 3, so they know that there are some series that can go on for quite a while. For Imperial, that was obviously a shocker to get them down here into this position and to face off against a forZe side.
And this five-man lineup we thought was never really going to change from their long period of squad time together, but they've made changes, they brought in newer players, they've adjusted and found a lineup that doesn't quite live up to the old expectations that forZe might have had being a top-end Tier 2 team, but they're still in the conversation, they're still doing extremely well here.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I think they go through up and down periods over the course of the last year or so, but definitely at the moment, they're striking closer towards top 20. They made a little bit of a stint at the major itself, so definitely a team that you can't underestimate in this event.
Absolutely not, and certainly Imperial will not be looking to underestimate them. Obviously, they did manage to take 2 16-5s against them over the major course. They're two matches that we said was going to be just the defining factor of what Imperial are really good at, and that is punishing teams that don't have the experience of going to that kind of level. But the difference is the environment. That was on LAN in the biggest event of the year. This is Republic, this is online, and this is forZe's home turf. They always do fantastic online.
Yeah, this is where you're coming into forZe's territory, and just knowing some of the results that have come recently from Imperial, there's a lot of red J. It started off with that disappointing performance at IEM Dallas. We saw them at the Pinnacle Cup Championship, losing to Finest in group stage, and then obviously the fact that they lost to Enterprise only yesterday adds more insult to injury to think, geez, outside of the major, there is not a lot to get excited about with this Imperial team.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about choke potential for the likes of Finest, a team that actually have beaten Imperial over the course of the last couple of months, in particular in that Pinnacle Cup Championship you mentioned previously. And I mean, they were on that point over against the Enterprise side, and they just couldn't quite get it done. So Imperial losing out on that factor, and again, the results do speak to what should be confidence. I do hope they've retained a lot of the knowledge about how to beat out forZe and get those 16-5s back on the board, because they're going to need to apply that right here in it's going to be a much closer affair than people might expect.
It's an interesting dynamic with the head-to-head, because I think at the Major, for forZe, that was the most one-sided loss that they took, and it was the most one-sided win that Imperial took. Every series and best of 1, best of 3 up until that point was fairly competitive or more positive. So the fact that we've got that head-to-head with both teams as run at the event almost is like an outsider. It's something that you can't really have imagined to happen.
Yeah, it just feels like it was one of those, yeah, as you mentioned, a blip on the radar above all else. Like, it feels like it's such a complete contrast to what we've seen from those teams leading up to that point and what we saw from Imperial going outside of that point as well. So I'm looking at that and I'm thinking that it's going to be, it's a lot, there's a lot more to look at here before we get into that, deciding a prediction, pricking Imperial to go ahead and win this match in a similarly dominant fashion. So Map Veto's coming up on screen. We saw some previous maps from them. We mentioned earlier that previous 2-0 results. How do we see those same maps playing into this, Veto?
I think Imperial will probably pick Inferno or Overpass, one of those two. For forZe, we know that Mirage is quite strong for them. Dust 2 actually kind of gets picked in. It's not the highest picked map in the pool from them, but they did pick it against MOUZ NXT only a couple of days ago.
Imperial actually opted to pick Mirage themselves instead. Obviously, that was a map that they played in that previous best of 3 over at the Major. Overpass was the other map getting banned out by forZe. They're opting not to try and play that again. And Inferno will be floated until the end. So initially, history does indicate that actually those second and third maps do look pretty good from Imperial.
Yeah, I'm surprised with the Mirage pick, to be honest, just knowing that it's the highest picked map in the pool in from forZe. Maybe trying to think of what happened last time. That's why they want to go down that direction. And even Inferno is a very solid map for both of these teams. So I look at the Veto, and especially with recent result, I don't think either team has won out massively over one another.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that sort of like indicating that sort of thing, but I'm just sort of like pulling from history and looking at that one best of 3 series and seeing how that's going to play out. But if we're going to pull from history, we have to pull from all the history. You mentioned that for this Imperial side, they've had a dire time since the Major, right? Last place at IEM Dallas is the most obvious example. That Tier 1 LAN event, they went to the Pinnacle Cup Championship. They lost to finalists in a 2-1 fashion. They only actually won a best of 1 in that whole tournament. They haven't really been competing in anything else. They've sort of been saving themselves for REPUBLEAGUE, and obviously the one match they played so far has been the Enterprise result, and they lost that in an overtime fashion. So which history do we go with? The history that says the series history, or the history of Imperial having struggled since the Major?
I think it's got to be the latter one. I think it has to be the one of the Imperial struggle. Remember, a lot of the series that Imperial play, when they're facing off against top quality teams and competition, they actually tend to do really well. We saw it in the Astralis series only very recently, but when they're playing the lower div teams, when they're playing the lesser and less experienced, less strong teams, it feels like there's more struggles. So knowing that you're in an online environment, knowing that you're up against a forZe side, I think this is a difficult series to win for Imperial.
Absolutely. It feels like to me the same sort of scenario. Again, online is where forZe do their best work. And for me, I feel like the Major was a bit too much of a step up for them in the first place. I didn't rate them going into that event. They ended up falling out in the Challenger stage, which ultimately I think is appropriate for where they ended up being. I mean, it still went very far in that Challenger stage, so credit to them where it's due. But again, coming back to the online environment, you can expect forZe to have some deep runs in tournaments like REPUBLEAGUE. I wouldn't have given them the outside chance to beat MOUZ NXT and be in the upper bracket at this moment in time. Of course, that came down to 3 separate maps on multiple different overtimes across those maps. I think it was 5 overtimes played in that series in total. So for them, like, they had to go very far and close only for MOUZ to win it out overall. So for me, I do look at this one and I think that my early sort of prediction is going to be forZe taking the series, Dwayne.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same. I think forZe will be disappointed losing to MOUZ NXT. In all honesty, that's a game that they shouldn't be losing to. You could say the same for Imperial, obviously up against that Enterprise side. But for forZe, I think that they're stronger in this sort of environment. We've seen them here before in REPUBLEAGUE. We saw them in Season 2 get a top 8 finish. We saw in Season 1 they placed 3rd. They're a team that consistently tend to do very well in these events.
Yeah, they do, and I just feel like that consistency is going to help them out on the online environment. I do hope that Imperial are also going to benefit in the online state of things, and they're going to be able to hold a bit more of a contest over these next few matches. But obviously, we've already seen how things have worked out against Enterprise. And I mean, to their credit, they did have a one-sided map in that particular best of 3. They had the 16-7 win over on that Inferno, which is, again, a confident map for the likes of Imperial. So I feel like if we do go to 3 maps, they have a better chance of winning this series overall. I still predict forZe forZe, and I feel like it might go down to a 2-1 result for them.
Yeah, I think it's probably going 3 maps, to be honest. I'd be surprised if either team can 2-0. For Imperial, they'll really need forZe to step up if they want to have a chance of beating forZe, because he was obviously a guy that's been playing really well recently. A lot of the events, he's been their best player. Up against Enterprise, he dropped the ball massively, Jay, and he was actually their lowest rated player. So I want to see a good performance from forZe this time around.
Yeah, we've got to clean all of that up here for the boys over from Imperial. On paper, a layup certainly has been in history, but not quite as easy in Republic Season 3. For our second elimination game of this group and of the day, it'll be last chance saloon for both sides. They face elimination from here on out in the entire tournament itself. So everything still to play for forZe and Imperial. Last thoughts, Swag, what do you got coming for us?
Well, I'd say before this event started, I probably would have pinned Imperial and forZe to be favorites to make it into the playoffs, Jay. And instead, they're playing each other in a lower bracket round 1 game. It just shows how much this bracket's changed due to those early upsets in the first round.
I can see exactly the thinking that you're making in that sort of sense as well. Both sides have had their own online prowess. Of course, the Imperial side with their sheer experience will start to play in against all the other squads that have an opportunity to beat them, an opportunity to play them over the course of this tournament. So, assuming they make it through as the bracket plays on, I wonder how Imperial will deal with those guys as appropriate. Of course, those are all questions to answer in the future. For now, I've got to ask for win conditions today. We both predicted forZe. What do Imperial have to do to make this series work?
I think we've got to get a good performance to come through from forZe. He is a key figure. He is the impact man, and he is the difference maker in a lot of best-of-3 series. Getting some consistency out of some of the other players as well. Fallen, maybe Bolts as well, to have a good performance, especially on Dust 2 being one of those anchor players. Get Vinny up onto that double AWP set up on CT side where possible. And for Imperial, I think they just need to try and lead by example, turn things around, and make sure they don't get off to slow starts.
Yeah, slow starts be the death of teams so far here in Republic. In the pistol round, we'll see who gets off on the right foot to start things off here on Dust 2. Imperial on the CT side. forZe with Glocks pulled out. A lot of utility to play for here as we get started in our second series of the day.
Oh, very aggressive in towards those lower tunnels, and I think it was a slight miss opportunity with that jump face. They did not see the 2 players going into upper, so this is a full clearance from Imperial.
Yeah, Fallen leading the charge in. Zorti's about to face him. His back's going to be turned as well. Perfect flick to the USP. Drops that bomb. But Fallen falls away from it. Doesn't continue to aggress forward. And now Zorti can start swinging in. Sees the smoke coming in from Bolts as further strike back onto Kenzie, remove him out along. It's all left to his short presence here for forZe. They might get access to the site, especially as Bolts has fallen here.
Yeah, retake set up. Great tap coming through from forZe as he just tries to back off, get more passive down to the long position. Shafi's going to have to step up to fight towards CT.
A great smoke onto the headshot angle, might provide a bit of harder cover. As Norway goes for the swing, gets picked up. It's all Shalfie in a 1 versus 4. Suppressed outside of the site, pushed up in that short control. Fallen gets the kill for it, and Imperial take the pistol.
Oh, what a start coming through from forZe. 3 very important kills as he starts to retreat and get a little bit more defensive towards that long control. Even that information play, the fact that they go down towards lower tunnels, clear out a lot of map presence, bring that adjustment back over, and even in a state where the opening kill got gained by Fallen. Interesting.
I like that. Good replay. Very good. But yeah, that's a great start for Imperial, obviously, to get themselves in this pistol. And it came down to a couple of mistakes. You mentioned forZe, they didn't go for the jump face. They didn't look for the players crossing in towards the tunnels. And ultimately clearing out that position, getting the first kill of the round, which just sent them all spiraling down. Great shots initially from Zorti here with a scout. Of course, one of 3 4-sport rifles in this round. They've got the bomb plant bonus, so they can afford to do this. As Fur picks up Jerry, turns in a double as well, just about against Kenzie.
Just when you thought the opening damage from that scout was going to mean quite a lot of the factor, it's the aggressive mid-play towards that short position that just rains the death. And Fur looking even for a bit more, has been seen with the gun barrel. Shafi looking to trade.
Galil leaning, spotting Fur. Zorti gets tagging up next. 32 HP down for him to that mid-face. Vinny just bursts with that M4, but just gets nothing for it. Completely blind back behind that mid-door.
A very difficult position for forZe to try and get themselves out of. Even FNX holding quite an off angle towards the long control. And just knowing that you're working a 3v5, you don't have a crazy amount of util. Nori's going to get over towards that Galil. They need to start opening up a play. If they shift their way into the A site, they'll still have to do what fall into the scout car.
See how good his headshots can be if he is tested. Not going to happen as of right now, though. They're still playing in that mid control. forZe feel like they want to split their way into that B site. Shoulder bait attempting the burst fire from Fer, gets a 3K, a quadra in the round, maybe even swing back for the ace. Against Zorti, it would seem easy. He's on 32 HP.
A beautiful sequence again coming through from Fer. And I wonder, Jay, whether it's a similar point of view from what Finest had, with the idea that, oh, it's a slow start in the first game, you bounce back in the second. Fer had a slow and quiet series on the last one. Now he's just banging into live.
Zorti's going to opt to save the scout in this round. He's being hunted, though. If he falls after time, that would be disastrous. Shot not connecting to the one man. Continues to face, though. Better to go down, get the money bonus. But now look to the eco for forZe.
Now, we know that this is a very strong map in the pool from the forZe side. 7 wins and 1 loss in the last 3 months. And currently on a bit of a winning streak as well. So wanting to definitely get themselves up into the rifles and start put the tally back on. But Fer, though, been very deadly in these first couple.
You highlight him as a man that needs to step up for the Imperial side. Definitely has done so far. 2-0 start from Imperial, and of course forZe don't really have much that they can do in this next round. It is Glocks and Deagles, and the Deagles will do work to start things off. Finny picked up by Norway. It's funny that M4 didn't even get any damage being done. Now Jerry swings forward, and FNX falls. That's not good.
No, not at all. They can start crouching in towards that B side, get the split play out. At least Jerry falls. It's a way back in, but pressure's building onto Bolts to make sure that he stays alive and finds as much as possible. I'm surprised forZe have actually slowed this down rather than continuing the pace into the upper tunnels.
Yeah, I would have thought they would have charged straight in. There's only one man to find on the B side. There's no utility for the T's to play with, so I also sympathize with them facing back and thinking about a different play. Could get bottlenecked if they face in together or 1-by-1. Spray down's effective for Bolts. He's watching that position. And of course, mid is being marked off by the 2 CTs, thinking that forZe might still go here.
Even running across that sight line towards B is going to be so difficult with Fer here. The slight relocation opens up some space, and now the M4 gets picked up.
It's a rifle to play with. A chance now as actually they leave mid completely open. Bolts is going to hear these footsteps, and now Fer starts swinging, but they're all so close here to line up. 3K is what he's going to need, but he only gets the 1 kill for it. Damage done to Zorti in Norway, but now 2 rifles to play with.
Oh, and you can even see forZe getting aggressive. They're going to try the boost up towards a window position, I think, Jay.
Oh, this could get real interesting, but they dismantle it. They decide against it. Leave Norway up at window as Fallen makes his way in Incendiary to get thrown towards the backside, but they're so close towards him. Zorti watching the B doors. Fer prodding forward behind big box, and now Fallen's been seen as Fer falls. Fallen in the 1v3 clutch gets that first kill. Swing out for Norway on the second is risky, but it works for forZe as they get a full eco steal.
Jeez, that is a steal, and that has come out of nowhere. Just when you thought how impactful Imperial had been in the first round, come the anti-force spy in the second, they lose it to some limited upgrades. Great deagle shot out for Nori. And as soon as that M4 gets picked up, the fact that Fer starts moving away towards a long position, it means that it can just continue to walk forward into that B side. And for Bolt, he needed to find more than just one.
Great stuff from Norway in that round. And of course, Imperial can't afford the buyback. Good thing they can do a bonus rifle round. Be avoided, of course. They could have had the bonus weapons in this particular one, but not to be. For Mars and AWP will still come in. Vinny, the limited weapon Fallen, taking his first shot out. forZe saving those 2 M4s to bolster the money state on a couple of players here. Out towards the long control is where they're looking first.
Yeah, decent map coverage being gained by the forZe side, just brute forcing their way out with that long corner smoke. And see what Imperial are up to, Jay. Aggressive play towards the mid doors, looking in towards lowers. You can see Xiaofi just moving away. Fallen's going to get more aggressive, but it's going to have to be a retake A setup.
Yeah, Vinny, the only man out here will smoke out the Ella position, spotting where Kenzie is at. Fallen looks in from that short control. They might have to extend out towards him. The burst fire from Fer dished out quite a lot of damage to Jerry in that one. 4 points of HP for him. Now the orb gets driven back, so the bomb can go down safely here. Vinny also thinking of escaping.
He's going to try to play her up close and personal towards that left-hand side, and it's actually Kenzie to get the frag. And now for Imperial starting to back off. They might just hold on to their weapons.
Yeah, no money in the bank. 4v5 on the retake. They know that they shouldn't really be going for it. There shouldn't be much of a chance to hold the retake itself. So Fallen, early smart call for him to get out of dodge. It does mean forZe will equalize early, though.
Imperial can still put the hurt on, though. The idea that they've got a lot of players being saved in, you can get a very good buyout into the next round of at least what you're up against. And forZe comes down to a very important kill from Kenzie, and Vinny just kind of got caught there, wasn't getting enough support. You saw the molly actually being thrown from, I believe, the long position, bouncing off the skybox to separate those two CTs, and as soon as Fallen started falling back from that short position, it meant that Vinny was completely exposed.
Focusing too much on the player on the site itself, had no idea of the player to his left-hand side who had pushed so aggressively, led to a pretty easy kill for the forZe side. Imperial will have an even more weakened weapon this time. Vinny with the SMG, not the FAMAS this time, they can't afford it.
Try and force buy it down rather than keeping it as an eco with 4 rifles being saved in. Another play out towards long, a little bit more heavy this time around from Imperial, bringing 3 players here.
Oh, flash forward, a smoke down against the incendiary. Vinny with the SMG gets so much damage to Norway, but FNX has got to get the trade back. Doubles up to a second man, but Jerry, in the midst of that smoke, brings it back to a 3-on-3.
Look at Shalfie though, he's starting to walk forward. They could catch a timing. Still the aggressive approach to put pressure down onto Fur.
Speaking of aggression, the CTs are pushed forward in aggressive placings out towards that tunnel's position. Fur deals with Shelfie, gets his 9th kill in the map up, looks for number 10 against the AWP and is aware of the long presence now. As they've cleared out tunnels, they know it has to be the A play.
That's an incredible kill from Fur. I thought that would have been the difference maker. Flash coming forward, getting blind off it. Jerry desperate for the trade, but the bomb gets dropped and now Zorti's the last one.
Yeah, too far back from that flashbang. It was clearing as he went for the peak. And Zorti now losing the bomb control in the 1v3 clutch. Does catch Fur, but now falls out of dodge to check out the longhouse. 50 seconds, he wants to survive and save the weapon.
Imperial reliant on Fur in a few of these rounds. Zorti, what can he really muster up with this one? He's got an incendiary, needs to try and break the setup apart, but getting over towards bomb, that's going to be the difficult factor, especially with Imperial being so passive.
Just jump facing. Trying to look for the angles, but you're right, Imperial will not give up the ghost. The AWP set towards the crosser. Zorti's got a quick scope in against Fallen if he wants to burst into the site. Incendiary of utility, just not sure where to use it, not sure where Imperial might be at, and if he throws that, he knows that he probably gives up his position and Imperial can go hunting for him, so hold on to the AWP. You still have a very good money line here for forZe. The save weapons definitely helped you with that front, so there can be a buyback around this AWP for the next round.
Imperial could be very happy with that setup that came through. Again, you saw Shalfie trying to be that late lurk. They pulled enough of a distraction towards long where it felt as if for a moment Fur was going to get caught and baited, but instead holding that tight angle towards the car position, evenly trading out towards a long angle from FNX. But it was this kill. That was the one that changed the entire round.
Now, you want to see big stuff from Fur, and that's exactly what he's done so far here. 10 kills in just 5 rounds, averaging 2k per round. But your battle is won out by Fallen on the boost. Zorti didn't see that coming. They might leave one player out towards that long take. Splitting from short might come in extremely quickly. Boost up, adjusted to by Jerry. Knows the second man's down there somewhere, but FNX backs off.
That was so aggressive. Beat them with acceleration, and now this might be a safe call again. No one's on 8. They've cleared out the site directly. This is a tough retake.
The nade coming in will get no casualty. Will do damage to Jerry. A 4-on-4 though is a bit more winnable than the 4-on-5. So Imperial might initially prod at this. How the outcome of the next frag might end up deciding how this retake will go, if it will even go in from Imperial. Kenzie hunting around the edge of that smoke, gets caught by FNX, and now Imperial will send.
Yeah, of course they will. Get those nades in towards the site. They don't know about the long player. The majority coming in from short.
Scenario backs off, flashes in. Jerry wins the fight. Norway's responded to though, as FNX gets Jerry and Shalfie now to stall for time. They're going in real quick. FNX will get caught on a spray down, smoke on the bomb. Fallen's facing though. He's stalled for time. They aren't on the bomb. Bolts just backed off. They hunted for the kill. They didn't go for the defuse. And forZe will lose all 5, but gain 3 rounds.
Time stalling. That's all it is. Imperial win a fantastic opening man advantage. Fallen with the boost up, looking down towards that mid control, peering in and around the smoke. But it's the return. It's what they do after that fact. Jerry just runs so quickly up to that short position, and to really get a tell, Jay, on how aggressive that play was, Imperial got caught boosting. They thought they had a chance of getting a player up to short.
SMG and 5-7 from Imperial. Now the bias continue to get more and more broken. Quick up from Zorti with the AWP peak. Vinny would have heard that scope. So they won't aggress further. They won't look to try find the pick in towards that position. Instead, Norway pops out along and meets the AWP at a CT side.
Yeah, that's the lurk being dealt with. And now with 2 on B, it seems like it's a contact play. The AWP's been baited.
Flash in, the 5-7 forces forward and gets out of dodge. Smokes up as well as Fur gets Jerry next. Now down to 3 players for the forZe side. Sprays through the doors. Look like they should land towards Fur, but Fur returns damage by taking none of his own. AK swap to as he gets out of dodge.
And now for forZe, you can feel as if they're trying to put pressure down towards those mid doors, really force that fight in from Fur, but it's not coming at all. There is some slight aggression behind the short smoke though. That's the SMG.
57 seconds, Kentsy held back. The SMG of FNX will not look to pod. Flash forward, there goes the kill. 1 to trade back for forZe.
And they don't quite commit with it though. Still working the 3v4, try and set themselves up. This is buying more time for that rotation. You can see that AWP posted out towards a car position. This could be very good between Fallen and Fur.
We have a lot less time to work with this time. I know one player diving down to the CT was spotted. They can't adjust towards him though. The AWP of Fallen's got to win that shot, but he doesn't do so. Now Fur going to get attacked from both sides, but he deals with Shelfie as Bolts comes in with support. The AWP shot and the nade there from Zorti looked like it was going to land, but Fur escapes with his life, grabs his 3rd frag, and continues to keep Imperial in the lead.
Just to give you a bit of an idea of the game that we saw against Enterprise, the highest fragger for Imperial was Vinny, up at 67 frags. Fur was on 45, Jay, in that entire best of 3 series. One of the worst series statistically we've seen from him in quite a while. So the fact that he's come out of the gate playing as he should have and playing like this is such a positive side.
Deagles and Tech9 brought out by forZe now. The Force Invest will be coming in for them. Have no choice in that matter. Economy state does not lead towards a decent eco basis and doesn't go towards a decent gun round. Norway tagged at the 52 as the Galil waits for Vinny's part. Was looking into the tunnels initially, but didn't quite find a man.
Try and see if they can bait any of that aggression towards a short control, at least spotting out Fur. Fallen with the AWP, who's been playing quite passively over the course of the day, has been quite consistent with these mid picks.
Well, Fur finds the frag on Shelfie here. Purple Fallen. Oh, catches the leg shot as he hears that notch smoke and connects it and all. Damage done, man advantage. Not many things going the way of forZe, are all working against him instead. At least have that short control, and it's been pretty pivotal to a lot of their defaults so far.
Yeah, this is looking rough though. Try and get in towards a mid to B. Last time they did that, they had success on overwhelming bolts. Get a smoke out towards that left-hand side. Might even be a fake in which they try to put pressure on B. Instead, it's going to be the A split.
AK watching as the Deagle of Jerry faces and Fallen. Frags again. 2 to his name in this round. Looks for the next player as well, but doesn't quite land it. Kentsy will get picked up as Fur and FNX chime in appropriate, and they get the perfect round from Imperial. The force buy for forZe getting nothing means that they will have nothing to work with for round 9.
Just knowing for this forZe side that Dust2 came through in that Mouse NXT game, they got 8 rounds on the T side. Now, as of right now, Jay, I think 8 might be a bit of a stretch because it is quite competitive here from Imperial. They're showing up in quite a lot of facets. CT side's looking pretty good. And knowing that the economy game's not here at all, this is going to be a 6-3 scoreline.
They did have one good eco, so I wouldn't count it out just yet, although
come on,
did have
mate.
Eagles in that round.
Yeah, come on, that's a stretch.
Look, whenever we say there's no chance, there's always chance brought back by the T side. It's a CIF squad, so do not put them down for a moment. forZe will take the initial damage on Norway and Jerry and press their way on towards that short position. Fur with a nade out or try and get back out of dodge to the center of mass. Fallen there with the first AWP pick, and they actually do get 3 kills on the trot with the trade. Zorti and Jerry will be the last 2 players standing, and eventually they'll all fall. So there won't be anything there for that eco basis.
Just recovering that AWP as well, so not being able to take that big green out of play and make it more uncomfortable with the economy state from Imperial to buy it. 6-3, they'll be very happy with the performance they put on so far in Dust2, and even for the Imperial side, while it's not a map that they pick in best of 3s, they've got a decent track record on it. 6 wins and 3 losses, their last one being finest in that event that we saw in the best of 1.
Well, swings forward initially, Fur Swing at the initial short control. It's Bolt spraying through towards the tunnels, though, getting that first and second pick. Blind behind the smokes, continuing to tap forward to the Deagle, doing so much towards Shalfie. Needs that support to come forward from Vinny and FNX, and they will clean house. The fast rush to B has not worked for forZe at all.
Try and pop themselves forward, and you could just see how quickly those rotations are. Bolt's just wasting so much time, allowing the spam damage through the smoke to be successful. And the economy, again, not really here from the forZe side. This is very impressive from the Brazilians, and I guess it shows signs of what happened in the last head-to-head, but I don't think, maybe you, Jay, but I certainly was not leaning down that sort of a matchup again, just seeing with the recent history between the two.
Imperial definitely are trying to replicate this Antwerp previous matchup. That piece of history will become more relevant. You mentioned that the history of Imperial leading up to this event might be the thing to focus on. But right now, it's not looking like the case. The Eagle to Shelfie at least gets something to return against Fur. A 4-on-3 situation. Imperial still hold the advantage.
Re-smoke going down towards those mid doors. AWP from Fallen does miss out that first shot, but the relocation, and the second one is the connection. Shalfie not quite punishing enough.
Yeah, he got so close towards it, but Norway can finish off the job. FNX, the lowest HP player left for the CT side, and we left to challenge onto that Deagle, swinging out ahead of that smoke, but playing distraction so the bomb can go down, so money can get gained. Jerry in the M4 1v3 clutch does find FNX. Flash is sent his way, though. We'll keep him barred on the second flash. Counter flash of his own right now, revealing his position on the site itself. They're both out there, though. Damage done to Bolt. Swing out from Vinny, and Vinny will get the killing blow.
Just see there for Imperial playing together as a unit, not isolating those individual duels. Decent eco coming through from forZe, not a crazy amount of investment. You drop that AWP from Fallen, you put a fair amount of pressure down towards the A side. It does get recovered in the end. It is a plant and it is 3 kills. And what they need though, Jay, is consistency and rifle rounds. That's what they're aiming for.
Still damaging rounds coming in from the forZe side, trying to limit Imperial as much as they possibly can. Economy still very well built for Imperial's side, so in spite of the damage and the reinvestment being forced out, they will be able to rebuy the next. Tactical pause for forZe meanwhile. They've had their moments, they've had their opportunities, but they have just lost to half the same.
And it's incredible to think that Imperial played 10 games at the Major. Best of 1s, best of 3s, Challenger stage, Legend stage. They only played Dust 2 once, and that was actually in the opening game of the Challenger stage against Spirit on Dust 2. Other than that, we haven't actually seen a crazy amount of officials on this map in recent history. Think back to the last 2 months, we've seen it twice, once against Spirit, once against Finest, and that's it.
Well, that lack of real playing time affect them here. Force forward initially with the smokes down against the incendiaries being sent back. So far, Imperial have done well on this Dust 2. Flashes forward as FNX tries to catch off Jerry, dishing out quite a hefty amount of damage. And not quite finding the opening kill just yet here. It looks like forZe are going to play towards that A site, jumping past that smoke. Flashing against Fur will disappear through the Molotov, take a lot of damage as the T's gain the A site, but they lose the man advantage.
You can see Bolts just peering through, getting aggressive in those upper tunnels, and now for forZe, they've got to try and get a post plant with a man down and a 10 HP Kenzie. Surely this retake is on for another successful one.
Yeah, Zorti, Nori, and Shalfie have got to put a stop to that. Kenzie's hiding back over towards Goose. Will not give up his frag so easy. The AWP peek in from Zorti, catches Fur before the smoke bloom. Shalfie out in the open, sees Vinny, sprays through, trying to transfer back, landed a blind shot on Fur, has fallen, strikes with the AWP, and Bolts chimes in the same. Now Zorti has got to be the heavy lifter, needs to get at least an AWP kill. They're leaning in together, out towards CT, frag found, FNX's back turn, but Zorti lands a double, a triple of frags, a quadra in this round. What a massive play from him.
And that's exactly what forZe are looking for. Someone to dig them through, someone that's going to step up in the important rounds, and he's able to do so, playing around that car position, playing around with the time itself, and Zorti finds so much with the AWP. Oh, mate, what a sequence!
That third kill, the quadra looks fantastic the same. Incredible scenes. But like you mentioned, Imperial were on for that retake, so they did a ton of damage onto forZe in that round. And given the state of the scoreline, I think Imperial They win this next round. They just basically reset themselves back to standard positions. It's Shelfie with the opening kill. Jerry and Vinny go blind for blind. Nades in close. Back is turned for a counter flash, but Salty just lands the AWP shot. So a 5-on-3. forZe are set to follow up because they've gained the B site now.
Both teams have got hardly any money in the reserve. So this was for the taking to really hurt one another. Nori, that late lurk out towards the longhouse, has given information that at least they're there. You can hear the footsteps. It's whether they put too much pressure on to try to hunt down these last couple of players.
If they remove all from play, then Imperial have nothing to work with in the next round. And that could be harsh reset for an 8-6 and going into round 15 with one final bye. But again, vice versa applies. forZe's money line isn't fantastic either, like you mentioned. So they've got to weigh up the pros and cons, and it looks like they just want to hold their weapons instead.
And just knowing that for forZe, last 3 months, round win percentage on Dust 2 at 50.4, and getting closer to that 7 marker would almost feel like a recovery. I know that they can put the pressure on and they can show more success rate come the second half. As of right now, it's not been easy even to get up to 5. The opening pick for Shelfie and the refrag from Zorti really making a difference in a round like this.
Now, what do Imperial do? Eco in this round, go to the last round of the half and think about the full guns in there, or force the issue and shut forZe down now. Tactical to make that decision as we take a look at the stats and the current status of things for both sides. Right now, Fer and Fallen are doing the most work for Imperial.
And it's crazy to think about that Fallen is typically the second highest rated player on Dust 2 and Fer is third. It's normally Vinny at Fallen at number 1, Vinny at number 2, Fer at number 3. So the fact that we're getting this sort of a brute force performance out of both For and Fallen definitely strikes us up to be a very entertaining series. Just shows how much a head-to-head and how much a new day can change outcomes of previous.
Much a big step up can do the same thing. Had a lot of working room right there for the Imperial side. The top fragger in the server right now is looking for that opener. The incendiary was thrown down by Vinny. Try to stop them from making their way in as Fer continues to press the issue. Shelfie and Kenzie might get spotted. Indeed, Shelfie, his head's taken clean off.
Oh, that's so cheeky. Get the mid flash in from Vinny, and FNX is even thinking about holding that tight angle, try to force forZe into an aggressive duel. Just hanging back. Even Jerry's going to swing further forward. The trade is there to bring it back to a 4v4.
Zorti continues to watch here at the mid door, thinking there might be more aggression. The nade thrown over towards that short position will do some damage to Kenzie. The Molotov drives away any aggression on the actual short control itself.
Now, Zorti's waiting for FNX to relocate, to get over towards that B side, but this crossfire is very solid. It's just not exposed.
Look at Fallen. Is he going to press the issue? He might just do so. Knife out against Jerry indicates he won't push forward at the moment, but you can see how close he really is to this AK. Kenzie shot back on FNX. Vinny and Zorti go trading, and Fallen up against Jerry. Dives down into CT. Perfect chance to strike back with a trade. His back's turned, and he's dead.
Oh, what a timing that was. As soon as he hears that drop down, Jerry just knows, yep, I'm up against the AWPer. I know I can win this fight. I'm going to drop down. Even if he spins around, I've probably got the advantage. And for Bolts, there's nothing that he can do. They even escape that AWP back up towards the A side, Jay, just in case Bolts try to go back down towards Spawn to recover it.
Get it out of there. Make sure Bolts has no chance in this one. He's not even going to try for the retake. He'll just save the M4. Good recognition as well from forZe to know that forZe was over towards that. To know that Bolts was over towards that that B site. Keep that M4. Maybe go for the hunt on Kenzie. If he finds this player, that would really mean Imperial have nothing to work with for round 15.
And this is the claw back. This is the way that the squad of forZe start coming into their own. And I tell you what, this frag looks like it's going to get one. Bolts with the spin around. The duel going to come through. How wide's the swing? How late it is? Bolts is trying to hang on, and he does. Just hangs on to that M4.
Far too close, though. That really could have gone awry for them. Not to be in the end, though. 6th round for forZe, and that is the big bottom line for them, though. They look pretty good in the tail end of this half. It felt like Imperial were just going to have their number, but the resurgence to try and make this an 8-7 And once again, Imperial's buy is broken. The AWP swings forward, and Shelfie's caught by a flashbang. So him and Norway are driven back.
Bring that double AWP out on T side just to allow the opening advantage to try and get the pick through from the longhouse. So much aggression in from Jerry, and he's been seen by Fallen.
Flashed in to try and continue the peaks forward. The M4 spots Zorti, and Zorti is tagged low. So the AWP will be glass cannon from here on out. Third at 67 points of HP. So the damage is not comparable for forZe here.
Try and get the bait and switch, allow FNX to play anti-flash. They're going to try and pick again just as smoke clears.
Oh, sprays a little bit awry, and Kenzie can punish it. So the actual kill goes the way of forZe. That's 1 point to their favor. FNX evading the flashes, the SMG trying to look for Kenzie. Heard the reload, knows that he must be somewhere close, but he's at the closer corner, not the further one. Damage up against FNX, will drive him back alongside that Molotov. And forZe concede no trades.
At least against the rifle, and now Bolts is making the play. He's aggressing forward into the upper tunnels. Shelfie's there at lower, they're holding for this.
Not for much longer, though. He's setting up utility to try and set something up in the mid position. Bolts can still have a chance, but Jerry just swings on FNX. And now all the T-side players start charging in. One man out towards long will not contest the site itself. One player in the longhouse in Norway may catch the trade later on. The bomb will go down. It'll be a 3v5 on the retake.
They need a hero play. They need someone to step up. And even for Bolts, aggressing through the short smoke is going to be the starter of the retake.
The M4 seems to be the most likely player to go for the hero style. But low HP off the back of that engagement. The Orbiter shuts him down instantly. The 5-7 of Vinny finds a frag back. And 2 low HP players on the T side means it's not impossible. Vinny's got to get shut down right here by Shelfie. Orb scope Tin still looking for a way out. Vinny shoulder baiting. Fallen lands a quick shot. And a spray through from Shelfie deals with a rifle player. Fallen running out of time and running out of chances. forZe will recover the T side. Imperial looked fantastic at the start, but it's dead set even after the break.
Nossa,
Passa não, seus animais, passa. Ai, meu Deus!
Oh my god.
Os caras já nascem isso, tá vendo?
Velho, aí o cara tá mostrando, velho.
Que bagulho. Que já foi.
Ai.
Aqui esqueceu.
Que chama aqui. Eita.
Agora vai Cadê? Opa.
Ah, agora o Piss não pega mais não.
This is like the...
não. Tá brincando, velho. Se bem que você deixar eu passar de 10 Bitcoin.
Não foi aqui, não. Ó, alguém já foi já aqui no meio. Vai, Camilo. Caramba, velho. Cara, vou buscar o Fer.
Olha aí.
Olha o Fer, cara. Ô, volta aqui, bicho.
Go, Fer. Go, Power Ranger.
Filha da puta!
Nossa, volta lá no início, velho. É muito difícil, filho. É muito
Acabou. Ó o outro vindo aqui, ó.
A trap ativa só uma vez, mano. Tá de boa. Nossa, seu animal, tem que pular cá.
Nossa, que foi?
Bolsa de tanque new.
Eu fiquei foi.
Uma Rumble tirando.
Power Ranger. Agora o Piss não pode ativar isso aí mais, né?
Não.
Meu Deus.
Ai, cara.
Ah, é foda. Vem cá, Fer, vem cá, Fer.
Mano, esse pau alguém marotou, velho. Cadê o... Mano, só tem dois caras
Ó, o
aqui.
cara passando lá atrás, meu Deus.
Alguém passou aí, velho.
Nice, Vini. Vai, Vini. Isso aí. Termina esse jogo.
Ah, cala a boca.
Não, velho. O cara veio aqui.
Ai, meu Deus.
Ele tá vencendo já, velho.
Ele tá vencendo já? Ah, que isso, cara.
Ai.
Tá nada.
Me matei sozinho, velho. Lá no final, me matei sozinho lá no final, velho. Meu Deus, sou animal, velho.
Go, Power Rangers.
Cadê o baú? Você deu um pulo, eu vou...
Quem chegou? Quem chegou? Vamos. Bora.
Você é burro, cara, porque você passou junto. Passou, vou.
Dá pra passar.
Ok, tô bem. Ativou um bagulho sozinho.
Nossa,
Nossa, e agora?
Ganhamos.
Go, kill Peacemaker.
Vai. Ai, caralho.
Meu Deus.
Well, Imperial might look impressive at Death Run right now in the first half. They definitely looked impressive, but the comeback from forZe has made it as close as you can get it at the turn of the half. As they look to their CT side, Dwayne, this comeback may still be on.
Yeah, I think so. And just knowing the fact that they've drawn this back, the way that they were down by such a margin, now they're trying to keep it close. Now we're trying to see the forZe in the recent results. Outsiders, Skate twice, and Mouse NXT are the 4 teams in a row in which the winning streaks have continued on Dust 2. And now with the aggression coming out from mid, they're hungry for a pistol victory.
Yeah, straight up towards that position, taking mantle of the top of the barrels position. Fallen that will get forced back. The flash in his hand, the Glock to be pulled out to expect some more aggression up towards suicide, but nobody is going to make that move for forZe. They do back off in the end.
Well, they realise they go for the aggressive approach, they spot for information, no jewels get presented. Okay, let's back off, let's play 3 on A. We'll leave Xiaofi to jiggle peek down towards those mid doors, see what's going on. As for the Imperial side, knowing that there's a couple of flashes and 2 smokes, you could just expect a cross smokes towards that long position to get the encroachment down on A, but you wonder what is really the play, because the bomb is outside of the upper tunnels. It could be a fake.
A little over a minute to the clock, and right now there's no clear indication of what Imperial are going to do. So forZe have their default stacked in, the 3-1-1 split favourable towards that A site as Zorti gets the strike back, and the rotations are baited in the end. The T start falling away though, and forZe want to go towards the A play itself. If these players end up falling though, then it might just end up being a 5 versus 2 retake, and indeed they all do drop. Norway's still on site though, might even deny the bomb plant. FNX stands alone, desperate to get kills, but only does the damage. The HP is low, but forZe will take the round.
And as soon as they took long contact, Jay, I tried to focus all of my attention towards the radar, and the one thing I spotted was Nori not over-rotating. He was still hanging around that window position. That's very good discipline coming through from forZe. They do not get faked. They do not draw all of the over-rotates over, and knowing that there was a slight gap in that smoke too, it means that Jerry could just press up aggressively and just hear all those footsteps and gather more.
Yeah, 8 all on the board. FNX with a frag on Jerry. Shelby with a very fast responsive. forZe with those weapons again want to press the aggression in that mid and the tunnels control long. Lesser so, Imperial will lean in there with the majority of their forces.
I am seeing an R8, Jay. What are your thoughts about this one?
What? Okay, that's thrown me off quite significantly, actually. If Vinny gets a kill with the R8, I'd be very impressed. It's first Deagle that leans in first. I must imagine that someone's made a mistake there. I must imagine that Vinny had that out as a troll and just brought it into this round thinking it was a Deagle, not knowing he didn't switch out his inventory. He holds back from very long-range positions as Fur continues to sneak up.
Now, even this high advantage coming through from Kenzie, just try to play in and around the util. Fur is desperate to find an entry on the site, a way in to get the bomb down.
Kenzie thinks he might be close, dives off the boxes. Fur's dead. 4 on 3, forZe with the advantage. Scout has been seen by Fallen, but he lands Shelfie's headshot himself. But time is ticking away here for the boys over on the T side. Engagement for Norway, sees where Bolts is trying to see if he can land that frag towards the man, knows that he's there towards short. Another man here on the TT side to try to deal with him, but Zorti also drops. Now Vinny starts leaning in. The R8 fires away. 2 HP for Kenzie, firing back with the pistols. 18 seconds. He needs to get this kill desperately, and Fallen lands it instead. Norway, M4 out of elevator. I don't think he's known. Swings out to Fallen, gets tagged. Bomb plant will be secured, and Imperial steal the second round back.
Oh, what a force buy coming through from Imperial. It comes up to Fur, getting closer towards that bomb site directly, trying to pull the distraction, but really the damage dealer in that round has to be Fallen. Playing with that scout quite defensively out to the long control was the difference maker to so many of these picks. You can just see the CTs trying to run up into position. Bolts, of course, that mid player getting towards short. Wow, even a wallbang shot coming through onto Kenzie.
Now flick towards Norway is just as impressive. Scout continuing to do damage, but this time on the CT side. Zorti strikes on Vinny in a suicide. Kicks things off on the right foot for the CT forces, and they're forced by a round. They're not partial to taking these kind of steals. So the round is back on for them once again.
Try and work that opening man advantage. You can see Fallen's just trying to spot if anyone's continued that aggressive approach towards a short position. What he doesn't know about is now the retake, and especially the CTs trying to press.
AK seeing Shalfi, player out towards mid, will make sure that he's protecting in that angle. Flashes to get them out of dodge as Jerry peeks forward instead.
Oh, I like this. Very aggressive from Kenzie. If he could get right up towards T-Spawn, that could be the bomb to drop.
He can't face suicide though. He's got to have to wait behind the boxes, keep his head tucked away, challenge fallen and drop the bomb. Oh, that's massive. Scout could also get picked up, but the P250's fighting on his lonesome will get returned. But forZe have the man advantage.
Yeah, there's a free pass in towards the A site, though. You have to remember where forZe positioned himself out towards that pit angle. He's seen that long, at the moment, is completely clear, and they've still got cross smokes. They can still get the 2 smokes down towards A directly.
Oh, that Diego Shalfi now sees him. Backup is on the way as they clear out tunnels. They know that mid must be open with the amount of map control they've had there. So Norway swings, 5-7 firing blind, dishing out damage to 2 individuals. Backstab also inbound here for the CT forces, and again, time is extremely low for them. M4 burst, AK comes in, sprays down 2, but Zorti returns fire to a 2-on-2. Now the backstab comes in, and forZe only just recognizes it. Should get the bomb plant from here.
Yeah, get that bomb down. Jerry's in such a long-range position. Instead of fighting by himself, he wants to wait for the rotate, wants to wait for his teammate to get there.
Now both engaged towards long, and they've got the good read that Zorti might have rotated along with him. Continuous prod, and Jerry will finally fall. The scout shot connects damage. The kill found against the player in the back, but forZe, tagged up as he might be, can still fight for the triple and bring in number 10 for Imperial.
Now, I can say, hands down, the reason why Imperial are having so much success against forZe has to be forZe. We didn't see that in the series against Enterprise, but right here, continuing to deliver. Be involved in one of those clutch situations. A tested sort of round, though. forZe are doing quite well. The double spam towards CT was really what gave them at least some more comfortability. And then that quick trade on low HP. Imperial up to 10. forZe, this could be a slow start for them in the second half.
It was a slow start for them in the first, and look how they got with that. Rifle round will be out for round 20. And they've still done significant damage to Imperial so far, so the reset wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to gain. It wouldn't be the most impossible scenario against their name. FNX and forZe, however, cleaning up all players, so all 5 will stay alive for Imperial. Very little utility loss, so very little to replace. The economy will start to stabilize for that. A good bomb plant could take away all the worries for Imperial.
And keep in mind, Imperial are the highest ranked team in this entire competition, Jay. That's looking at teams in Group A, that's looking at teams in Group B. So to think that they were not going to go down without a fight, we knew it was going to be the case. We know that there's a lot of experience to rain off of the back of this, and 11-8 up on Dust 2. Positive signs are continuing, especially with forZe not having a crazy amount of util or kits in this round.
You have to stand and do damage on the fights. The SMG of FNX, one of the highlight players you want to look to pick apart here. Charging forward. Meanwhile, there's also a charge forward to the CTs. Here towards tunnels, knowing that there's nobody out here. Rotations might start coming back to the A side, because there's no one actually directly there for that control. FNX has got to get detected. They face the flashbang. Turns away from counter flash to allow him to peek forward here. And that backstab works out well. Now Imperial have got to make their way to A.
How quickly forZe are sending bodies over towards the A site, realizing they've got to get into a good position. This could get very chaotic on the side defense.
Blind spray from forZe gets Zorti first and foremost. A 4-on-4. Kenzie back at Goose. Orp is watching for him. Don't overextend, my friend. Fallen's watching you. He's going to get picked up by bolts instead. Blind sprays back from the AK. Seeing a player over at elbow. Hoping to catch him with a decent expected shot. Guesstimation on his own part, but no, he charges forward with 2 to find, gets tagged up, still looks for bolts. Norway waiting for his chance to strike here. As the smoke fades, he will get picked up instead.
Both players try to lean in from city spawn and from short. I think you've got to save it, Jay. I think you've got to throw in the towel. They can't keep going for this.
Oh, Shalfi had no choice. It was that far committed, and Jerry tried to escape, but ultimately loses his life. And forZe on the CT side are struggling to keep things together. They had a tactical which turned all the tides in their favor over in that last time. I think one might be called out here. I think that might be what they need.
Again, Dust 2 is an incredibly strong map coming through into forZe. Beated Nexus, OG, Saw, Outsiders, Skate twice, and Mouse NXT. Their only loss in the last 3 months was against the Vitality squad at the Major. This is one of their best maps in the pool. And just knowing, Jay, all they've gained in the second half was the pistol round. And that was it. I think it really shows how important that force buyback was from Imperial and how that's changed everything in the second half. Because in all honesty, this is where I was setting up forZe to say, oh, okay, fairly good T side. They've been able to sort of put themselves in a position where they've recovered it towards the end. Come CT, this is it. This is where they're going to put their foot down. And instead, we haven't seen that.
Yeah, we were so excited to see what forZe could do, especially with the pistol win. But since then, Imperial have taken the control. They have not let it go, knowing how important it would be not to do that. And several moments where forZe have done the damage and looked to reset Imperial, but they just haven't been able to push past that final little hurdle, get that little extra inch over the finish line. Now down to the half buy for that. The best that they can hope for, realistically, is the damage done. The Eagles on 4 individuals, a 5-7 for Norway here.
If they can get a saved-in weapon, that could actually be quite juicy. They've seen Kenzie quite aggressive, and FNX is going to be the first one to fall. They don't know about Vinny, though.
Oh, there comes all the kills for the Deagle as Vinny and Fur are cleaned up effective. Bolts also tagged, can't land the headshots. And there it is, a pause comes in for forZe, and then they turn it all towards their favor. Bolts and Fallen making a ton of noise, and Norway knows Forden is especially low. He's going to be an easy pick. Bolts' headshot landed. Forden, last man standing, and even he drops. What a round for the CT side.
That's incredible. That is such a steal to come through. And you actually saw, rather than picking up that AWP, they opt to go for the AK instead. They know they've got enough money that Zorti can invest into an AWP next round anyway. Just the aggression coming through from short and the mid doors. Nori getting up close and personal with that 5-7. And a tactical timeout now from forZe, probably just to calm themselves.
Yeah, ensure that they're locked on. And they're focused to get this next round to their favor, because the one thing they're missing in this half is the follow-up. They got the pistol, and then Imperial took back 4 in a row. They could get this rifle, and then Imperial could also take back 4 in a row. At that point, the match is done. We're off to map 2. This next round becomes the most important one of the game so far for forZe. It has to be a win. An Imperial will respond in kind. Buyback, AKs, AWP, 1 Krieg.
Probably the first scrappy round we've seen from Imperial all map so far. Haven't got many steals at all from forZe. And Fallen trying to see if he can target down an opening pick towards the mid doors itself. Not to be. And forZe taking bodies over towards that long control early on. Even the HG, more aggression from Kenzie.
Push forward on the part of Imperial down towards the B doors. Kenzie just holding outside of that smoke, outside of the long house. Trying to challenge on Fur out there, and if you can get that kill, that'd be highly impactful. Imperial, meanwhile, just press on to the short position.
Yeah, that AWP, very defensive from Zorti towards ramp. You can see FNX is just peering over in case there was any aggressive duel being landed towards that Xbox position. Even Jerry could get caught on a rotation, getting back towards ramp. It's a matter of timing.
Gonna wait though. Flash on to suppress the players on short. Will blind them off for the moment, but it will not lead to a press forward of forZe. Jerry holding his angle, awkward headshot to take. He's gonna start pressing forward himself. Dive down to the CT. That might be a noise cue that sends Vinny forward into the AWP's hands.
Yeah, I think it is. Get that smoke down, might even dive one down. This could still be a B play with a short fake.
Chalfie out in the open, doesn't see Bolts or further in the midst of the smokes. Vinny's the first casualty. Zorti with that frag. The smoke will clear and Bolts catches a frag. Now leaving to 1 man on that B side. And FNX knows what to do. 20 seconds. Time's running short though when he falls. The AWP now got to grab that bomb. They're going to make a move. Bolts with 1 decent trade. It's all going to rest on the player on that B side. Norway to do it all. The AWP fires late. Norway gets that frag. 6 seconds. Fallen stalled. They line up for the spray and he holds together his 2K, but Norway doesn't need to hold the triple. Jerry will close out on Fallen, and forZe will connect their follow-up.
Imperial just working with the clock a little bit too low in that sort of situation. They've got both Fur and Bolts working the mid control. Zorti holding off the defensive play, and Bolts worked so hard for this. So many great picks. They needed to deal with the anchor earlier, though. If they would have overwhelmed Nori with a good extra 5-6 seconds on the clock, it might have been a little bit easier to overwhelming B. And now for Imperial, their economy's wrecked. And that R8's out again. I don't think it's a mistake, mate. I reckon he wants it on purpose.
Well, you can't change it mid-match. AK in for fur, gets 2 kills instantly. And Imperial look to bring the fight back to forZe. AWP and forZe can get gained here by the T side. Flash forward as the hero rifle works out well. Vinny's R8 does his damage, but doesn't get the kill towards Shalfie, and Jerry tries back on FNX. So back to a 3-on-3 will go.
Oh, look at Bolz. He's walking out B. He's got the side completely open, but he's got to get this pick on the AK on the doors.
Yeah, seen by Norway. Checks out, headshot, not gained, but the kill is. They've made progress up long though, so maybe this flank might probably be enough as Fallen falls to Shalfie. Now first got to rethink his angle, and indeed, he will rotate back.
Oh, even Jerry just peering through that CT position. And now for Fur, yeah, you can relocate out towards B, but you've lost your teammate. Now it's so much more difficult.
And every round forZe game have been brought, every round that forZe get at this map has just been brought down to the very wire. 3k up for the winner of the next frag on Fur. 20 HP to dish out the damage. Jerry extending past Xbox. Spotty with his back turn, and Fur does not pull the trigger. He waits. But Jerry turns around, and now he's lost. Instead, it's on Shalfie. Knife pulled out for Fur, thinking he might be safe. He thinks wrong. Shalfie locks out the round, and forZe back within 1. It was a slow start again, Dweg, but much like that last half, it's all coming up forZe. Tactical use by Imperial.
I think it's just been too decisive, or indecisive, I should say, on the mid-round calls. I think you've got to work with the advantages, Jay. And in that situation, you've got a 5-on-3, you've got a double entry out towards long. Yeah, the lurks have been successful. Yeah, there's been times where Bolz has had the backstab, and they've opened up a way for the bomb to cross. I think if they just keep it a bit more simple and play as the pack unit, their trading game has been on point. And they're getting caught in situations where they're trying to relocate the bomb back to A, over to B, whatever it is mid-round, and it seems like forZe have always got the one-up on having that read and cancelling the setup.
forZe have always been playing from the back foot in the early rounds. You saw that from the opening kill counts. Fur and Fallen have been on top of everybody else. More times than not, forZe are forced in the trade. That round right there was a perfect example. Damaged economy, AWP still brought forward for Zorti. Scout for Fallen's got to take that on the chin. Smokes back, the nades in, a mid-control prod from Shalfie. The nade towards first position, he won't peek into it, he just tanks that at the feet.
forZe starting to claw their way back into this game with a round streak now. Imperial, is this the way to make sure that there isn't a tied-up scoreline? Working their way in towards those lower tunnels. Jerry putting more utility down towards Xbox. Another one of those HEs. This time it's a little bit better.
Chipping away at the damage. Jerry. Top of the boost now. Notch smoke coming in as he does drop off and go back towards CT. No responsive. It goes real quiet past the minute marker.
Zorti hasn't really been able to use that AWP in action so often. Instead, it's normally been the A fakes. And this time around, this could be the full-on short commitment.
Smoke back to suppress them. Vinny will try counteract with one of his own. They might press ahead of it. Time is short, but Imperial don't act yet.
And they might have to run the clock down. Jerry to hold, even continue to aggress. Someone dropped down a CT.
Second player dropped down to CT. Now they're aware of it. AWP has always got a strike against 2. Gets Vinny, and 2 trades come back for Fallen and Bolz. They're unaware of the second player, so the kills are returned, and now short is taken entirely. Kenzie tagged, Norway on the way in. Bomb will go down, the retake is on towards the headshot. FNX is watching the long control. Kenzie with 1 and 2, but not quite 3. He set up Norway for the clutch now, and leans in, bursts up. Fur keeps his head tucked away for it. Norway jump faces, sees his man, but the concern might be Fallen out towards that long control. Fur constantly being spotted. Norway, how's he going to force out this fight? Go for the jumping face, but that will cost him his life.
What a round by Fur again to find that multi-frag. And it comes down to a slight crunch. Yeah, Zorti gets one with the AWP, but what ends up happening, Jay, he's caught with util. Wants to put that flash up. The double dive down towards CT really made an issue there. And for a moment, you thought there was a slight opportunity that Kenzie brings that back. He narrowly evades that window of FNX spotting him. 13 on the board, and forZe's money ruined again.
With 4 on the first strike as well, Zorti to drop immediately. That AWP being taken out of play, now in the hands of Shalfie instead. He leans in towards tunnels and does dome in. Vinny, get out of dodge, tank some damage.
Oh, he's lucky. Very lucky to get out of that one. Now, it's a pick back, Jay, but it's still not really an advantage. I reckon forZe are going to double dip to some more aggression because they need more. They need a recovered weapon. They need an AK.
Just got that FAMAS for now, the closest thing to an AK. SMG will lean in with it towards that long control. forZe about to challenge them both. Kent C gets damaged, but forZe takes the ding. 3 HP. They're going to go hunting for the man, but they don't fire bullets further. And now Norway, the focus turns towards him. Bolts back turn. 5-7 gets the first kill. Drops off. Looking to swing back against Definex. Oh, it's another headshot. Norway looking for the 3K, but Fallen shuts him down. Now got to pick up the bomb and get the plant.
Oh, what does he do, though? Does he go back towards A? That might have to be the option. You have a look at where forZe is and think he's nowhere near B. Open up that long position. The issue is, of course, the HP. At least he's got a smoke.
Xiaofi's AWP as well means that HP is going to be irrelevant, at least against this first pick to forZe. Watching from CT, slow prods. The AK wins the headshot. Maybe HP does matter, but not for forZe. 2-on-2. Smokes come down, Fallen can cross safely.
Oh my goodness, what a pick. And now for forZe, they're so out of position. Jerry can try his best to walk through the CT smoke. He has to catch a timing.
Jump face against Fallen, he can turn the bomb plant. No, he can't, no, he can't. Just a little bit off it. Spray through, damage done. forZe low, Fallen similar scene. Spray, Jerry gets the double and holds together the round. He couldn't deny the bomb plant, but that damage compounded and it wins forZe the round itself.
Oh, that was a spicy round. So much going on there. And just knowing that that MP9 was just a nuisance, trying to make it so uncomfortable for the two players down on the side directly. The bomb plant, though, what does it offer? I don't think there's a buy on the table here from Imperial.
I honestly don't know. We'll have a look and see. The tenacity to fight back constantly from forZe, doing everything he can to keep Imperial in that round. He has been the true star in every fashion. And there is no buy. It's a half invest with Tech 9s.
Yeah, see what they can really muster up in a round like this, up against the double AWPs. A lot of presence in the upper tunnels. It's only telling me that the B exec's going to be lined up.
And forZe are still chasing this lead. Been chasing it since the first half. Thought they were going to bring it back with a pistol, but now one to equalize. Imperial going to go in for the BXE. Xiaofi's AWP to be here. The flashes keep Norway blind. Xiaofi strikes against the first player, but his backup's fallen. Again, the pistols will do all they can. Xiaofi and Zorti on the back site will get another kill. The plant will be secured, and now the backstab's got to come in for the retake.
Oh, Kenzie struggled, and now the smoke goes down. They just want to try and stall for time.
Oh, Kenzie gets caught off, but Jerry and Zorti quickly enter the site and make sure there's no further worries for forZe. 13 all. But for a half buy, it's good for Imperial. They've got themselves the buyback. The bomb plant bonus leads to a very frivolous investment. AK is going to be afforded. AWP can come out. No utility issues at all. They had to take everything out of forZe to get that round together. Now's their chance to get to the lead.
I think Imperial will be a bit disappointed in that round, in all honesty, Jay, because the idea is to keep it expensive for forZe, and both of those AWPs stayed in play. None of them needed to be reinvested. Now Zorti's AWP strikes the first.
Big swing. Fallen's been winning those mid-fights for a very long time to get that pick and now to dominate mid-control on short. Xbox smoke seems to come down from Bolts, I believe. Gets that AWP back into T-side hands. As long as taken by the T's, uncontested by forZe. And that's been a bit of a common theme. They haven't really gone so far forward all that often in this position.
No, they like to play it passive on A. They like to put themselves in retake setups, that's for sure. Relocate the AWP over, and Zorti can get quite aggressive. Play the high advantage if he fancies.
One cross smoke being set up, incendiaries and nades to counteract. The second one should be on the way soon for the Imperial. 3 players to final this defensive, though.
And forZe know. They know the long setup has to be coming through. You got Xiaofi watching mid. The upper tunnel's taken.
Smoke set in. Nade from Vinny. Nade to Vinny, rather. Should land. Goes a bit far and actually lands to FNX instead. 50 HP gap in that smoke for Zorti to exploit. He can exit. Kenzie 2 on the lineup. Doesn't actually get the lineup itself. Bolts can't respond. Still a gap there in that smoke, and Bolts is forced to jump past it. Engaged upon by Jerry, gets the headshot. FNX forced to respond and double up. Look for the triple as well. And just like that, forZe leave it all on Norway.
Oh, got to come into the clutch. He's got a HE onto the side. FNX has still got the time to work with. First, got to get into position.
Just use the utility. He's going for directed faces against that AK. A headshot's all FNX needs. 17 seconds. He's going to wait for that bomb to get tapped. Or just go for the swing now. 12 seconds. Seeing the man, seeing the headshot. Nade comes out. FNX will fall. It'll be all down towards the likes of Fur. No, FNX is still alive. Forced out on a kill count. And now he knows what's going on.
Oh, it's a relocation, though. Dropping down towards CT. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. No, back over towards A.
Wasn't certain for a moment. I think he knows now. Fur watching short continuously. Will he start to have the inkling? Norway creeping up, both sight lines turned away from, and now Fur will know what's happening. Footsteps made out by Norway. Swing upon, but the M4 wins the fight. And finally, after the longest grind back on a deficit, forZe will take the lead against Imperial.
They've had to work so hard for this. They were down 8-12 at one point, Jay. What a resurgence this has been. What a clutch to come in. And just when he thought that FNX was going to make the difference, that's probably one of his biggest rounds that we've seen all of Dust 2 so far. A triple kill, out to get right towards short, down to CT, but they just can't close the 2v1 advantage.
And FNX will be kicking himself in that one. One of his biggest moments in this matchup, probably one of the biggest in this tournament for him individually. But he just wasn't able to finish the job. Neither was the star man of Fur. 32 kills deep, trying to make it 33 against Jerry, spraying all sorts of bullets through the doorways and catching the majority of them, but not enough to get the frag itself.
Yeah, Fur's been giving it everything in this first half and now even the second. Shalfie jiggling down at the angle, forces Bolts aggressive.
Nades out, can provide some support, but Norway holds his own. Nades back on Fallen. The spray through from Shalfie gets only one pick. The trade from FNX is good. It will be a 3-on-2, but the bomb's out towards that B side. Zorti swinging in, looking for the shot, will tank a lot of damage. And now FNX will grab that bomb, will rotate, because Fur is in CT spawn.
Yeah, what about the mid player, though? First strikes and finds a couple of kills. Kenzie now the last one.
And FNX has escaped the tunnels as well. They're going to continue towards that B site as he falls away towards the A player. Oh, no. All misdirection for Imperial. FNX to be protected. Fur. This backstab could equalize again.
And forZe need another 1v2 to come through to get them up to 15. And it's Fur and FNX once again.
Kenzie looking towards the B side. The smoke goes down, so now he knows. One flash. It's a bit of a shallow smoke, though. He's got a line back in. Swinging out. Slowly. Carefully. Considerately waiting for his shot to strike against FNX, but he peeks into the wrong man as a second player, and they peek together. Imperial will find 14. There won't be another 1v2 this time for forZe. We'll play all 30 rounds. And the economy is broken for forZe. Despite everything they've done to rally this comeback, it's been expensive rounds left, right, and center. So the buy won't be great.
They're going to force buy, mate. 100%. They've got 2 players on double eco status. I don't reckon they're going to save for OT. And yeah, there it is. There's the force.
2 M4s, 1 SMG, a Deagle and a CZ. They've won rounds with less. Shalfie swinging, seeing first, got to remove him, but no! Zorti does find a response.
Look at B though, mate. B's completely open. They've over-rotated. This could be an easy side take. This might just be 15 already.
They're going to have to grab those 2 rifles. They want to go for the retake itself. Kenzie, CZ swinging up to position, spotted out by Vinny. 2 engagements. The bursters do the damage, but not quite get the kill, and utilities pulled out to suppress them. They'll grab that M4 and that AK, and I think they'll stay for it.
Oh, you just saw how much of a reposition came off of that B side. What a call there from Fallen to just start the BXE. forZe, after they've brought it back from 8 to 12. Don't tell me it's going to be a fake comeback, Jay.
Well, these guns will stay in for the 30th, and there's still a chance that forZe can make it overtime. Fallen will go for the hunt. Backs are turned. A big gap left there in the offensive line. Oh, Zorti, he's pixels away from giving up the fight, but doesn't end up doing so. Regardless of whether forZe get this to overtime or not, this map has already been far better for them by comparison to their Antwerp match. But it is map point for Imperial here on Dust 2.
Yeah, they need all the support, all the Sues to get them over the line. One more to go. And you just got to think, who's going to be the difference maker? Is it Zorti that needs to try and peer in for an opening pick? Is it Fur to open up and to find another entry? Because he has had an unreal performance in this first map of the series, Jay. And just to think, to have the idea that if you add 11 more kills to him on Dust 2, he equals what he got yesterday. And an entire best of 3.
Yeah, it's just mad what he's been doing. I can't sing his praises enough. I don't think either of us can sing his praises enough. Pivotal in that last round to get the one kill that Imperial needed to get the round itself. Maybe had Shelfie got the frag, then it could have been a retake on for the forZe side. Maybe it could have been one out right there and then. Maybe they could be the ones on that point. But they're playing from the back foot, having lost control of that. It's tense. It's so tense for forZe here.
And just knowing one round can make the difference between a victory in this first map of the series or OT. And you've got to imagine here from Imperial, this is theirs for the taking. Knowing that the buy status isn't great, knowing that it's not the best weapons in the world at all from forZe, and that it's the CIS's map pick. This could be a way forward to really strangle things up and put a foothold down on the first map, to go into your map pick a Mirage, and to have so much more comfortability.
A moment's respite here, a tech pause, details of which have been unconfirmed. It looks like with the match medic restoring itself, looks like we might be ready to go here. Imperial, one round. That's all they need to take this first map. forZe, one round to take us to overtime and continue playing on a site that here in REPUBLEAGUE they are very familiar with. And one that they're going to have to continue to be familiar with. They want to claim this first map. Round 30, AKs across the board from Imperial. For Mars and SMG will be the limiters for the forZe side.
And just knowing Zorti doesn't have the big green, has to try and get stuff going with the AK in a round like this. And 3 players to take the early long control. Imperial, knowing that they don't have the spawns, they're actually going to just lean in towards an upper tunnels take instead.
Now towards Longhouse where the CTs were initially challenged. They have got one man, a Shelfie, set close and ready to receive here on the B side. Backed up by Zorti's AK. Kenzie's SMG swings in and the Shadow. The Shadow will be seen first. Kenzie's ready. Sees the man, gets the frag, and that's the big frag of the fall.
Of course it is. Recover one of those AKs too, just helps the MP9 even further. Hold that aggressive sightline, keep the press further forward, put the resmoke down, doesn't know about the regroup around T-spawn.
Trying to fall back as well. Passive a bit more so towards the back doors rather than the front ones. Still firing, a Molotov comes down, perfect timing for him as well. Falling away. No choice but to do so.
Just wasting so much time. And forZe not even going for an info play towards the upper tunnels, instead just wanting to slow it down out towards the long contact. You've got to imagine just a jiggle here from Kenzie's going to give him the info.
He swings out wide and gets another kill for it. Looks for the triple when he almost lands it the same. Bolts traded back, 34 points of health. And now Zorti and Jerry, the 2 standers here on the A site.
It slows down even further. Imperial really taking their time with the matter, getting the util down to the short position. It's got to be the long take into A.
They clear out short, knowing nobody's out here. Is all down along. Jerry holding the M4, 20 seconds to the clock. If they deny the bomb carrier, that could be everything. Utility thrown down to the back of ramp of the site itself, and Jerry just waits. Zorti swings out. Vinny's on 1 point of health with bolts being so low. The kills are still coming through though. 7 seconds. Jerry makes his move in. Shelfie sprays back to a 2-on-2, and Jerry's so close. The T's have no idea. A back of FNX's turn, and Vinny, 1 point of HP, still not getting 10 frags. Swings out, desperate for the kills, desperate for the clutch, but forZe as a unit grouped together, and they get the killing blow to take us to overtime on Dust 2.
Here we go, forZe's paradise. OT again. We saw it in the live series up against Mouse NXT. We saw it in the Imperial series up against Enterprise, and now we get another overtime for the first map in the series, just when it felt as if Imperial had the opportunity to close up against the weaker buy. It doesn't happen. Vinny tries his absolute best on 1 point of health to win the clutch, but it doesn't come through. forZe, what a retake.
And what a map this has turned out to be. The CIS squad pulling out all the stops to get their map pick past the finish line here. The CT side continues on into the overtime. Jerry already prodding at the mid control, spotting at least 1, maybe 2 players there. Flash forward as forZe will gain the short control. They've backed off.
Ooh, Orpheop Jewel might get presented out towards the mid control. Fallen instead just baits it and drives Zorti a little bit further passive.
Slows down from there, just a lot of noise being made. Blind fire. Utility thrown, nades with smokes. Trying to suppress the T's as much as possible. forZe just awaiting the hit. It's inbound towards short.
That re-smoke, very well timed, and Jerry might just play more aggressively on the matter. It seems like it's actually a mid to B fake. It's going to be the short play from Imperial.
One player swinging out from Shelfie here. Backs a turn, and Vinny can get the opening kill. That might still drive the mid to B play, but a backstab in mid. Kenzie's found a pick, and he falls away for it. He might still think it's going to be the A play, but a swing towards mid from another CT member might try to find the information. It's all on Jerry now, towards the defensive. Sees Fallen and gets that kill. forZe close up, flashbang, keeps them both blind, and Jerry can't win the fight, but still Kenzie swung up close and needs to win the next for trade, but no. forZe with a 2K gets the site control.
Oh, there it is again. First stepping up, and now even on the post plant for Nori, trying to reposition out to elevator. It's going to take Zorti so long to come out to the long position.
37 HP on forZe. 37 kills for him in this map up, and the AWP of Zorti strikes back, 2-on-2, leans in. forZe has no idea how close Nori can be. He swings for the second player at elbow, and forZe again fight from the back foot to take the round.
And Nori, the fact that he's able to get to elevator undetected really is that element of surprise. You get the AWP to walk out quite wide. Zorti lands it onto FNX, and you can see in the post plant that forZe is actually anticipating the AWP to take another duel. He's not looking close towards that left-hand side, and that presents the fight in for the M4. Very good sequence in the 2v3. This kill all important, and then pressure building on the last. Bolts just not standing up tall towards that short position, and forZe have got the lead.
Bring out the double ops as well. Shot from FNX, not quite connecting. 4 AWPs in play in this round for both sides. FNX was so desperate to get that opening frag, but just didn't quite land it in this case. Norway set aggressive at the tunnels, will hold position as Shelfie looks for the AWP pick in mid.
Yeah, forZe getting aggressive again. Always on the front foot towards that short position. Damage being done to the util. Vinny down to 78. And Kenzie, oh, is this the info play again? He's been so great out in the longhouse.
Flashes forward, blinding off several individuals. Jerry's incendiary. About to get thrown on towards Xbox. Bolts taking some damage alongside Vinny, who took some earlier. Just the prods of the defaults continuing to try and find the definitive advantage for either side. No kills are found. Imperial have the top mid control.
Kenzie's seen the bomb though. That duel onto FNX. This is so much information that bomb is still tailing around outside along.
Hasn't committed just yet though. It won't commit yet. Imperial Smoked off towards short as they think that there might be a split play, and forZe will be right to do so. 35 seconds, the T's are going to make the move.
Excellent read. Split A play coming through from Imperial, and they're getting set up. Jerry could even get flashed forward.
Oh, here we go. One man's close, but Vinny gets a spray through the smoke, and now that might send them. Bombs on its way.
20 seconds left, they've got to get a move on, and zordy's out of position. Out towards long, he gets caught, and now Kenzie's the last one.
15 seconds, he's just got to wait for as long as possible. Fallen swings, burst fire, spray through, gets only one kill, and the bomb can cross safely. No CTs to deny it. forZe had the perfect setup. Shalfie will at least get one trade, but he needs so much more with Norway support.
Oh, and it comes down to the retake again. Vinny out in the open, they know where he is. Back to a 2v2.
But Norway's been down to 6 HP, so low. Switch out to the AK for Shalfie. He's going to need it now for this retake. Both players watching the ramp control. Flash evaded. Shalfie looking to swing. FNX looking to advance, boost up potentially here. They're looking for it, but Shalfie's dropped, and Norway's got no chance now. Dealt with by Bolts as Imperial claims 16.
Oh my goodness. They've got the setup. They've got the timer on their side, but they can't deny the bomb from going down. Zorty, the reposition out to the open. What a kill this is from Vinny. But it comes down to the AWP being swung out to the open, and that M4J, the M4 upper goose, just not delivering.
That was so miscoordinated. The AWP should have been focusing on long support. No one was really watching it there for the CT side. And if only they had a bit more passiveness, if only they had a bit more room behind there at Goose, maybe it could have been a defensive hold. But it's 16 all, a tactical call. I believe it was won by Imperial there. Fallen's AWP. Now set and ready with the smokes being sent down. Zorty swinging up, watching and waiting. Alongside Shalfie for the opening frag. Will they find it?
Cheeky crossfire. And the only way this gets broken apart is if there's a flash assist. If there's no util, if it's a dry commitment, this should be forZe on top.
There's the flash. Shalfie turning away from. Engagement against me doesn't work out. Zorty now 2 to fire. He doesn't know where to flick. And he also falls in the tunnels.
Excellent flashes. You could see the turn. You could see how uncomfortable it was against the util. Even Nori getting a HG down, trying to get aggressive. Bolts on the other side. Opens up B. Now a 5v2.
No one on the B side either to support it. Fallen might be about to catch Kenzie. Lands a leg shot, and Kenzie can't trade it. And now Jerry with the most heroic play of the game if he gets it together. 3 players to get. Does find Bolts at least dive away from first position. Tag him down, and they close. Actually might catch the kill for it. Engagement doesn't work, and Fur also doesn't drop. So 16 HP for Kenzie in a 1-on-3.
That's not looking promising at all, is it? Very good default down there to the lower tunnels, and of course, Bolt's the one to deal with the B anchor. And now for Kenzie, we've seen him in clutches before, but a 1v3 like this, geez, I wouldn't want to be him.
No. Nade too far against Vinny. Nades to respond from the T side line. Smokes back, seen the one player and tags FNX. But they have more bullets to fire, and they'll fire them directly towards the man. 17-16 Imperial have the first half of overtime.
Oh, such a competitive OT. And you could just feel as if, right there from forZe, they had the right intention, Jay. The creativity to go aggressive in lower tunnels. I don't think we'd actually seen that setup before. The idea that you're going in there with an AWP and a rifle to support, but it's the picks out towards B. So much spam from both teams in a round like that.
Double AWPs. Play for Imperial, the M4s. Swinging far forward for Fur. Landed by Zorty, but Fallen trades it. Brings it to evens. This allows forZe to play with the extra man.
Even Vinny, with that double AWP setup, playing around the pit position, needs to scope in towards our left-hand side.
Missed the shot, though, Norway. Responds in kind. And now A-site's looking pretty open. There's no one here for Imperial.
Has to be a retake setup, and they still have to deal with the lurk out towards that lower tunnels. Shalfie's just wasting time being here.
And again, the AWPs missed their shots. Fallen couldn't land towards the man. Now he falls away, but the smokes are set back down. Second one to block the entire cross. The Molotov to drive him away from elevator. Blind shots will ring out, but the bomb will cross safely. And it should be a retake on, unless Bolts has something to say about this. Flash ahead, tagged up. Fallen's low. And so is Bolt. Shalfie to close out the backstab, but FNX gets 2 kills. It's a 2v2.
Okay, this is starting to open it up, and Fallen needs to find this shot. This is so vital for him in spawn.
Oh, he hits it on Shalfie's jump face as well. It's Jerry alone, and both players are tagged so low.
Oh, Jerry's got to try and reposition, try and force these fights out into the open, and they might play together on this one. Fallen's going up towards short.
Yeah, FNX is waiting. Fallen's lurking. Creeping closer, the AK. No idea where that AWP is, and he misses his own shot. How does it feel, forZe? Imperial get the retake against all odds. Some fantastic shooting from Fallen to push it past it. And it's map point for the Brazilians.
Mate, what was that shot coming down onto the spawn position? You can see the way they're trying to bait him. That is a shot of the game, and it might just be the play of the game that gets them the map victory.
Certainly, if you want to think about impactful plays, Jesus. Appropriately so, boys. That other shot, that flick was pretty quick as well. 2 HP for that one. Vinny set with the AWP boost, sees Kenzie, tags him down, incendiaries out towards the B doors again. And forZe have 2 to make up this time.
Oh, they're working B though. Shalfie around the lurk smoke has got right out to the boxes itself and dealt with Bolt's the early player.
Well, Jerry's tagged though, might get boosted. The AWP fires blind and needs to wait for backup. Re-smokes on for the T side. They'll charge their way forward, and Vinny goes forward himself. Shalfie gets the trade back to a 5-on-3, and he continues extending, gets the kill against Fur. Norway gets punished for his aggression, but they've gained B. This round's over.
Yeah, no chance that this is going to come back in. Very good B take in from forZe. And for Imperial, I guess they might as well try and have a go with it. They've got a lot of money.
Here's overtime. Footsteps heard. Adjustment. Corner check from FNX, but Shalfie has the more accurate shot. And Fallen doesn't see Kenzie, so forZe are not dead yet. Double overtime to play for in the next round. Imperial using their 4th and final tactical.
Ooh, take the breather. 1 more to go to close this down. Just to have that idea of the walk forward. Shalfie with the double entry. It's obviously a risky play for Vinny. They've lost the B side. They go, right, we need a play. We need something high risk if we want to bring this back. And he just pop flashes himself through a smoke with an AWP. It doesn't quite work out. The double entry gets landed. And now for Imperial, it's whether they can close or force it to go again.
It's tense. It is so tense right now. What could be the motivational words passed off on the Imperial side? What could forZe have said in that tactical timeout? The same. Swing out from FNX, gets the opening kill. That's a start.
Oh, he was so blinded, couldn't see a thing, and even Fallen's waiting for that peek in towards a pit position, that slight re-angle to come through. They're trying to pressure him towards car. They're trying to get the molly down.
It does land, but not to his position. Smoke set to the cross, and Fallen's still waiting for a chance to fire. The corner smoke clears. The player jump faces. I think Norway might have seen him. A second Molotov. 2 of them inbound. Actually, that might spread. Fallen to burn. Still looks for his shots. Sprayed back. Low HP and now dead.
Oh, even Zorti, the player out towards mid, so aggressive in the doors, forcing the over-rotation for Vinny.
Look how close Fur is here towards the short position. Been quiet in this overtime, but he's still the top fragger of the board from Imperial. Now's his time to step up. Maybe land a 40 bomb here on the short position. They'll slow walk it. Flash evaded. Spray onto 1. Only 1 though. Shalfie charges up and there's no more CTs on the defensive directly.
Bolt is so far away. Trying to aggress towards T-Sport. It's really only FNX down towards CT itself. forZe are going to plant open for long, open for Nori.
They've got that long player already. The AK watching for it. Zorti's AWP's a bit closer. FNX tries to prod at the site. look for any way in possible. Smoke's being sent down to that short position, so Bolt's will be able to get back. FNX caught on the jump phase, Bolt's in a 1v3. Spray doing damage, gets a kill on Shalfie, but Norway's just got to wait for him to get to that bomb. And even Zorti peeks with the AWP, gets the connection, and we continue to play on in overtime.
18-18, forZe really stepping up these last couple of rounds. Imperial now having 3 rounds in which they could have closed, Jay. The 15-14, the 18-16, the 18-17. They unfortunately have not been able to do it, and this almost just drives that picture back even further of forZe being on the back foot, Jay. The fact that we've had so many map points for Imperial that haven't been taken.
Yeah, struggling to close from the word go, but forZe not struggling to open up. He gets his 38th kill, his 39th kill rather. Sharfie quick on a responsive though, so it's just the one pick for him. He's had multiple multi-frag rounds over the course of this matchup, but he seems to have slowed down.
Yeah, you're right about that. In the OT, we haven't seen forZe that we saw in regulation. They're going to have to try and get more out of him. Zorti to look towards that car position, knows that Fallen was there in the last round. Try and pass some further util up, giving a lot of respect towards long control.
Been the case throughout the course of this entire match. Both Imperial and forZe are on their CT side. Vinny, close to the smokes though, got to hold this line, gap in it. Jerry sees him, however, gets the frag. The second smoke comes down. That nade might be impactful, doing damage towards one player and a bit more to the second, but Fallen's AWP shot's now missing, and it's a 4-on-2 for forZe.
Very clever to peek before that smoke blooms. They wanted to create that fight before getting the safety and coverage to get the bomb down on A. FNX and Bolt in for the retake. This is such a tough one.
There's Jerry with a spray on Bolts. FNX last left. With surely no chance of making anything happen here. They might dive down to hunt for the rifle, or back off towards long, keep all their own guns here on the T side. Either way, it's a lead gained.
Just adding more to the tally. 3 in a row now from forZe. From the CT side over to the T side. And now find themselves in a position where they can get more. They can start building closer towards a map victory for themselves. FNX to try and hold on to that M4 into the spawn itself. Not going to happen. forZe, 3 alive, decent round.
More momentum. Building into the overtime, desperate to try and kick things off and turn it into a half victory, preferably an overtime victory. Imperial have always got to map point first though. For forZe, it's not going to be easy. The AWP set in towards mid once again. Zorti seen that one player. The incendiary sent hurling his way.
Oh, it's quick. Look at how fast they get down towards those lower tunnels. Try and put immediate pressure out to the doors itself, and it's Vinny on the other side.
Jerry duck faces and gets the kill for it. Smoke down towards CT, and now it's only Bolts holding out this B site. We saw this in regulation, how quickly they dealt with the mid control and left all the defensive on one man.
Oh, this is going to be so tough for Bolt. He has to multi-frag, and even Jerry, he wants to cut the rotates.
Oh, this will be real fun. He might even push forward into CT. He'll go. He'll get past one of the men. They're all past him. Bolt's now got a hold. As Norway gets the trade back, FNX responds towards the man, but they've still got that CT player who's dealt with. Trades back to a 3-on-2. forZe have held their own. They'll find Fallen. It's all on forZe.
Oh, he's still alive, though. Up to the 40 bomb. Wants a little bit more. Get over towards the other M4. The peak coming towards a window position. Shalfie to overextend. He finds a triple. forZe are up to 20. And I'm loving this energy, Jay. The paciness, the acceleration, the quickness down there towards spawn, and the whip around. The entry onto Bolts over to the B side. Perfection.
Wonderful stuff. And good stuff from FNX to recognize that trade potential, disallow the chance for the backstab to cause significant damage. But it wasn't enough in the case of Imperial. The site just didn't hold for long. The AWP of Zorti trying to look for the wallbang shot, but no. Leaning forward. Molotov set, FNX spraying back behind the smokes, forZe waiting in pit, trying to bait them forward.
No AWP for the CT side. In fact, Fallen's just on an MP9. Lost both rounds, 12.5k OT. forZe getting forced out in the open. They know that he's here.
And Jerry top of the blue box, waiting to try to receive the man further. Molotov trying to send him even further up, but he just goes deeper Counter incendiaries come back to the T side to drive the CT player on corner away, and Fur doesn't even get a pick in this round. kenzie starts it off.
FNX trying to get back towards the site. Such on low HP. Even the mid walk from Xiaofi's pretty successful. And from Imperial, it's going to have to be a retake setup again.
Yeah, driven away. Has been a play towards tunnels, so they do know that there's nobody out here towards the B side. kenzie just facing completely dry and no flash or smoke support. FNX down towards CT will not be able to get it. And now short is contested. Xiaofi's already there. Turns away from the flashbang, and they don't check him. He gets a kill, almost that second. Zorty follows suit on FNX with all left to Bolts and Vinny. Both inbound from short, seeing T-side players, but kenzie lines them up. And that is 3 on the trot for forZe. And for the first time on Dust 2, they get map points.
Forget the 3 on the trot. 5 on the trot, Jay. Imperial were up 18-16, 2 map points in that first OT to close, and forZe brought it back to 18-18, brought it forward now to 21-18. 5 rounds in a row now from forZe. 1 more, and Dust 2 is theirs.
And God, don't let them lose it in another OT. How tragic that would be for Imperial to drop yesterday to that Enterprise side, and now here on this first map to repeat it all over again. They've got to get 3 in a row to hold it together. Xiaofi already finds Fallen, and Vinny drops in tunnels. Instant decimation for the CT side.
Instant punishment. What a play to just siphon so much map control off, and the damage too of dropping. And don't tell me this 40 bomb from Fur is going to go completely out the window, Jay. That was the defining factor for this Dust 2 win.
Yeah, it'll be such a waste for him to do as well as he has and not leave Imperial with the victory. Headshot connects for Zorty, though, so we can only go so far as 40. Bolts and FNX fighting desperately to get something together, and Jerry's looking to take it all away from them. Falling back towards T-Spawn. He might see Volts. He might catch FNX. Either way, that backstab should close this all down, surely. It's just a matter of timing. Facing in alongside Norway. Bolt's dead. FNX 1v5.
Oh, players all around, players everywhere. At least he's got the bomb on his back, but doesn't recognize the play towards top mid. And forZe close it, Jay. What a recovery from 16 to 18 down. They make it happen.
I have to say, that has got to be one of the hardest fought maps I've ever seen in CS from both sides. And for forZe as well, like, I have to say their victory, even though it didn't come as a victory, it didn't come as a confident one. Even in the regulation of the time, I did notice a lot of their rounds came down to clutches and flashy, exciting plays that just got brought down to the wire, thanks to Imperial's initial efforts there. So right now, all bets are off. This one's entirely up in the air, Dweg.
Yeah, it really is, and unfortunately for Imperial, we saw Fur being a little bit more quiet in overtime. Of course, he was still adding kills to the tally, but when we think about what he was like in those first 15, in the second 15, the first half and the second half, he was electric. He was putting so many frags up, impact kills, multi-frags, double entries on T-side, and it just didn't quite present itself in OT. You hope someone else was going to step up. You hope somebody else was going to close the map, but not to be. forZe recover it.
And they get their map pick of Dust 2. Yes, in overtime. Yes, down to the wire, but a pick of Dust 2 nonetheless. 1 out by the team that secured it. So now Imperial go to their own map home territory. Mirage is up after the break.
He played for B, Hellraisers.
Yeah, B. So finance B is right, pretty easy.
Acho que B, Boltz, também ou não? B ou A, velho?
I think B is
We
fine.
go B, we're gonna go B as well. It's A or B. Yeah, let's see.
Okay, it's C.
B! Oh my god, what a killer.
And I have a exact number. If you can just give me a tip.
14,537.
You missed by 7.
Oh my god, that's actually close.
You really missed by 7. Nice.
Yeah, no, I wasn't checking it. Okay. NT.
Okay, good job. This is a bonus point for you, I think.
Okay. That was close, huh? You should give me a bonus.
Yeah, definitely. I give you.
Wow,
You get
thank
1
you.
point for
Okay.
this.
I get right? No, because
I think get right was first.
Yeah, first.
Yes.
Pasha biceps and necks. Or Kenny S plus shocks.
I think Flusha was 2, so no Flusha. Right? He was the second.
Flusha second for team? I don't remember.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's go.
Well, probably Pasha or Kenny and Chuck.
It's Pasha or Kenny, yeah.
I would say Pasha, and it's not.
Pasha biceps is next. Let's see.
My brother Pasha biceps. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice, bot.
Good job.
I would say 1G just for the memes. Summit 1G.
I think it's Inferno. I think it's Inferno. It's from D.
You think it's D?
Yeah.
So let's go boats then. Let's go D.
So D.
Yeah, why would that be Inferno?
You're right.
How do you know that?
Because in HGTV, the scorebot shows Inferno. I think quando o cara mata, aparece Inferno, tá ligado?
Oh, it's called by Inferno on HLTV when they kill someone. Oh, okay. Nice, bot.
Acho que
Nice knowledge.
Oh, what a legend.
Yeah, really nice.
No idea. Boats. You own a store. You owner of proskins.com.br.
What's road hash? Case road hash.
Não faço ideia o que é Rash, mas road é rua, né?
Tem uma bala ali com uma...
Yeah, we'll try road rash. That's sir.
Não. Não, wait.
Wait.
Não, eu perguntei que é o road hash porque tem uma pena ali na bala, tá ligado? Então eu acho que pode ser anciente visual, não? Ou eu chutaria... Não, flashback não é. Não é flashback.
Give your best try.
A.
Ancient Visions.
Yeah,
Ancient Visions, A. He's wrong. It's
road
Rash. We almost chose that one. Okay. Nice try.
Eu acho que 48 também, velho.
I would say number D, 4886 euros.
So final answer D.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good choice.
Yeah.
Good job.
Easy.
Entropic was verified.
Entropic chega bem nesse
Okay, we'll
Acho
choose
que é
Entropic, guys. Entropic or Green Brothers.
Green Brothers from Entropic ended on 3rd place.
Oh.
Eternal Fire 4th.
Yeah.
No, Eternal Fire was on 2nd place.
Godsend then.
Godsend, yes.
Oh, nice try.
Brazilian power.
Night Vision.
Night
Yes.
Vision, Shield.
Shield, yes. And what else?
VIP.
Bullets.
VIP
Bullets.
cover. Bullets as well, yeah. You can buy bullets.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Also the VIP kit, the VIP Kevlar with 200 for the AS maps.
Yes, that's true actually. I didn't count with this, so another bonus point for you, I think.
Here we go. This is the same texture as Dust 2 long, so this has to be Dust 2. But then location.
Yeah, location.
What the fuck, guys? What the fuck, wait.
Parece um pouco de inferno também, né?
Não, mas é Dust 2, é Dust 2.
É Dust 2, né?
Map is Dust 2, location.
Has to be to spawn, no? Like, somewhere each spawn, I don't know.
I don't know. Location unknown, my friends.
I mean, you already said it.
Did it?
Spawn? Like,
It's spawn?
B?
You said it's same texture as Dust Too Long.
Yeah, that's too long, right?
No. Oh.
Yeah, but this isn't long though?
It's behind this door.
Oh, no, we found it. Yeah.
Oh.
You know how I knew it? Because of the textures. There is a smoke I do on platform on the right side there that has the same lineup. That has the same things there. If you go towards long plat, you're gonna see the same texture. Okay.
Really nice.
Okay. We got both then. Okay.
Yes.
Replace Virgo, 100%.
And bring back Cobblestone.
Cobblestone, Cash. Old Cash is pretty nice too. Train is pretty nice too.
Just remove Vertigo and we can put everywhere.
Remove Virgo, bring back Cash, old Cash or old Cobblestone or Train. Here we go. Thanks guys for watching Imperial playing. Hopefully we're gonna put a good performance and show you guys a good face. We have been practicing a lot and waiting for this moment for long. So Let's go Imperial. Go Imp. That's it.
Fala galera que tá esperando o jogo aí, torça pela gente, tamo junto, galera da Triboneira e também todo mundo em peso, torça pela Imperial. Valeu!
Two kills, his name is X-Cloud, falls back, and the SMG peeks in, Mangs will get traded back by Woxy, he's now with a 1v3, and that's exactly what he does!
Woxy got to swing out wide on the contact, can't try and do the same, see if we can isolate these jewels.
TP in hand, shot against James, oh what a tap, and what a round, what a clutch from Calix, when high player is still completely unscathed for Eternal Fire, flash forward, Zataro's going to see so many, he transfers back, makes it a quadra, what a spray transfer, the ace for Zataris! Well, absolute madness in map 1 of our best of 3 series between forZe and Imperial. It did go the way of forZe in an absolutely epic fashion. Overtime 22-18. Dust 2 will be borne out by the CIS squad. Mirage up next as picked by the Imperial boys. And again, we're kind of leaning in towards their territory right here. They picked this map. They got Inferno as the third if they have to fall back to it, Dweg. And I have to say that our initial predictions are so confidently to go 2-0 to the favor of that forZe side. I'm having to question my own logic now, seeing how down to the wire that first map got.
Don't know about that, son. Where were we saying this was going to be a confident 2-0 from forZe? We were saying it's going to be a 2-1 competitive series and that forZe have got the edge. So you just spin that from me, mate. Yeah. You spun that.
I've conflated that with Finest versus ITB. Excuse me. I apologize for misrepresenting my own opinion, apparently. Yeah, we did say 2-1 for the forZe side, although we had it so confidently down as a 2-1. I have to say, I'm still questioning whether or not they can actually win the series here, Dwayne, because I look at the second and third maps and seeing how well they did on the opposing map pick. I feel like Imperial will still come into this one extremely strong, and on paper, they could still play a much more fantastic series here on map 2 and 3.
See, I'd actually go a different direction and say, because Dust 2 was so close, I'm expecting Mirage to be so close. I'm expecting Inferno to be so close. I don't think we'll go blowouts. I don't think we'll get confident affairs for the next couple of maps in the pool, because even you look at Mirage, it's still the most picked map in the pool from forZe. It's still a fantastic map for the CIS squad.
If you want to take into account momentum swings, I imagine that both of these teams are burnt out, having given their all to Dust 2. It really was that much of a heavy effort and everything that they had to put behind themselves to get to that position, to gain any control at all. It was such a tough affair, and I'm excited and also nervous for the outset of how things will go here in Mirage. Of course, forZe will be on the CT side, and we saw how wild their CT side was over on Dust 2. It was the T-Halves that were able to get them past that finish line, so let's see whether that ends up having an impact here for the Imperial camp. Pistols, Glocks, USPs, let's get going.
I think we're going to expect another good performance out of Fur and of Zorti from both of the respected sides here of Imperial and forZe. Heavy stack over towards the A side. It might just be Imperial leaning towards A.
Jerry's prodding up initially, USP out against Bolts to his left-hand side, has no idea as of right now. Flash is sent over, he does strike first, swing back onto the side, gets a double and a triple. The USP doing so much, he's going in for more, he might even get the ace, no. Vinny shuts him down, but Kenzie gets the rounds.
Well, who would have imagined Jerry is going to get 4 there? He's the aggressive player to deal with Bolts to start it off, Jay. He's not even really involved in the crossfire, he's just trying to see if he can make a play into Palace. Watch this again, out towards that Tetris position, tapping away, ends up with a quadra. What a start that is from forZe.
Madness. Utter madness from the word go. And forZe, well, they must be pumped off the back of winning that map, how much they put into it. I honestly thought they'd slowed things down. Haven't had much time to recover off the back of such an exhausting map 1. Regardless, they are going to start things off on the right foot, get their guns out against the Pistols. Quick 180 flick for Kenzie. And Zorti will drop to 1 casualty for the T-side line, but the rest of them are facing together. They will get that kill. I don't think that FAMAS will upgrade to the M4. Doesn't matter. 2-0 start, Imperial with their early rifles.
See, you say it was an exhausting map 1, Jay. Remember, forZe played 116 rounds against Mao's NXT only the other day. So I wondered to myself, is that even really exhausting considering what they've done in the past?
Well, that is something to think about as well, but at the same time, over the course of that map-up, rather than the end of that map-up, they actually had a match-up, rather, they had a chance to, you know, rest. Haven't had much of a chance to rest here and now against Imperial. They are no strangers to those overtimes, but it's also not a commonality. Yesterday, or 2 days ago rather, should have been a bit more of an outlier, I want to say. Let's see whether they have a chance to break forward here in regulation and win the map up in a more standardized fashion here against Imperial. Grunzer again, once again in play towards that mid position. Fallen tagged to 76 early.
Imperial just running out their default by not taking mid control early on. And we saw Mirage obviously a little bit earlier on today. Try and get to see if we get more of a stance. And right here for the Imperial side, a regroup towards the top mid indication is only anticipating that they're going to put pressure down towards Connector itself. When is the return? When is the opening man advantage? When is there even going to be a duel? This is quite passive right now.
Slow and short. Incendiary sent up. Suppression out to the short position, but also smokes out towards that mid control, and the sniper's nest get the CTs driven away. Imperial, however, tanking nades and thinking of backing away, going back towards underpass. Norway's ready to receive.
Now, these are two very good angles to deal with the B split. This is going to be difficult to pre-aim onto Zorti.
Oh, Vinny does so anyway. Gets a dink off for it, but Zorti still doubles up and makes it a triple with Norway striking on FNX, and that is a decimating round from the CT side.
Of course it is. That is just coming down to the B players being in some real big off angles, hugging the left-hand side of the Archers. You've got that FAMAS aggressive in the apartments itself. And just for Zorti, the fact that he repositions and finds a multi-frag, finds all three, normally you would expect a 1-for-1. Maybe damage onto that second player. And then, of course, the sneak through the top con smoke to deal with that last individual. Fantastic round by forZe.
Yeah, 3-0 on the start. Imperial set with pistols and a scout on what is a kind of an eco half-buy investment. Not really a lot to play with. They'll try their hand at getting some quick pop shots, but nothing major will come through. They just sat back here towards top mid. In the case of Vinny, overwhelmed by Shalpy's M4.
And now in a position where you think about the anti-eco pistols, how much are they really going to gain? Want to try and put some pressure on, take the AKs out of play if at all possible. If they could open up a bomb site, get the bomb down too, that would be a nice advantage. Fallen up towards top mid, does get caught off guard. There is a quick trade at least.
Yeah, 4-on-3 situation for the time being. Jerry catches bolts and now leaves it all on 2 players for the Imperial side. FNX will try prod forward alongside forZe, but ultimately not going to lead to anything major. Yeah, Zorti peeks in, prods out, gets the frag. And forZe left alone in the 1 versus 4 will get sprayed through the boxes, in fact. They knew exactly where he was. Not like he was going to stand much of a chance out in the open. So forZe up to 4, Imperial with their second gun by.
And if we just compared the experiences coming down onto a map like Mirage, 4 wins, 4 losses in the last 3 months from Imperial, over on the other side, this is a forZe side playing it 13 times. Again, the highest picked map in the pool from them. Their win rate isn't as high, Jay, but they do have a lot of experience on it in the last 3 months.
Yeah, well, experience going to be compounding here for this squad. FNX using his experience to beat out the fight against Jerry. Shalfie and Zorti caught off in the open. 5-on-3 situation. FNX leading up against Norway, gets caught off on the headshot. So again, the CT aggression works out well as well towards the mid control. Shalfie doubles up, and it's left to 2 now from Imperial. forZe have regained the advantage.
Yeah, just when you think a glimpse is going to come through from a success rate there of Imperial, they do force it back to a 2v2, but it comes down to a hero sequence. Vinny, can he force Kenzie out to the open? Of course he can! Oh. What a recovery this is becoming to be!
Oh, that's not good. Nays towards him, doesn't quite land it, and now Norway's given up his position. That bomb is on short, so in theory he can protect it. I don't know if he's aware of that. It might be called out to a teammate. Jump face, forZe and ladder. And Norway watches over that bomb. A flashbang to support a quick peek forward. In he goes to continue to watch. Vinny to win the fight first, to slowly walk down the ladder. Norway looking away from it. We'll get to some harder cover. They might attack him, but the footstep is heard. And forZe puts us close smoke.
And they must know that there's someone in ladder, and that bomb's going up towards Connector. So information that Norway can work with. The factor is now the time and how he deals with the ladder angle.
Lashes in as Norway thinks about his options. There's a lot of money in play for forZe, but the concern is holding onto the AK for the extra firepower. They know he's on short. He knows it's his best angle of attack, so they'll avoid it entirely. Drop off towards that mid control, make the noise that will give the Ghost up to first. So now he'll start walking back down. Did he make a footstep? Yes, he did. Nori now knows. Try to take that fight. Looking against Vinny. Flashbangs over, catching him blind. And eventually dead to the hands of the player on the site. So Imperial will get there first. But a lot of money still for forZe, so they can fully invest here.
Yeah, of course they can. And there's a lot going on in that sort of situation. You felt as if there was a hero moment by the M4A1S. What an entry. Even completely blinded by FNX. Nori up into the apartments, trying to make it as damaging as possible. But this play from Xiaofi just wasn't enough.
Did all he could. Not to be in the end, despite the great efforts that forZe brought to the table. It was all down to Vinny on that site. Taking the top frag position early on for the Imperial camp, and obviously that's good to see early on considering how impactful, ineffective he was over on the first map. Of course, guns back for forZe, seeing the single orb setup. When we're going to get the double orb soon. Kent's up on the stairs, tagged up on Fallen and Vinny, both players tanking the damage. And Vinny now known here in Con. Oh.
A beautiful spam. As soon as they get the info, they just know, right, let's just keep spamming bullets away. Even the relocation doesn't help out either. And now with the idea of the B split call coming through with a man down, it gets a little bit more desperate for Imperial.
Oh, Kenzie leaning in, didn't see Fur. He's right up on that boost. He looks out now, he might even catch the Achilles heel, get that frag back. Fallen to extend, and indeed he does extend to get the frag back. So Kenzie finds his man to the 5-on-3 eventually. Smoke back, Fallen, seen as well, and the headshot gets connected.
Oh, what? Now the bomb being dropped towards top mid. This just looks so positive, Jay. And who would have seen that coming into the second map, into Imperial's map pick, it's night and day. It's forZe on top.
I feel like we need to get a soundbite of you in the pre-map saying this is not going to be a blowout, because something tells me...
It isn't.
I mean, it's so far looking so confident for forZe. And of course, we're nowhere near the end of the map up, but if this keeps up, I'm going to get a little bit concerned about where Imperial stand in this one. Can't find the follow-up, and this round just seemed like it came in so easy.
It did feel that way. I will add to the tally, because for Imperial, especially when you're on your map pick, when you're on the T side of Mirage, we know it's a bit of a specialty that they can keep it competitive, keep it close. Unfortunately, man advantages aren't really coming. Even for Jerry, here's that spam again. They obviously knew he was in Con. They had the idea that he was in and around there somewhere, so it was only going to be a couple of stray bullets to get the kill.
He gets forZe their 5th anyway. Tech 9s, a Glock out for the Imperial buyback, the AK and the Galil on FNX here. Kenzie rotating to position with a smoke coming down so early. Boost up for Nori's AK into that apartment's control. And they've gone aggressive here so many times that Imperial better be careful if they want to take it back.
It's very proactive with the aggression coming through from forZe. They do like to sort of pin themselves forward. Smoke set Exy towards the A side. It's a little bit of a fake though, because you still got a couple of players in underpass.
Could be misdirection, and indeed Fur's going to get caught off with the spray from Xiaofi. Now aware that FNX is down there somewhere, puts that nade relatively close, but not quite on. They have lost a Galil for it, Imperial.
And now you're in a position where do you end up to be? You don't have the util to work with. You've got the late lurk out of the apartments. Still trying to work in from Palace. You've got 2 CTs on A directly and Zorti from a quick rotating con.
Kenzie watching. Swinging out to try to catch the player off, but Imperial not ready to make that move.
Look at the TV room, mate. Look at that.
Yeah, forced aggression from forZe. Wrapping around as Imperial will look to go in pretty dry towards the site. They've got 1 HG of utility to the execution. Zorti shuts down the first. Kenzie sees the AK. It's dealt with, and everyone else falls apart. So the backstab not even required for forZe to take that round.
And you start wondering, Jake, because obviously we saw similarities, I think, in the ITB game against Finest just a little bit earlier on today, which is some of those slow rounds that the CTs really exploit timings, get over aggressive. And right there for forZe, even though they spotted out the mid pick and the boost trying to get in towards window, it's that play from Nori that just is so aggressive. Get in towards TV, get into T-spawn, and there's just no way you're going to break open the A side. They're fully stacked it up.
Imperial try their hand at breaking forward towards mid instead. The AWP of Zorti down at underpass, ready for fur. Swing with flash support. He's not going to get anything here. The flash will come in and blind him just as much as he blinds off Zorti. He might press the issue. No, escape out towards connector or press forward. That's a bad call, mates. First, so ready for this. He could line 2 up. This is disastrous. Utterly disastrous for the TT side.
This is so risky. Flash can come through. First you get a couple. Oh no,
What?
Jay! It doesn't actually come through. What is going on? That should have been a sitter.
I can't believe Kenzie's alive. I don't know if he believes it himself, to be honest. At least the AWP falls, but now Imperial down, looking to work into the A site. Kenzie's on low HP, so that's a pretty easy trade that would regain control. Jerry said over at jungle, sees Bolt's jump facing. The Molotov sent his direction, and now it's Norway to task here at Ticket Booth.
Oh, it doesn't decide to spam away just quickly. Imperial trying to take the map control up to jungle and top of con.
Alfie leaning in. As Jerry catches the kill on Bolts, Forden has escaped meanwhile out towards ramp, watching the backstab. Vinny so close, FNX is caught off. Vinny might turn his attention away. Kenzie, perfect time to strike. And again, information misdirection from forZe. Been a commonality in this series, and it gets them up to 7-1 on the board.
I'm loving this. This is a really good display of talent from forZe. And do you know what it tells me, Jay, on the CT side is they're not scared. They're not nervous. This kind of play, sometimes it happens. Sometimes you get unfortunate there from fur, and it's instant capitalization. As soon as forZe realize, okay, there's a mistake. There's a whiff spray. Right, there's the return. The 1-for-1 trade, and then the decimating hold on A.
Ripping them apart. Imperial, already torn down by Kenzie. Straight into the mid control. Bolton fallen dead to rights. FNX caught to 64, and Kenzie's looking for more flashing. Keeps Vinny completely blinded. Kenzie with a triple in this round.
I don't even know what's going on. There's so much confidence here from forZe, and they have just ripped this round. Everyone has got AKs on the CT side. No one went down. Oh no, this is a scary sight. We thought coming into this event, coming into this day, we knew that since the major disappointing results had continued from Imperial, that there were some scary signs moving forward, Jay, but not like this. Not like the opening map of how competitive it was. What is happening?
Kenzie spray is something else. Holy madness. 4 AKs for the CTs now, 0 for Imperial. Tech 9's on the T side, and fur's looking in and knocked out of the round in an instant by Jerry. Zorti's AWP doesn't quite land to fur, but he gets a second chance and also misses out on that one, so a couple of sitters being missed out there for the CT forces, but now they're just running into the rifles and getting decimated for them. Jerry, another good kill. Vinny with a trade back. Kenzie trying to focus against them here and does get overwhelmed, but the trades are still good for the CT side. It's a 3-on-2 for them.
FNX has got the bomb up towards this top mid position, and Bolts is in CT. They're in really good positions. The question is, how do they regroup? How do they work off one another? It has to be a B split.
Yeah, that's the concern. The rifles obviously have the better firepower, so forZe having the man advantage means that FNX has got to force this issue so quickly. Bolt's caught, Shalfie does drop, so now there's an AK for him to play with, so an expensive round that takes away the majority of the AKs on the CT side. 45 seconds to play with still.
FNX down in towards connector, over towards A, but even the reposition, this is such a great angle for Nori to be in.
Backed up, ready to receive, hearing the footsteps. Waiting for the bomb to get tapped, because that's when FNX is going to be most vulnerable. Taps it once, doesn't even look at Palace. Second phase, second tap. That removes the bomb plant potential from Imperial. Not a bad round, though, for the half invest, because they do remove a lot of those AKs. The concern is, though, it doesn't do much to the buy stat, as forZe have so much money.
And do you know what's just raining in the back of my mind right now, Jay, is the fact that Imperial were up 15-10 on the final map of Overpass against Enterprise, and they couldn't close it. They couldn't get it over the line. I start thinking back to Dust 2, and I think to myself, Jay, should they have closed it? They were up 15-14. They were up 18-16, 18-17, and now the fact that they didn't close it with 3 map points to work with, that they're getting owned on their map pick.
You were the one who was still saying that the 5-1 is still not going to be a one-sided affair.
Unreal, right?
Yeah. I mean, even I didn't believe it. I was just setting it out there for entertainment purposes. Now I'm terrified of what's going to happen to Imperial now. Tactical was just taken because they need one right now. Need to turn it into a round victory because they are just dead out of chances, it seems like. 8 rounds to make up. forZe have won the half. Anything past that, well, I'll just put even more pay to Imperial.
And we looked at Fur as a madman out there on Dust 2. 40 kills, 27 ridiculous stats in regulation as well. And he's on 2. Fallen hasn't even found a pick on T-side.
It has just been a complete downfall off the edge of a cliff for Imperial from map 1 to 2. Did everything to try and get it in over at the Dust 2 overtime. Mirage their own pick though. They seem to have fallen into a forZe trap. They've come ready for this one. They lost it to Imperial at the major at a 16-5 and they are destined not to repeat that result. In fact, it might go the opposite way.
Oh, it should do. It really should. You can feel as if the preparation has come through here from forZe, expecting a Mirage pick out again. And now with the crossfire, the AWP to look towards ramp. The play-in from Sandwich can still be deadly.
Incendiary sent down, perfect timing to respond to them. Disallowing any aggression from ramp control. 22 seconds and Zorti lands against the first man of Vinny. Player at Sandwich, Kenzie trying to back him up. Jerry does get overwhelmed and Bolt puts a nice nade on towards that connector control, but the AWP still fighting and finds Fallen. They will force them back. Now Kenzie spray transfer to the second player. AKM Norway swings up and Bolts punishes. 2v2. Zorti could deny with a wall bang, but Bolts gets the kill. It's Shalfie now, left alone, flashed off, blinded, but does escape with his life.
Getting too hungry there from forZe. Really didn't need to keep overextending to try and hunt down onto the bomb itself. Put a smoke down, try and see if it can isolate.
Flashbang in against FNX. Bolts out towards the Tetris angle. Swing up and gets the headshot. Imperial will just about find 2. Just about get it past there. forZe were really banging on the door of 10 though.
Tactical timeout being used by Imperial now. Zorti, very good connections with that AWP, but I just felt as if that was too hungry from forZe. If they would have played the retake setup, if they would have held the man advantage, they could have got so much success out of that one. Bolt really stepping up tall, playing in and around that default position. He multi-frags, then gets over to Tetris and continues to put the damage down. Imperial, though, they've got to win every round to continue out this half. They've just got to recover it.
The second tactical for Imperial called in a row, by the way. They just about got that round. Now they've got to get it into a second one to follow up, and not only do that, they've got to find more confidence with it. 7 still to make up on the difference. Imperial's best bet for the T side is to get the 6th round. 4 in a row to do so. forZe. Rebuys, you would expect. Bolt straight out the gate, accounted for by Jerry. Flashbang keeps him blind against the second kill, but that same does not apply towards Kenzie. The smoke blooms too late, and it's a 5v3 for forZe.
A perfect shutdown. Great protocols there from forZe to really put the intent on it. And even Fallen's trying to get aggressive towards CT. Does land the no-scope. That's his first.
And the nade comes back immediately for Norway, though. Swing out against Vinny. He's a dead man, caught, exposed towards the bomb's position, and Norway will close out against FNX. Imperial couldn't follow up. Everything in that round committed to the A site. At least they get the bomb plant. At least they can scrape together a buy.
And just to think that even in the recent results, we had for forZe that there was a moment of time around the RMR in the major itself that there was a 5-map losing streak, Jay. They played K23 in the close qual of Valencia. That was a 16-14 against a K23 lineup with a fairly new roster. I think we even saw that game up against Trick. They had a 16-14. They had a tight game, an overtime loss to Mouse NXT only a couple of days ago. But right here, this has got to be one of the best performances on Mirage we've seen from them in a while.
Oh, look at the aggression from the 2 CTs up here. Vinny and Fur could line up, and indeed they do. Fur actually gets away with a trade. So a 3-on-3 situation with the earlier frag from Shalfie. Him and Jerry to fall, though, and Fur is low on HP, so a slight advantage to forZe in this one, but at least Imperial have hung in there this time.
They definitely try and send a message on the CT side that they want to be aggressive, they want to be in the face. And look at the info play. Kenzie's going again.
No way he spots FNX though. No way he pre-fights his position, and yeah, there's the kill. A layup for the man, and Zorti gets spotted. That nade gets the kill. It lands a bit too deep actually, so Zorti's backed off. And Imperial have found their way back into round 13.
Discipline is what it is from Imperial, just slowing down the clock, waiting for the CTs to over-aggress. And FNX catches off an all-important one. Now, both of the players from forZe are playing in and around mid as of right now. Imperial still haven't made the decision on where they want to end up.
Lean forward to that backstab. Zorti waits for the cross. The bomb should commit to the A play. It depends all on Norway and how quickly he gets to the backstab position. Whether Bolts is even checking the backstab itself.
This is promising. This is really promising. This crossfire is rock solid, Jay.
And no one's checking ramp. No utility to go in. Molotov will finally force the player back. The shot brings in, and now Norway can strike against forZe. Unawares the bolts. Now the AWP Zorti, 5 seconds. They're going to go counter change for the kill. They aren't going to get a bomb down. They aren't going to get a bomb down in time. Oh no, Imperial. Okay. They just had it. They just had it within an inch of the second. And Zorti's now forced to save.
Oh, Zorti knows. He thought in that position, yeah, I'm going to play time. They don't have enough to get the bomb down, and they just do, Jay. Just a couple of ticks. Oh, looked like it was going to be it. That molly that went down to Zorti's position out in jungle in the cross into window really forced him off angle, and the backstab play for Nori in from spawn. While it drops the bomb the first time, it doesn't drop it for a second, and Imperial just make that a third.
But how they struggled, even in the 3-on-2, to get to the site, how we thought it was over from the time alone. It started off with all sorts of aggression. forZe went aggressive, very much so in that round. And you mentioned how overzealous they are getting on this forZe side. I think if they hadn't pushed up from that underpass control, that would have been enough. That would have been the round itself for forZe. 11-2, 10-3 instead for now as we go to round 14.
Zorti getting aggressive with that AWP, trying to play out towards Connector again, waiting for the run boost to come in.
They will get that run boost together in the end. The smokes, however, providing enough cover that Vinny will get away unscathed. Into top mid behind the stack. Nades up to FNX, well placed there by Norway. Trying to go for the wall bangs, revealing his position pretty frivolously. Only player to that B site for now, forZe, having a lot of faith on this young man.
It is important to discuss the setup right now from forZe. Very heavy influence over towards A. You finally got a little bit more of a press to at least keep eyes in the bottom of Connector and window itself for a mid-adaption. Imperial over towards the B site. It's probably the right call.
Walking up. Norway's M4 standing. Kenzie with a flashbang sent his direction, keeps him blind. A gap in that smoke that he could exploit. I don't think Vinny's ready for it. Certainly not. Kill found. Start off in this round for forZe.
Even Nori's gone back passive. I like this. Don't get aggressive. Why would you? 5-on-4. He's playing the off angle towards bench, and they might even get more rotators to B.
The second man's on the way. And Shelfie catches FNX and even gets bolts. Oh, they're ripped apart again. Imperial just can't catch a break. Fur and Fallen swinging forward. The Galil on the man was this balcony position caught off by Shelfie. And Fur just got to save the AK.
Oh my goodness. This is such an eye-opener. The forZe have come in, executed their game plan to perfection, and just the kill distribution between Zorti, Kenzie, Jerry, and Shelfie, those 4 guys in particular have just been finding so much impact. And I think that's where Imperial have struggled, Jay. When we look at the other side, the numbers, they're just not being posted.
You mentioned it earlier. To bring it up again, Fallen's found 1 frag. Top fragger of Vinny at 8 frags. Bottom fragger of forZe, Norway, at 8 frags. The difference is staggering. And you almost kind of forget that Dust 2 was as close as it really was here. This is a very different Imperial and server on this map. And look at how quickly they're going to force forward. Sharply looking for FNX first and foremost. Mac 10 versus M4. The aim punch will be able to keep him in the sight and keep him inside the apartments to get a kill found. And now Norway gets overwhelmed by bolts. 5 on 3.
Oh, what a rush tactic, just denying the anchors any success and even the util. This is going to slow down the retake towards market to a T.
CT is in, out, lined up by FNX. Finally, some good rounds, a good round for Imperial here. Jerry left alone on the 1v5 clutch that surely he should lose and give up a 4th round to the Imperial side. But the confidence is brimming from this forZe account, might even lead to that second half pretty confidently itself. Jerry still fighting to whatever he can, getting that first kill, but not that second. 11-4 for forZe though. A wonderfully played CT half, which felt like they were going to let go of virtually no rounds, and they go to their T side after the break.
Um pouco mais pra frente, travou. Aí, beleza, começando a bochecha agora. Tranquilo. Tá batendo na parede da frente, travou no pallet. Tá no pallet agora. Isso, beleza. O cara na sua frente aí. Calma, calma. Dá uma boa passada pra direita, Vini. Isso, parou, parou. Mira pra esquerda.
Mira mais esquerda, aí, tá bom, tá bom. Atira, só atira. Vai, anda o boneco, ele vai acertar você. Aí, tá, para agora, para. Calma, fica atirando, fica atirando, fica atirando. Boa, mulher!
Ei, vem! Vem, papai! Vem! Nível! Fênix, você tá vendo, Fênix? Pode tampar esse olho direito aí.
Não, confia. Quando eu falar, rasga de bala. Quando eu falar já, ele rasga de bala. Aí, reta, reta. Rasga de bala, rasga de bala, rasga de bala.
Que isso, cara? Eles estão vendo o rolê, velho. Você tá vendo, tio? Opa, cadê o colete? Cadê o colete? Ah, você vai entrar no bomb site agora pela área 2. Acabou de chegar no bomb site. Aí. Você tá plantando no Vino. Parte de fora do Vino.
Reto, correndo. Aí, meu. Aí, atira, viado. Agacha, atira. Ai, matou.
Ele tá vendo.
Aí, mais baixo. Seu mira tá muito alto. O cara tá pra baixo ou na sua esquerda?
Toquinho. Pra direita.
Pra baixo, mira. Esquerda, vem pra esquerda.
Tio.
Dá uma remada pra esquerda. Esquerda.
Mete spray. Pra direita,
Esquerda, meu filho. Mais um pouco. Aí, tá bom, atira aí. Um pouquinho pra esquerda só. Um pilar pra esquerda.
Calma. Dá reload ruim.
Mais pra esquerda.
Atira tudo. Porra, matou. Bate. Espancado, tio. Espancado, ruim, fudido.
Só de P9, papai.
É louco.
Vamos matar ele na granada, Fer.
Vai pra esquerda, vai pra esquerda. Acabou de passar uma solta na esquerda. Vira pra esquerda, só mira, cara. Aí, atira!
Atira tudo. Esquerda. Reload.
Ah, é treta. Direita aí. Agarra no pé dele, moleque. Vai direita. Rasga direita. Direita, viado.
Direita, tudo.
Vinícius, vamos lá, Vinícius.
É muito difícil, velho. Humilhou, 5-0, esqueceu tudo. Reto.
Aí, tira. Pra direita, passa pra direita. Calma. Quando você estiver caminhando, eu aviso. Vai pra direita.
Aí, campeonato, agacha. Atira agora. Atira. Boa, moleque. Humilhado, porra. Kill bem fudido. 6-0? GG or não? Mira pra esquerda só. Mira pra esquerda. Isso. Agora se liga, a gente vai rasgar, a mira já tá reta, tá ligado? Ele tá no 90 graus, a gente vai rasgar e quando eu falar, você atira. Vai, rasga. Atira. Volta.
Ganhando tempo, só foge, viado. Meio do bomb, vai querer plantar. O Brasil, tem 2.900 de grana, Vini.
Direita. Reto, direita.
Mais pra direita, vira um pouquinho pra esquerda. Passou tudo, passou o Xuxa, ele foi embora. Tu tá olhando pro Kogu agora, você tá indo atrás dele.
Esquerda. Aí, tá bom. Planta. Boa, moleque. Agora vai ganhar o plant. Tá bom. Aí, reto, esquerda.
Mira pra esquerda pra tirar dele, volta pra esquerda. Esquerda um pouco mais. Volta. Ó, defusa, na sua frente. Defusa na sua frente. Defusou.
Reto.
Aí é nóis. Segura, Fiel. Tira. Segura, Fiel.
Não. Isso é comunicação.
We saw Imperial and forZe on Mirage. It was a 16-5, and how things have turned around, how the result can be replicated in opposite. It almost looks like Imperial were actually playing blind in that first half, and now they're going to take off the mask and turn it in on the CT half, Dweg.
I can't believe this. This is a phenomenal showing coming through from forZe in the first map, in the second map too, and now the fact that they're going into the second half. They are 5 rounds away from eliminating the highest ranked team in the event, Jay.
In 2-0 fashion for the ultimate revenge. How poetic would it be for them to go 16-4? One extra round across the scoreline that they had in the major. Vinny already trying to trade back, but Jerry started first. Bolts, Goosh down, low HP, needs support from forZe. He'll get that one frag. Can't quite land the second, but Vinny is at least chiming into a 3-on-2. Incendiary siphoning off the bombs from his backup man. Jerry swings and falls. Vinny swings and Vinny falls. And FNX now alone on short control. Jerry gonna look for the quadra in this round. His back's turned. The USP spots him, but the headshots landed. 4 kills for Jerry, and forZe claim the pistol.
Oh my goodness, what a round coming through from Jerry. This guy averages a 0.87 rating on Mirage in the last 3 months, but he is top fragging today. And on the pistol, he is slapping heads about. A quadra to come through, the 12 to get gained. Oh, Jerry's just leading by example.
Imperial are in trouble. Imperial are in so much trouble. They've still got the R8 on Vinny, so maybe you were right, Dwayne. Maybe they did intend to bring that weapon here. It's got no kills on it thus far. Fallen FNX leading the stack in towards its ramp control. Jerry might lose the AK, but it means they've got info on the stack. The bomb can get passed back and committed towards the B site as Zorti will stick around, try to recover that rifle.
Oh, look at this position, though, from Zorti. Just try and toy with them, keep them at A, make sure they don't over-rotate at all. And with that B side being opened up, the best that Imperial could find for this point onwards is exit damage and a recovered rifle.
Bursting in with the Galil, trying to see if he can land on Vinny. Kicks his head off his shoulders. Looks in for Bolts, and Bolts will turn it back against them. At least drop a second player, keep that weapon in play. But it's not a round that IMP can win.
forZe up. Just wanted to make sure that everything gets taken out of the equation, and if they can drop this AK2, that would mean that really the waste of the eco to try and keep it in won't bring much at all, and yeah, won't happen at all. That's a fantastic hunt. That's so important that fer doesn't keep that AK.
No firepower on this buyback. Of course, with the guns that will come through for Imperial was a full eco in that round. But just to have that extra firepower, just to have that little bonus, they need any positive here from Imperial. Even a tiny positive would do. That's not happening, though. M4's across the board.
Oh, Jerry's pace again, super quick towards his connected position. Flashes are coming through, he's seen the guy towards underpass, and instead, it's actually a distraction. fer catches him, and Fallen gets a pick too.
Yeah, 5-on-3 with that heavy mid-face there from Imperial. fer to swing out for even more, but Norway trades it back. Bolts does damage as well, spraying through the ticket booth box. He's low, now naded to death by the likes of Zorti. A 3-on-3 situation. Fallen and FNX and Vinny as well, all held outside of the A site. A backstab in particular for Vinny here. Important to try and decimate. Noise going to swing upon him. It should be an easy kill. No! How's he done that?
He's on 22 points of health. He's an absolute machine, mates. What a frag that is to come back towards a T-Sport perspective. The backstab in from Fallen needs to force it back to a 2v2.
There's no way they lose this round. They've got so much damage to 2 players. Norway's on 22, Zorti's on 9. I have absolutely no idea how Zorti, or Norway rather, run that frag. I don't think it's going to matter. As a 3-man unit, they'll look to commit to the A site. It's FNX on 100 who will hold back from jungle.
Look at the position too for Shalfie. The fact that he's been able to get to under Balk. So once they draw FNX out to the open, they'll just catch him.
Smoke to top con, watching jungle directly. Norway so far forward could line up. Indeed, he gets the kill. A triple for Norway. Zorti played sacrifice for it. And attacks from Fallen, blind at the smoke though. Drops Norway and leaves it all on Shalfie, the high HP player. Going for the plant. I think that's open. He dives out of the way, goes for the swing now at CT.
Oh, time is really going to dwindle down. Fallen's been able to pick up a smoke, but for Shalfie, he knows the HP advantage is his.
Fallen pressing, 2 points of health, and Shalfie's got a read on this. Turning away at the wrong moment, completing with demise. AK with a perfect headshot, and Fallen wins it. Just about, just in time, just coming together for the T side. The perfect timing in the world for the IGL, and Imperial will get 5.
That's a recovery, and it's a survival round. Even for forZe, there's not necessarily a buy on the table, but they might want to try and force it down anyway, keep that pressure on and break the economy, and just try to continue to buy up. There were some nasty kills. This one here for Nori. The fact that he even follows up with another pick on 22 points of health. It's not quite the round. Fallen to clutch.
And thank God he clutched. Had barely any frags over the course of this map. And stepping up at the right moment to keep Imperial on a decent basis. Still 3 away from conceding. Jerry forcing forward against the CT side, and Vinny and Fallen can combine, get the kill. Zorti trades back on 1, however, and Shelfie's forced to respond the same. 3 on 3.
Oh, wild stuff coming through from forZe, just trying to brute force those duels back to an even playing field. And now they can slow it down. They've been able to get the short player into a pretty advanced angle, and they want to try and bait another aggressive pick, if at all possible.
Gotta be careful that that bomb's pretty aggressive himself. X swinging in. Nori has the headshot position, receives no bullets for it. Shelfie can swing. Now Fur up close at the balcony angle, sprays through, and Shelfie still gets the kill for it. And what felt like the chance from Imperial has now disappeared before their very eyes. The bomb down, bolts, absolutely no chance in this round.
What a round by Shelfie. And it feels like we're almost just on a bit of a record, right? Where we just keep saying, what a round, how insane. Because multi-frags just keep coming. We've had the insane pistol round from Jerry. We're having insane rounds in total from Nori too. And then in this one, with the aggressive start to the apartments, it's just the recovery to come through from Shelfie.
Imperial, man. Like, I'm at like the 4th stage of grief in this match right now, and I'm sure that they must be themselves. How do you even begin to start thinking about fighting back from this? If you won that last round, at least you had the economy stabilized. At least you could buy back. But they didn't. They just have the AK, a full eco around it, indicating that they're going to play for overtime at 10 map points for forZe. That's what they'd be for bringing back.
I'm really surprised they're not forcing here, in all honesty, knowing that Bold saved in an AK from that last round. They've got a gamble stack over towards the B side. They want to try and play the rifle close in game too. forZe already outside of A. This round is theirs.
Yeah. Straight up and out, smokes down, nades set on towards that ramp control. Shelfie, Nori, and Zorti already tagged so heavily. Bolts will spray through close towards Kenzie. At least the damage will be done here. Might have set up the USPs, but the bomb's going down towards the site. The site has been gained itself. Bolts with at least a decent kill towards Nori, finishing off the job he started.
And this is looking promising. Bolts has actually been able to do quite a bit in the round with the chip damage. But like you mentioned, they just want exits. The best that they can do is just recover rifles.
The USPs will try charge forward for that. Bolts will back them up. Fallen. First man in. Jerry gets his kill. He does get traded back. Zorti on site. Don't worry about Bolts and Fallen. Gets both those kills, and they all just pour in for the T side. No rifles saved for the CTs and forZe. I don't think the damage is going to matter right here. Map, match, and elimination point against Imperial.
This is such a statement. After Mirage yesterday against Mouse NXT was such a long affair. After that series when almost 120 rounds, Jay. After seeing map 1, I was convinced that we were just going to have a competitive map 2 and map 3 down to the wire again, and it's been anything but that.
I thought the exact same thing as well, Dweg. This one could have been close, and that forZe might concede it to Imperial. Swings out from Vinny, does start things off. Jerry caught out in the open there in mid. A lot more CTs around there to try and look for the player, so even if that kill came in for him, there would have been trade potential for the Imperial side. As it stands, they're up by a man, and forZe look to press A.
Bolt's just trying to play in and around this top of composition, falling on the back foot towards CT. Xiaofi to fall, another man advantage to work with.
Okay, 5 on 3. Norway getting tagged. Bomb plant will be secure. Bolt's charging forward. Norway will tank a nade damage. 42 HP. Fallen Zorb desperate to get a frag. Zorti will drop. Now Kenzie, the only unscathed player, taking shots back as Norway drops us all after this AK, and once again Fallen will land a kill. Imperial finding for the frag, fighting for their lives and finding their 6th round.
I just got to keep adding them to the tally. Very strong retake there from Imperial. You have to recall the fact that they had a 5 on 3 before that bomb was even having a chance of going down. And Vinny's aggression out towards mid, Bolt's playing up towards the top of Con, and then of course Fallen even with the boost up dealing with Zorti trying to get aggressive.
forZe took damage in the previous few rounds that might limit the buyback here, and indeed, and Hero AK seems to be the best they're going to get out of this one. So much more for the Imperial to come. Rounds that can stack up, an opportunity to continue grinding forward. AK set for Zorti, Deagles on 2, Tech9 and P250 on the other 2. Bolts will charge forward with his AK. It's Fur that's found the first frag, but Zorti with a very fast response.
Unfortunately, nobody else has any armor, so even if they pick up that rifle down towards the bottom of mid, what can they really do with it?
They've got the man advantage, though. 4 on 3, Sharp is ready for Vinny. Spray it back, does do the damage. Nades coming in close, will keep them away from that mid control. Rotation back to the A site. They fall away.
And this is a very winnable round by forZe. Man up, you still got the AK, and Zorti's obviously got a lot of HP behind him. They need to peek together. They've got to trade out Vinny successfully in the window angle.
And the AK passed off towards Jerry in the end. They can also grab that M4 if they want to. Vinny gets caught catching on 2 players. Man advantage goes back the way of the Imperial side. Fallen ready for Kenzie now. Zorti still sat towards that short position. The bomb's been dropped. And Fallen finds the frag as Kenzie reveals a little bit too much, a little bit too early. Now Zorti, 30 seconds to his name. Does see Vinny creeping around that smoke, so he gets that frag. A lot more work to be done.
Getting over towards that bomb, trying to make a play. Might even go through market to B. Time is still here on his side.
17 seconds, he's making noise. That one player on short to find, isolate here. Incendiary towards the backside, doesn't check short at all. And that leads to his demise. 7 for Imperial. forZe. That was only a half investment. The Hero AK, the true buy comes in now.
Trying to make that round as expensive as possible, trying to take the AWP out of play, which doesn't quite happen. But now they can focus up, and Zorti's not exactly limited. He's still got the AWP, he's still got the armor to work with, and he's even got a pretty good spawn to go for a mid pick if he fancies.
Quick plays in from Xiaofi and Zorti again. Fallen Zorb set back at CT, passive, and Zorti lands on Fur. Kicks things off in Con. It's the first man, the big dog of the CT side has fallen.
Such an opener. That could make a huge difference in this round. Because now from Imperial, they're going to get desperate to find the fight back. And forZe just slow it down. Out in underpass, out into the apartments too. Even from top mid, they're waiting for the CT aggression.
They won't get any though. Imperial put it towards mid and lost the opening man advantage, and now they cannot afford to force forward anymore.
Very silent. Even that one smoke out towards the B side. It seems as if Nori's trying to fake a B side exit.
Watching as Bolts gets picked up by Kenzie next. 5 on 3. Smokes forward. Kenzie watching and making his way up. The Molotov sent back down. Vinny will wait. The AK keeps his eyes on the second incendiary down. He might just force forward. Burns so quickly. At least Fallen lands a frag. Needs to land a double. And Vinny's doing what he can to keep it together as FNX has fallen in turn. It's a 3 on 2. And he's still lurking towards the B side. Vinny's got to deal with him on 1 point of health.
There's so much distraction, and Vinny doesn't know where to look. Even Fallen's coming over towards B. Are they getting faked on this?
Oh, no way. They've won. They surely must have won. Vinny's going to get picked up. And Fallen's just checking the B side, recognizing he's made a massive mistake. The AWP in a 1-on-3, still short presence to deal with. Got to land his first flick, and it's not going to happen. 16-7. How poetic is that for forZe to decimate Imperial on Mirage? The map they lost to them at the Major, got eliminated by at the Major. And here in Republic, a 2-0 series to get some revenge on the Imperial.
Nothing tastes better than revenge. It's the best thing out there. And now we've known they were in their environment. Now Imperial's in his, and forZe in Republic have eliminated the highest ranked team in the event. That is a massive win. And the fact that they do it one-sided on Mirage, they deserved it.
I do fear what this does to the conversation surrounding the Imperial side here. A lot of question marks off the back of that Dallas performance, off the back of Pinnacle Cup Championship as well. Like, oh, going out last place here in Republic, losing to Enterprise and to forZe, which, listen, no disrespect to any of those boys. When you're talking about number 15 in the world, you should never be losing to Enterprise or forZe, especially when you've got priors with one of those teams here.
Yeah, it's an eye-opener, right? And I think the conversation is only going to continue because other than the Major, there has been a lot of disappointing exits from this Imperial side. And for forZe, they're trying to send a message that they're going to be here in the lower bracket, that they're going to be a threat, that they're going to be like Finest and go all the way to glory.
And as well as that, like, just think about the statement it sends. Like, you mentioned earlier how one-sided it was to start off and what a statement that sent. Here to get 16-7 over the Imperial side, like, man alive, forZe, what a lot of momentum to swing forward for now. It's just a great day in the office, a fantastic series from them. When we thought it would be close as well with that banger overtime to start things off, the fact that Mirage got so one-sided is still so shocking to me, Dweg. I'm still, like, processing it all right here. I think Imperial really are processing it themselves, if I'm being honest. I don't know if they're going to be very happy to have gone out in this sort of fashion. But look, forZe, they get the victory, and they will be more than happy with that, I assume.
And with Imperial, you have to say they had chances to reflect back to the game against Enterprise. They were up 15-10 on the last map of the series. They only needed one round to close. They weren't able to do so. Here on Dust 2, 3 rounds, Jay. 3 map point rounds in which isn't being taken, which forces it to Mirage. Even if it is your map pick, the chances in this event were for the taking. They just didn't get snatched.
No, they really didn't, and it's that lack of capitalization that's going to leave the Imperial side really out on that sort of sense. So, yeah, like, end of the day, 16-7, 2-0, great victories over on that forZe side. So let's recap what we've seen over the course of the day, because, of course, we did have an earlier match in that Finest series, and they did make it 2-0 all the same, a lot more of a one-sided 2-0 overall. But forZe, again, with the shock of the day, defeating Imperial, sending them out of the tournament. Take a look at how the bracket looks as a result here, Dweg.
Yeah, I think overall, again, we saw a lot of upsets in that first round. That's why we've got Sinners in the semi-final up against Fnatic. And then down in the lower bracket, I don't think there's any surprises that Finest came over the ITB lot. Slight surprise in the other game, though, and I think this is only building up more of a story and more of a threat on who is the strongest in the lower bracket.
Indeed. I mean, look, Finest and forZe are both posted up their respective sort of opportunities and their respective sort of like cases for that particular proceeding. But in the lower bracket is one story. In the upper bracket is what we'll be seeing tomorrow. Of course, Sinners versus Fnatic and Enterprise versus Mouse NXT will be our matches for tomorrow. And we're going to probably preview that in a short few moments' time here, Dwayne. For now, though, we do have to have a chat with a certain somebody. My MVP pick of Map 1 is joining us here in the commentary box. Shalfi is here to discuss his series victory for his squad. Welcome, my friend. Congratulations to you. And me and Dwayne were just saying, like, what a statement it is for you guys to go to Mirage, beat Imperial as one-sided as it was, get revenge for the Major. How does that feel to you?
Hello. It feels good. We prepared well against them, and we played confident. That's why we win.
I've got to ask about your Mirage, because I think it's obviously a map in the pool that you guys pick quite a lot in best of threes. Were you expecting it again for Imperial to pick Mirage against you?
Yeah, we expected that because last maps on Mirage, we played really bad and we had some changes. That's why I guess they picked this map.
Well, you guys had to battle real hard to sort of get back into the first map of Dust 2, right? And I kind of wanted to ask about the pressure and the stresses involved in that one, because for us, we were taking a look at how you guys were always playing from the back foot, and it took so much effort out of you. What was the difference maker for your side on Dust 2?
You mean when we start comebacking, or?
Yeah, when you started to come back.
Yeah, we we had a bad start for City side. We took 7 rounds, I guess, for T side, and it was kinda enough for this map. But on City, we had really bad start. We had really bad economy, and when we had economy, when we had double up and everything was good with the nades, we just feel very comfortable.
I'm going to ask about some of the aggression on City side as Mirage, because it felt as if straight out of the gate you wanted to get aggressive, get in the face. Was that more so you guys trying to get under the skin of Imperial, make them uncomfortable by just always being aggressive?
We had preparation for this map, and our coach said like there are gaps on this map, and we try to punish them for it.
Well, punish them you certainly did, because it was a fantastic game from you guys and a fantastic series. You're moving on in the upper bracket, and I believe you'll be taking on the loser of the Sinners versus Fnatic match from the upper bracket. So give me some thoughts about that next game and about what you've got coming up in the rest of Republic.
Against who we play next match? Do you know?
I think you're playing the loser of the Sinners versus Fnatic series, so one of those two opponents.
I can't say anything about Fnatic, but I know Sinners lost their best player in the team, and they struggle right now. So I think if we will play like this, we will win this match.
Awesome. Well, you guys have plenty of time to prepare for that match in 2 days' time. For now, you can celebrate your victory. Sweet revenge above Imperial. Shelfie, congratulations for the victory. And again, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, guys. Goodbye.
Awesome. There it is, Dwayne. A great series and an amazing result for the forZe side. Certainly can't deny that in that sort of sense. Just great overall. I think we can't sing their praises high enough, mate.
And I think you mentioned it there, right? The coach of Fierce being like, there's holes in their T side of Mirage, and that's what he was trying to get to. Because you could see it on CT side. The amount of aggressive duels we were getting. Connector, short, window, always fighting mid. And then how many times did we see CTs and T-spawn? How many times did we see the aggression towards TV out in underpass? Yeah, there were situations in which, like, there was that one round in which FNX punished, but you could see what forZe were trying to do. They wanted to get as pressy as possible on that CT side, and just with the way they played, they had so much freedom behind them.
Indeed they did, and that freeness, that freedom, that opportunity to do whatever you want may carry itself forward in the next match. He expects to be facing Sinners, and honestly, I can't blame him. Again, they'll be taking on Fnatic in tomorrow's best of threes, and we also have that second semi-final match in tomorrow's proceedings between Enterprise and Mouse NXT. Quick preview for tomorrow, Drake, before we head off.
I think Sinners are probably going to get slapped, to be honest. I'd be surprised if they could keep that series competitive. As for the Enterprise Mouse NXT one, I think Mouse NXT are probably the favorites, but Enterprise have actually proved themselves to be a decent team. They're working hard recently. They're getting more wins on the board than what could be said a few months ago. So that could be the series to watch for the day.
Yeah, for me, I was going to take the same sort of angle on that front. It's the second match of the day because it could well be our big main event for tomorrow's broadcast. But that's all going to come towards you tomorrow at 4 p.m. CEST, the same time, the same place here for Republic Season 3. For today, that's all we've got for you. The lower bracket will continue to roll on in 2 days' time. We're back to the upper bracket tomorrow to see who the respective opponents will be. But until that point, we'll see you soon.
you change.
it's over and nothing else matters. I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again. You better start walk, girl. Open up, just let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now. Even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now. What do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. Love will save the day. When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walking, girl. Open up, just let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now. Even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now. What do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. 'Cause love is gonna save the day. Love's gonna save the day.
No. Pretty Caroline, stone cold stunner. She was a winner, started working at the dime. Serves this on her mind to count your blessings, 'cause it's telling fair, telling fair. They'll put you down and leave you there, don't make them scared. Yeah, it's the ugly truth. How they coming for you. Yeah, yeah, no. Don't you think you're better off where the neighbors don't stay? Maybe you're wanted, looking good for the movie screens, living in make-believe, hoping your wishes get granted. I know you never giving up unless it's real. A slippery slope, it's not enough to please you. Pretty Caroline, stone cold stunner. She was a winner, started working at the dime. Serves this on her mind to count your blessings, 'cause it's telling fair, telling fair. They'll put you down and leave you there, don't make them scared. Yeah, it's the ugly truth. How they coming for you. Yeah, yeah, it's the missed opportunity. is a reminder to count your blessings, cause this town ain't fair. They'll put you down and leave you there, don't make them scared.